了魔爪蛙，就在野区挂机，勾你过来打，敢打吗？一勾勾着了，又卡住脚了。Croco 这个 Q1 斩没斩到 ，Q3 斩闪现，斩到2个人，大面已经续上了，感觉摧枯拉朽的团战要扛不住了，没闪现的布隆，这云崖来 A 疯掉了，剩下 Crying 被一个击灭掌隔墙。
塞那种了，
等着开车呢，车来了，帮挡一下呗。这布隆一个大招，大招是击飞后面的人的，而且布隆能把盾给举出来。这2个出来了，挡完了，但是自己先倒了，主要那个子弹也没办法全数给接下来。
有双敌，海川要来，
过来清谁？清的后方的泰坦，他想兜杀，举也举到了泰坦，先倒2个人，老母绞进去，撒时针帮忙晕了一下，但根本扛不住对面的伤害，刷了个盾，自己会死吗？交闪现拉开，自己还没有死，大炮幸运还能过来救一下。关灯了，看到下半区有金身在，温克在赶，压到了，能杀布道格，布道格确实活不了 ，Croco 开大招把人给扫退。司马老贼往前追，一个金了3个，会选择上吗？拉大招了 ，EZ 拉了个满怀，完全抵不住对面的伤害啊！司马老贼也得交闪现，但 EZ 跳上来，技能太准了，自动巡航一般的技能，1技能又刷好了，啊，这波是个 Q 闪，6闪，继续追击。布隆在，大招给到后方的维鲁斯，大黄幸运落下来，落的位置有点尴尬，在墙后面，在上面逛起来了。在等回到，但是给了个身位，他能抖动乐器下去。无力也贴到了泰坦脸上，泰坦交闪现，但还有2段灵活突袭，1清断了对面的钩。那这样的话，蓝鹏是倒在自家的野区，而且干大，对，还有大招，灵活突袭还能走，被1技能给减速了。在这位置还能走吗？他有闪现，岩雀跟了过来，撒身身放出来，沿途没有抬着人，而且岩雀在对面潘森的脸上，这被伤给灌死了。
宁哥们儿比较灵活能走，但阿乐就不好说了。
阿乐交闪现，板砖2个人都吃到了，怎么办？一个身上有被动，一个吃了板砖。
打得好，三子。你打得好，你打得好，你打得好。
不归我了。
都过来了，都闪过来了。过来，过来。开吗？先开建模。我这里开水晶，别硬造。
开建模。
慢点，我跟不上，我们上也跟不上。开水晶，来上。
Greetings, everyone. How's it going? Day 3 Demacia Cup coming right up. And one of the things could be, fingers crossed, positive for today. Hey, Nitron, how's it going? Thank you for the resub. Appreciate it a lot. Should really get like a silent overlay so I can still have the graphic prop up, because I feel bad that there's no like acknowledgement of subscribing besides in chat. Anyway. Thing. Yeah, so there's only one streamer team series today, and the seriously long breaks, the pauses, happened with the streamer teams rather than the LPL. Well, no, the first day, that's not true, but maybe that'll help. You live in Vietnam? Hello? Well, funnily enough, I went to Vietnam in... Not that relevant. Went to Vietnam in 2014. Really enjoyed my time there. I went up and down the country. Really, really cool. I enjoyed Vietnam an awful lot. Dude, was... Got to go to Halong Bay as well. Very, very pretty place. Yeah, I very much enjoyed my time in Vietnam. Well, I'd best get myself a coffee before we go live. We'll see if Sam joins us today, and if he's joining us, hopefully we'll sort out the audio issues, because I'm not gonna lie, yeah, it gave me a lot of audio overload, actually, the crispiness yesterday. It's not his fault, it's setting up a new audio setup, but I am the one on the other side of the headphones. You know what I mean. Can I cast in Vietnamese? No. No. Sadly, I can't cast in Vietnamese. Funnily enough, why am I saying? My brain is not on phrase today. There are some very talented folks who worked with VCS English who covered Vietnam for a long time. Hey, what do you think of Thailand hosting the 33rd SEA Games? I have to say it's the first time I've heard of it. I'm not that caught up on that. What are your thoughts? Is there anything particularly notable about it? I went to Thailand at the start of the year actually, but where there's well, I don't know enough to speak on the situation genuinely. I don't know what the hell's behind it, but there's obviously been some tensions in the region. I don't want to speak out of turn. Oh, Vietnam was deprived of some gold medal. Ooh, that is spicy. I don't know nearly enough about that. That's definitely something I'm gonna have to look up if I want to speak on that. Sounds very controversial. Okay, I better go get myself a coffee, folks. And I don't know. We'll watch some League of Legends, won't we?
我可以踢这里啊。可以，你踢吧。慢慢追。对，飞进来上。我是血迷。哎，踢了，快来踢了。是了。走呗，往右边走，别在一起吧。我有洞。看这个。就是我们这龙魂区。2个大，来卡没？让我的洞走了，兄弟！我5秒救赎啊！我别踢，可以继续推，我别踢。我也踢。救赎，看一看。飞机！哎，看飞机！怎么走到这了？绕后了，老子。我要踢谁了？韩基，在干嘛？我别踢。还有兄弟们不加班。快水！快上！啊，客气。
Howdy, howdy. I haven't got my coffee yet, but it is a brewing. Oh wait, hang on. Is this the Mobile Legends thing where there was a Thai player who was found using third-party software? Yeah, that made like that's been going around on social media. I had seen that. Yeah, that's very controversial. Yes, I had heard about that actually. How is everyone in this, I'd say fine morning, but you know, might not be morning where you are. Technically morning. Yeah, I suppose if you're in... what time zones would it be that? Well, hang on. Yeah, I guess in the US, isn't all of it in, I guess past midnight now? Riff where West Coast is that in terms of time? Ah, you're centrally up. Right. Because I'm in, because I moved time zone effectively from the UK to Germany, I sometimes mess up like by an hour on time zones now. And then it also depends on daylight savings as well. So funny story, I drove 22 kilometers to my office, then realized I don't have my card, so I had to drive all the way back. Oh god. You know, funnily enough, I've had to do something similar like that when I was working in the NHS too. I forgot my NHS card at some point. Because I'm working reception and admin. Wait, hang on. I thought there were only 3 US time zones. I thought there was like East Coast, Central, then West Coast, and then like Pacific time. Are there 4 time zones? Wait, really? Is there like a 4th one for like the Pacific territories? Like, damn, I'm not gonna lie. I thought that there's mountain time. What do you mean there's mountain time in the US? Why have I never heard of this before? I don't know. I guess I'm just not American-centric enough to have experienced that. Huh. Hawaii and Alaska have their own. Right, okay, damn. Makes sense. Whenever I see an announcement for US time zones, it's either Central, East, or Pacific. I believe China only has a single time zone for the whole country for admin reasons, effectively. But obviously, it's such a wide country that can lead to some issues in terms of, you know, your day starting in darkness and ending in darkness, kind of unnecessarily, I think. Oh yeah, Russia's got to be crazy because it goes across, you know, most of the latitude of the planet, doesn't it? Longitude, this one. Well, folks, I'm starting work in 5 minutes. Don't know about you guys. Don't know about you guys, but I'm starting work in about 5 minutes. Can TT do it? Well, Starry looked pretty good yesterday. I think this should actually be a close match. This one's one which this one's a harder one to judge. This is like our first match where I'm thinking, okay, this one's actually pretty hard. Obviously, the Ultra Prime LNG game was kind of a waste, right? Yeah, folks, this one's actually kind of... This one's kind of weird, actually. Do we see Ryan 4 today after his games yesterday? Fine question. Well, OMG were pretty legit yesterday. No, do I take that back? Am I remembering some different games? I mean, TT got blasted by LGD. No, that wasn't close, actually. Okay, no. I take it back, folks. I think I was misremembering some games. How many games anyway, though? How many pauses instead of games? I think this is very OMG favored. This should be very OMG favored, really. TT looked pretty bad versus LGD. OMG looked pretty good, but it was against a streamer team. TT, we've only seen them versus LGD. This is... I'd imagine OMG come in as favorites, but we haven't seen enough data to definitively say. Is OMG good now? I mean, for this level, I suppose, yeah. They have Haichao in mid lane, who has been he was like tilted to hell this year, but he's actually pretty cool. I'm really excited for this mid lane matchup. Haru's come in from kind of Korean challenges. I believe he was a T1 recruit at some point, maybe in like 23 or something like that. Yeah, he was in he was in T1 rookies in 23, and then he was on T1 EA rookies. I don't know whether yeah, T1 Esports Academy rookies in 24. He spent some time on DK youth, some time on T1 rookies, some time on ELG Junior, and he's worked his way up towards TT now. He's been in a couple of different... He started out actually on a Freaker Academy, went to Bro Academy, KDF Academy after that. He's been through a lot of Academy teams. Wow, okay. So I think, yes, mid jungle's quite fun. I think bot lane could be an issue for TT. Ryan and Feather got destroyed in bot lane. I think Starry and Moam are going to probably leave them in a ditch. Right, I should go grab myself a coffee. I'm not sure I'm going to keep cam on today, folks. I'm not sure I'm going to put my camera on today. I'm feeling very lazy today. VTuber model, but it's just Godguo? Exactly. I need a VTuber model? Honestly, that would probably go hard at some points for my mental health. Okay, bear back 1 second, folks. I need to get that coffee still.
是时候做出真正的改变了。
年年都说要改变，到头来呢，都难送末年了吧？
那些愿意做出改变的，
算我一个。
也许有些时候我们真的不是主角，但故事也还没到结局呢，是吗？
放开束缚，才有逆天改命的机会。让我们一起把比赛变得好看一点吧。
已经退无可退，不改变还怎么扬名立万？
能坚持到现在，就是不服输也不认命。
没有点难度，哪来的乐趣？岁月、环境、规则都在改变，想想大家一直为什么坚持到现在。
兵哥变化倒是挺大的，包括兄弟，从内而外都有变化。为了曾经存在的过去，也为了继续努力的现在，
为了更多能被记住的 ID。
和更多能被呐喊助威的队伍，
为了让这个故事有更多的篇章，
加入我们，见证这场改变。
好的，屏幕前的观众朋友们，大家下午好，这里是为您直播2025德玛西亚杯小组赛第1赛段的比赛，我是今天解说王松。
大家好，我是开的。
好的，非常感谢大家来到现在啊。在比赛开始前呢，我们照例要感谢一下的，在这里我们要感谢赛事主办方及独家直播平台虎牙直播，同时也要感谢西安 W 主场对本次赛事的全程制作，感谢。
Elk went to Weibo. Elk went to Weibo.
已经一路下来了，但是我们在比赛正式开始前还是有些信息需要跟大家共同我们一起同步一下的。全新神话幻想皮肤沉溺暗影卢夏与娜美一同加入战场，幽魂双枪横扫敌人，还有魔杖控掌强化，在对局中同时登场，还可激活特殊的彩蛋。现在前往客户端的盛唐系统即可获取，快叫上你的好伙伴们一起拿下这2款炫酷的新皮肤吧！符文战场。
So yes, first series of the day is LPL matchup. Is BLG playing their first team? BLG are playing everyone but Knight. Everyone but Knight is going to be playing.
首款限定皮肤魔王圣凯杰将于12月15号正式上线，已经上线2天了，大家赶紧啊！传奇选手 Faker 6星节联名皮肤来袭，六冠王的专属6星回城动画，细节诚意十足，更有很多配套的个性化道具同步上线，等待您来解锁。这样是我千万不要错过。
Ether the only bones you can touch? Well, it depends on how injured you are.
选手卡杰作 Masterpiece 系
And
列，
other sus statements.
把手，也就是前面大家可以看到的这一些，已经展现给大家了。
I've never had a compound fracture. I've Where am I at? Where's oh sorry, no, where's your brother at? I don't know. It's like 7 o'clock in UK time, so I'm not sure Sam's awake yet.
冰雪节皮肤，雪花飘飘，驯鹿摇摇。12月4号，峡谷冰雪节事件正式开始有段时间了啊！跟随着圣诞驯鹿斯莫德的脚步，来到招人峡谷邂逅冬季仙灵米利欧与泽利。同时，至臻北极星神梅尔已经同步登陆神话商城，华丽衣装不容错过。
想要入手的召唤师也得抓紧了
啊！这泽利绝对顶级，各位看过了，梅尔也是了，没问题的。
You've had 2 broken ribs and a boxer's fracture? I don't even know what
斯莫德也有啊。那现在比赛
I have. Let me list these out. I've broken my upper right arm. I've broken both bones in my lower right arm. That was a Taurus fracture. I did that while blocking a football shot from a kid that was much older than me. A couple of years later, I did exactly the same thing on my other arm. So I've had like stress fractures on both my lower arms. So I guess that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you count the individual bones. I've broken the grand majority of my fingers at some point. I've broken like a hairline fracture in a metatarsal. Did that while I was going to laser tag. I like ran down a ramp and then I landed on the side of my foot. That broke it that way. Then I broke my nose. That one's pretty visible though. Someone again, like an older kid, like picked me up by the back of the neck and like threw me and ended up sliding on my face. That was pretty bad. And I think that's about it.
啊，除了 Feeler 以外，剩的4个兄弟都比较面生。对于 TT 来讲啊
，Well, TT, of course, they're kind of moving into a post-1xn world now, which is he's been like that player which they really tried to build now. It starts delayed now. I think it should start now. It should start now. If it doesn't start now, I'll be quite sad. It should start now. Actually, as one of these players, I really hope can mature into a real talent.
那指的应该是后续要加入 OMG 的有汉啊，但现在有汉还没到。我们目前 OMG 的打野仍然是来自于他们青训之前的2队效力过的选手阿依林，今年刚刚到达年龄限制登上比赛舞台的年轻选手。另一边 TT 对 T 来讲，今天压力可就大了。
You broke your ankle falling down steep metal stairs at night. Ooh, ow, that's nasty.
状态是不错的，对吧？但是这场对于 TT 来说，我觉得才是他们真正的考验。
哎 ，Feeler 有话对我们说，我们听听他想说点什么。
Yeah, there are actually some players between these rosters. I'm actually quite excited to see if they can develop. I really hope they don't just kind of sit and stall for too long.
那没办法呀。
Aichao grew out his hair almost unrecognizable. I did think he had a bit of a mane growing. You know, leave it long enough and he'll have his hair as long as me. You know? I suppose that's how growing hair works, but... What do you think between WE and LNG? Depends which version of LNG turns up. If they turn up like they did on their first games, they will be destroyed. If they turn up like they did in their other series, it should be much more competitive. Quite excited about the bot lane face-off. 1xn versus About is pretty legit, actually. That's coming later.
但对于 TT 来讲呢，其实
Top lane could be a problem for WWE. Cube, yeah, I mean, it's Cube versus Sheer. If Sheer turns up, then, you know, he's probably not having a great time there. Aris versus Bulldog. I mean, that's a matchup of... Who is FRK? They're a streamer team. They're only going to be at this tournament. It's not like they're going to be an LPL proper. Same with ZSM. They have LPL players, ex-LPL players, but they aren't, you know, as practiced or coordinated as the main teams.
就是还是能不能撑住对线期吧。毕竟现在咱们这个第一阶段就是线上的压力，我觉得给的没有特别大。这两天比赛看下来，一般都是。
What was the most painful right bone that I broke? Nose was actually completely painless, pretty much. It swelled up a bit, and there was a ton of blood, but breaking my nose wasn't painful. Yeah, no, probably one of the arm fractures for me. But argue in terms of like actual like peak amount of pain, it was getting a guitar string under a fingernail. That's probably the worst thing. OMG 2-0. I think OMG come in favored, but I'm not gonna... Look, we haven't seen enough games to call it definitively. OMG come in favored, yeah. Oh, we're into the old champion select. Okay, so the overlay's not working for this one, I guess. Right, good. They've just slapped the old overlay onto the part of the new graphics they have. ET on blue side. Wait, Grayo. Typo, isn't it? Isn't his name Rayo? Have they typoed his account name? Kind of funny. That's fair, Montes. Yeah, yeah. That's actually very fair. Yeah. Ryan 01. Oh my god, folks. It is Ryan 01. Wait, does that mean if we just keep counting up, we'll get Ryan 01, Ryan 02, Ryan 03? Wait, maybe we really are subbing out Ryan's mid-games. Got a first pick, that's alright. Do we have any obvious answers to it? Jace is banned. There is Aatrox. Yeah, they're thinking about Pantheon or Aatrox. Maybe Pantheon's a better matchup into the Kiana, because you have the point and click into the high mobility champion. It does mean that Aatrox will be available for the rest of the series. Typically played as a jungler on this patch, actually, which is maybe something which people don't expect. Varus for Starry, most likely. Starry was very good in their first series. His Aphelios was really good. TT likely to be last place. That's kind of what I was thinking right now. I think TT were really looking quite shaky. And, yeah. I mean, we've seen some up and down performances from some other teams too, despite the limited amount of games. There isn't a crazy amount to go off of, but yes.
又是岩雀又是奇亚，那你没个骑手，你们技能能中吗？对抗能打得过吗？然后何入说：“我得想想，你先把 AD 出了吧。”
Okay, so Misfortune is the laning kind of specialist. We're seeing a lot more Misfortune again. Maybe it's because of World's Finals. You know, Gimiishi in that game 5. Maybe that changed people's opinions on the pick. And the thing about Misfortune is that she's so strong in lane, she can carry someone like a weaker laning support in the Alistar through the laning phase. And then Alistar is one of the best supports in the game as long as you get out of lane. Just needs to get past that 2v2.
而且就是左边你得搬岩雀的同时，你还得考虑塞拉斯啊。
Okay, brawl into the Alistar. Helps you against the bullet time. Good combination with the Pantheon. Combination. You get the empowered W, instant stack of the Brawn passive.
2-3楼把双人组一拿，其实对上你这个维鲁斯加布隆也不舒服，
一点不舒服，对，占不到便宜，
这你也没赚到哪儿去。
看一下吧，
岩雀肯定要搬，
显得也被搬上了，看似是要拿发条。 这样搬2轮下去的话，塞拉斯要被抬上来了，这也是海潮界很愿意使用的一个英雄。
Syndra seeing a lot of play at this tournament actually.
而且是2个顶级好。
No surprise to see that ban. Both these players are Ahri players. Harry's most played by far is the Ahri. His first game mechanically was alright. I didn't like his build, but I don't mind the mind the play. That's pretty good. Wow, I can't find out. Azir and Orianna banned from the first round. A lot of mid lane bans. Now Hydra is one of the more impressive rookies that's come up in the last couple of years, I suppose. Are we reloading champion select? Are we changing the graphics? What's happening here, broadcast? What are we up to? How's that going? There we go. They're loading into the. Yeah, they basically overlay broken. They want to add it back in Silence bandwidth. Okay, so how many mid lane bans we got? Zir, Talir, Silence is 3. Another 3 on the other side. 6 banned out. Okay, alright. I mean, if you leave the R, I would imagine Harry just slams in something like the RE because he's so comfortable on it. It's okay into the Rise. Pretty good versus this comp if it's comfortable for him. I mean, if you think about just overall meta picks, might be thinking about the Cassiopeia. Yeah, Cass is pretty okay here. Pretty good into Pantheon, pretty good into Braum. It's Harry though, likely to go to the RE. It's his most played. I need to play yesterday as well. It's like his most played at like 24 games across his career. The next one is like 6. This guy's really been RE pilled and charm maxing or something. I would prefer a Nivea here. I understand that, but you know, comfort picks are comfort picks. You're going to losing matchup? Ahri is not a losing matchup versus Rise. I'd call it an even matchup. Now, I don't like the matchup. I'm personally bad at the matchup, but it's not a losing matchup. You have fine wave clear. Doesn't really get to threaten you that much. Ooh, do we get the last pick Zahen? Ooh, that could be something. Zahen's very good in extended fights, so that does lend towards anti-tank potential because of your passive getting stacked up. It's not like Zion is a bad laner, but the players are actually trading picks around before they're actually finished locked in. Just a little monsters. Okay, so the Zahen comes in, Pantheon, and that sounds like a pretty nasty combo on top side. Okay, so let's have a think about the overall team comps. TT don't have great consistent damage, but if they get that first blow in a team fight, pretty good at running away with it, I think. And it's not like OMG are hyper tanky. Have Zion to turn up to a play quickly on one side, you have Realm Warp on the other, so both teams can kind of start fights unexpectedly. In terms of laning matchups, I think OMG might have the slight advantage there. No, actually, they have a significant advantage in the laning match. The Zahen and Sion, I'm sure, in the mid game will be quite difficult for blue side to deal with. Varus Braum definitely will give Alistar some issues. I think putting my mind to it, I think I prefer red side draft, but it's not like a draft win, you know what I mean? Playable for both sides, which I appreciate. You know, it's nice to see more even games where it comes down to decision making. Sorry, I actually didn't mean to click that at all. My brain is just not on yet. Where is my brain? It's missing. I'm gonna put on 1 minute of adverts, folks, on Twitch, just so we don't get any delay to our, well, just so we don't get any pre-roll coming on as we get into game. If you'd like to avoid adverts, please consider subscribing. If you enjoy the content here, whether it is on Twitch or YouTube or, I don't know, wherever else you pick this up. Well, we're only streaming on them. Eventually, we'll start streaming on TikTok. Yes, please consider subscribing or liking or commenting. It makes a difference. It does make a difference. Anything interesting in the runes? Poke Varus, which means that the anti-tank potential is left to the top side of the map. Not that Varus has none as poke, but it's not really the same. Lethal tempo on the Misfortune, not press the attack. Electrocute mid lane for Heru. He does like going for this triple tonic as well. He's gone no bone plating, so Haicha has bone plating, so we can take some harder trades on that timing. Rest for both top laners. That's a damn good coffee. I don't know why this coffee has turned out so good. Nice, that's smooth. I think we've had a good look at these runes now, folks. I think, yep, we've had a good look at these. Don't tell me they're like pausing before they go into game. Any other thoughts on these drafts? Qiyana Ahri's fine as a mid jungle. I think I prefer Pantheon Rise because it's just more consistent in the point and click. Higher damage output technically does go to the Ahri Qiyana though. Zahin 100% ban pick and pro, not 100%, but it's up there. You think the streams are too slow even though they didn't delay? I mean, this has been easier to get into game than the previous ones. I'm not going to curse it. Would I like it to be faster to get into them? Yes, but you know. I also prefer not to have 4 hours of pauses, believe it or not. Crazy how that works.
只要有联动，就是你出了3重补剂之后，你可以有那60块钱来帮你更快的做出成装。在你做出成装之后，反线位发动，再给你返钱返回来。
就经济反正会越起越快。
Did everyone see that we got a jungle flame horizon yesterday? We got it from Rocco over Hacker. It's kind of insane. This is quite a lot. Don't tell me we're gonna pause like this for a while. They never leave runes up on screen like this for this long. They're going back to desk. They end a game. Actually, that's timed out the pause, really. The ads we had in there nicely. Good skin choice. Eldwood Ahri, one of the best Ahri skins. That's one of like my S tier Ahri skins. Really nice one. Can you turn up your mic volume? Is it that slow? Is it that I didn't realize it was that low. Is it a problem from anyone else? Is the mic volume low?
OMG 要不要选择入侵吧？其实一级这边下半区是比较无解的，这几个人。
这布隆加维鲁斯啊，主要是布隆太厉害了一节。
关键还有个潘森。
No issues to you. It might just be a you thing then, everyone in Nivea chat. I'll keep an eye on it. I'll keep that in mind. I'll speak into the mic rather than, you know, get lazy with it.
就是进来当着你面放眼。 一级玩得很主动啊，进野区请对面吃板砖。而在上方蓝 buff 处也是给到了视野。
Lethal tempo on MF, gotta be a troll. I mean, occasionally you'd see it, but you'd see that kind of thing more on. You used to see it a bit more when you saw like Blade of the Ruin King, Misfortune. The stream is just refreshing, I presume. Thank you, Huya. Appreciate that. I do find it quite funny that we have like Ryan 01 instead of Ryan 3. It's really adding credence to the multiple Ryan theory. Mic level's fine here, cool. Well, folks, if you do have any feedback for the stream, of course, it is just me in my bedroom producing this, so there's definitely things I can improve. Nice to have your opinion on it, if you've got any particular strong feelings. No harm, no foul. Do appreciate the feedback. See that the Alistair really hates playing against the Braum and the Virus. Typically, when you're playing the melee support, which has to jump in, you just end up getting just chunked out by the Braum. Braum's base damages are really nasty. Do you think this match will be competitive or one-sided based on draft? On draft, it's fairly even. This game's not going to be decided by draft. It'll be based on play amongst, and you know, decision making really. Early shove-in from bot lane for TT. Misfortune's early wave control is pretty powerful, and I think Starry and Moam didn't choose to fight for the push as much. Harry really threatening with that passive, quite high stacks there. If he gets his cooldowns back, Kashi could be in a lot of trouble. You do not want to give Zahen stack passive, but then the passive falls off basically. Kashi gets a good trade back there with the Q charge. Can you cut to a local weather segment? I don't feel good. You know, one thing, this is going to be really niche. You know the shipping forecasts? I find them really quite calming to listen to because they go on at all times of night. It's meant to be about, you know, coastal weather. And the British shipping forecast, whoever does them on the radio, very soothing. I've got to tell you. They're kind of like, you know, coastal weather segments. Maybe in the UK, because the whole country's coastline, you know. Were you ever in studio when casting LPL? We were for 23 summer finals. I never got to do the studio before that. The folks that were there before COVID, so 2018, 2019, they did live out in China for a bit, yes. I would love to do more stuff in studio. It would have been very, very cool. I don't know if I would like to live in China, because relocating to China would have been quite difficult for me, because so much of my life is over here, obviously. Teleport down towards bot side. You know, I'd like to try it in small amounts, I think I would have. If that would have been ideal. Hang on a second, I might have to blow the heal here. Okay, safe because the shield comes up, gets the damage reduction. Got the switcheroo of top lane and bot lane now. Misfortune's meant to be collecting wave on top side, but the wave's pretty much dead there, so it doesn't get the most out of that, sadly, for them. Where's Starry going? They're recalling now. I guess they'll just go back top side. Now, when you're swapping like this, the goal is you want to catch a wave as it's crashing into your tower. You don't want to be overextended, catching a wave which the other teams managed to set up. You don't want it to be frozen on you, which Ryan's managed to do on this top side, actually. So right now, it's about, 30 to... It would have been about 25 to 25-ish between the AD carries before the swap. And it would have been about, I don't know... Yeah, about the same for the top laners. So we'll check in about a minute's time, maybe a couple of minutes, and we'll see if that's led to any significant farm improvement for one of these lane matchups. Here for both carry roles of OMG. I mean, laners too with the Zarhan, but the Rise and the Varus both have their tiers in. No, yep. Fine, wave clear. That's a thing. Very even here with the Rise. The Rise gets the push in early because the E spread is quite hard to contest early. You get to the point where you get to level 8, level 9. Ori just kind of shoves in quite aggressively though into the Rise after that point. I agree, Harian. I agree. Feels really bad for LNG and Ultra Prime to have that series on day one just have to be forfeit in the way that it was. Sorry, freezing up here now. So it does look like Ryan's managed to get an amount of CS up. Not a crazy amount. And now actually Starry's managed to get the freeze, so back on that again. Rayo gets the first dragon of the game. No contest. Ult coming in. Ooh, okay, early from Keshi. Oh, that's a very overextended Harry. You can heal up a little bit here. I don't think it's going to be quite enough. He won't get his passive. Really, he has the flash. Trying to flash for that little bit of damage. I'm not sure Ryan can get there. The Q doesn't have quite enough damage. Feather might be able to snipe a kill here. Maybe. We'll see. If there's a Q auto from Harry, might save them. Flashes it. I'm not sure he kills here. If the Q comes through, I don't think you can do it. The healing for zone's too much. Oh, Feather, that's just not how you want to play against a champion with healing. Junhao doesn't have flash. He's just given a free kill over. I mean, even we could see that as he was walking up. The Q cooldown was back. There was a bit of healing. Feather, my dude, that's just not the play to make. It's not the play. Zarhan's Q on the first auto attack gives you healing. And yeah, it was off cooldown, folks. I don't know even if he needed the grass proc in there to survive. Feather had, I think he did put an ignite down. I think he did. Maybe Feather thought, oh well, I can put the ignite down, base damage combos. You're already level 4, Alistair. It's okay damage, but it's not enough at that point. Sad stuff. Sad stuff. So OMG get a free kill onto Harry. I guess he dropped a bit of farm for it, but I don't think he cares too much. Feather loses the flash too. That one's quite significant, especially in early game when you're trying to escape stuff like, Pantheon Rise, Braum. Quite difficult.
现在中路不是那种非要打到见血的，拿到兵线其实就已经完成你的任务了。
Harry going towards the Triforce Zarhan again. I would have thought that Sundered Sky would be more popular, but I suppose with so much Q spamming, I understand the Triforce. Wants to walk up and get the Demolish proc. In the new season they're changing Demolish to be a 3-hit passive on towers. Kind of like the fact that it's the charge up big satisfying bonk though. I think the satisfaction of Demolish is very strong right now. Though I suppose having it as a 3-hit passive means you actually have to spend extra time hitting the turret rather than waiting for the one big hit then backing off. Seen so many people swear by Stride Breaker for Zarhan. Yeah, I can understand that. Keshi does have his ultimate backup. I just stood down in River. This is a fight over Grubs. Harry does have teleport. That's a big old combo. Great combo. Great combo by Junhao. Gets in, gets almost all the HP of the Pantheon. I think Sign will finish that kill off. There you go. Harry gets it. There's a reset coming through. 2 down for TT. So OMG didn't end up bringing in Harry nearly soon enough. I don't know how much damage you can do here. I don't think he's in one-shot range. Hang on. It's quite a lot of damage, actually. Aisha didn't come over to assist, though. I suppose with Cleanse and Flash, quite hard to get a full kill there. There's good 2 kills there from TT. From Keshi up at the right time. Good bullet time. Really, though, the hero that plays Junhao. Good combo from him on the Kiana. Haru ends up getting a kill and assist, and he does have the Dark Seal. 3 stacks on that. Again, the golden rule is get your Dark Seal before the first fight of the game, and Reo just walks up and gets blasted. There's no vision in that brush. Quite greedy to walk up there. There were 3 people stood in there. Didn't get the Empowered E up quickly enough, and just gets a bit of skill checks, you know? Didn't have the reaction time to proc the W or flash away. Not W, prop the E or flash away. Ari going towards the cooldown boots. He really likes the Blackfire Torch Ari, which I don't know. I think in games like I think in pro games having your ult, it's not okay. Whatever, it's fine. The Blackfire's okay. It's fine. I just really like the acceleration factor of Malignance, where you can just make a second ult play happen very, very quickly. Oh, I need to remove that Moobot command for Opera Jax because the sponsorship ended last month. Well, Starry's back even with Ryan in terms of farm. Doesn't really change that much. This Poke Varus is potentially going to struggle at later points in the game, but for now, you know, good damage onto the side. I think this is dead sign, you know. Doesn't have the ultimate. Down Keshi goes. Reo picks up the kill. 1,000 gold behind Jun Hao though after a good fight in top side and has bought himself up the Propane Hydra. And Hao has flash, has ult. Kiana's pretty good against Ryze too. You know, a lot of the time when you see Kiana with Ryze, it's them on the same team because they have a very good setup knockdown combo. Point and click of the Ryze. Kiana just gets free skill shots. However, I will say that Kiana has so much damage that, and Ryze is quite low range, that you can't really do much to the Kiana. Plus also, you can go invisible and stop him from getting W on him. I've been off planet recently. What the heck is a Zahen? New champion, basically a Darkin who has inhabited the body of Shinzao. So Shinzao is dead now in lore. And Zahen is now inhabiting their body in the way that, you know, technically Rast would do to Kayn if he won the fight, etc., etc. And Varus does with Varus. Ooh, bit slow there. It does have cleanse. Isn't working as knockups though. Has to flash away from the Brawl Malts. Yeah, Atakan ended up killing Shinzao because Yunara was not doing good enough DPS, you know. So, you know. Blame Yunara. And also the fact that Shen, Karma, Aurelia, Akali, like the entire of the Kinko Order were just like AWOL for that lore event for reasons unknown. I just... What were they doing with just like the rest of the Ionian champions, man? Where were they? Like, there's no one left to defend us. Did they not clock in for their shift today? Where did they go? Dragon's up. OMG did have a quick poke in there, but didn't stick around too long. No Aurelia or Yasuo? Well, I mean, I don't know what point it is in the timeline for that bit, but Yasuo might actually be on his journey over towards Bilgewater, etc. at that point. This is not really their job. Starry does flash away. Good ult onto Feather to stop him from minion taxi into a headbutt pulve. Well, headbutt on a minion. That is the minion taxi. Yasuo is on a gap yar. Yeah, Ken and Karma are also not present. Reo, my dude, you're getting caught out by these bush baits an awful lot. I think he's going to die again just before the objective. Clean kill, another pick off from Feather onto the jungler. Good charm, stops out the blast cone. Is that a full kill? No malignance damage there. Doesn't have the Blackfire built up completely yet either. Harry jumps over the wall. Harry forces out a little bit of a panicked retreat by stopping the blast cone with the charm. Does stop the last displacement that would apply to the blast cone jump. Good charm though. That's a Nymaera certified charm. Nymaera approved. I think my favorite charms on Ahri are ones which stop dashes unexpectedly. So if you know, catch someone mid dash as they try to, you know, do stuff like the blast cone or in a lantern or whatever. Then there are which one do I prefer more? Corner snipes or hitbox snipes? Corner charms or I think my second favorite ones are like the corner charms where you start your charm animation, you flash to the side to change the angle. Charming phase rush is also a really good that's also a very funny interaction. It's very good against the Ryze matchup. One of the reasons why Ryze can actually be quite bad into Ahri in limited scenarios where he procs phase rush, gets hit by charm and just runs it, you know, turbo speed into your team because he has slow resist, which does shrug off the charm slow resist. And then I think my favorite ones are hitbox snipes, where champion hitboxes are significantly larger than minions. So even though it looks, in some cases, that you're stood behind a minion, you can still get charmed. And it's very unexpected. Those ones are really satisfying to land because there's quite a slim margin where effectively champion hitbox will still just kind of pop in front of the minion one unexpectedly and you can catch people off guard. Very hard to land them consistently though. That's more like a lucky shot that you get those. Black Fire built up from Heru now. I think he was the guy that went for Cosmic Drive second. Was he our Horizon Focus builder? Can't remember. My favorite build is still Malignant's Lichbane. Well, technically Malignant's Magi's, and then you chuck a Lichbane in. And just the amount of move speed you get on top of the crazy amount of damage you get ahead of the game is kind of crazy. Your favorite interaction is when people flash Ash arrow, not realizing that the hitbox is in the tail. Yep, it's in the fletching, not in the head of the arrow. It looks graphically better. It does flow better. If it procced on the front of the arrow, it would look really weird that the arrow just popped out of existence because it just contacted someone at the front of it because it's quite a big particle. You understand why it's towards the back of the particle because it makes it look better graphically, but can occasionally cause some confusion, yes. Herald alive. Okay, tell you what, TT, 2,000 gold lead, Junhao leading the charge. We did say, you know, well, OMG probably looked, I guessed a little better. Ryan and Feather looked quite bad in laning phase. Oh, not again. Surely you can't just get caught out of the same brush again. They end up getting caught up by Chai Chow. Bullet time's okay, but not fantastic. Teleport coming in now from Harry, and now you don't have bullet time. This might be the fight which OMG are looking for. How good is this ultimate? Can he get the passive? He doesn't quite get it just yet. Can they get him before the revive comes through? It's so close. There he does. He gets the GA. That's it. Harry gets the GA on the Zahen. Gets his passive stacked up, and I think this might even end up being almost a full team ace. All right. Keshi will survive, so it's only a 3 kill. Harry also surviving towards the top side. I think if Keshi had died, they could have maybe chased onto Harry on the top side as well. Harry, great value on the Zahen. Effectively, folks, you kind of think of like a Darius passive on him, where if you get multiple hits on the same target with that bar under his health bar, he gets a crazy amount of stats and also a revive on top of it too, like old Aatrox. Not the best start. You see, you know, you've used the Alistar ult, you've used the Kiana ult, you've used the MF ult, you only hit boom, basically. Which means that even though Zahen flies into the enemy team, crazy amount of damage from that. They don't get to finish him off. Ends up getting the passive stacks up, which from that Junhao, who tunnels very deep for that. Can't finish off the kill. The thing is though, look, that moment, Zahen looks really strong. And I think he is strong in some individual matches. But if Zahen doesn't get an extended time to stack up his passive, he's not that strong. If you don't get passive on Zahen, you are not that threatening. Reminder about the format, folks. These are, I want to say they're 4-team groups. Top 2 after a single round robin of best of 3s goes through to the next stage. TT, wait, what are the scores for all the teams right now? I should have cleared up on that. So OMG are 1-0. They beat the streamer team ZSM. They're a 0-2. I think ZSM, technically they could go through on a 1-2. LGD are 2-0 in this group, and then TT are a 0-1. If OMG win this, then TT are out and ZSM are out. Yeah. So this one will qualify. Yeah, this will qualify LGD and OMG if OMG win. And then TT and ZSM will be out. I like when people try to enter a Rise portal but misclick so they get left out. Yes, there is, again, kind of for satisfaction reasons. If you are in the Rise ult, but you've clicked out of it on the edge, it can sometimes cause some issues. Back into live, though, and much less about portals. Now you're thinking with redemptions, I suppose. Varus ult hits. I think Feather might just die here. Zahen's getting, again, towards that passive mark, and at that point, you really want to get out of dodge. Harry, yeah, he's got the passive now. That stats is going to cause some problems. He's going to start chasing down. Realm Mop forwards. Bringing a teleport to the play, why not? TT bite off more than they can chew. You don't lose a single member somehow. Even though TT had some good damage down him, 3 lost from TT. They've lost the Dark Seal stacks on Heru, that's a big loss too. Ari really wants to be ahead of the game, and losses like that are really not great. Don't know how he's going to be spotted poking his head around there if he heads out of that brush. Won't stick around for anything else. OMG will get themselves their second dragon. Yeah, Rise portals, effectively, if you are... if you're in the ult just on the edge and you teleport and you click out of it, it will not collect you. And the same if you're just outside of it and you're clicking in, it will collect you in ways which you don't expect. He ends up getting knocked up. I think this is probably a dead high chair. He doesn't have a teleport, doesn't have the ult. Hang on, no, they're teleporting in. They want to defend this. If this goes long enough, they might get a Zahen really starting to stack up the passive. Going forward. Oh my god, he's doing so much. He's 4-0-2. What is this champion? They just don't... Zahen's just going to pop off. He's got his passive now too. He can get his ult in 5 seconds. He has the revive. I mean, I think that Zahen just carries this fight, no? Got ult in a couple of seconds. Passive wears off. 5-0-4. Harry putting on a performance on the champion. Hydra does go down. I thought it was just going to be a free kill, but OMG, I mean, correctly called that they could bring people down to the play and bail out 2 kills in return. They end up turning it into a winning play. Credit to him. Okay, so Atacon started up now. Jonah trying to get an angle for his ult, presumably. He's still very powerful. No charm angle through the minions, and he's just dead. Whoa! Forcing out the ult from Ari as he ults himself. He doesn't have the passive this time. Trying to get the damage from the Sundered Sky. Needs the healing. Try if he can stack up that passive. He can get that revive. No Q from the Ari. Gets blocked by the Braum shield. Zahen lives. And you can see this knife's edge that TT are trying to play on. Where they're trying to deny Harry his passive, stop the revive, and kill him before he can come back again. And they're just not managing it. And even insult to injury, they've not even managed to proc the revive even after that's come through, I suppose. A little too late at that point. Very good Braum ult here. Double redemptions go down. Kiana ult gets thrown. But again, it's not a great Kiana ult. It's just onto the Pantheon. It's not a full combo. Everyone else gets to fly in. The Avengers assemble. Starry just throwing down arrows. Harry gets his passive stacked up, and the coordination from TT's not quite there at the start of the fights. It was around the objectives when they had, you know, Feather and Junhao both kind of zeroed in on one target with enough damage to kill them. I think now they're behind the game by a significant amount. It's only going to get worse, of course, too. And now Harry's even got himself the upgraded boots, so he's going to have extra defensive stats. Is there anyone else coming in? I think he might just die for free here. Alright, finally, free kill for TT. This one doesn't have a defensive action by OMG. OMG have taken a couple of turrets around the map, bot lane outer and mid lane outer. They will finally have one of their own fall in return, top lane outer. TT get a pick, they get an objective bounty, top lane turret. Herald summoned in mid lane, I guess that was timing out. Horizon Focus from Herald. Okay, he's a Horizon Focus builder. We saw the Cosmic Drive the other day from... I don't remember who played it, actually. I don't remember if it was High Chow or not. Herald gets 0 value. Yeah, they don't really use it that effectively there. I suppose if they had to use it, gotta use it. Could have used it as a Battle Herald, though, at least. Feels like that was a bit of a waste. OMG was gone from last split due to relegation. Yeah, so in split 2, they ended up finishing bottom 2 in the LPL alongside RNG, and both of them did not see play in split 3. Harry is strong enough to maybe just take this fight, by the way. We'll lose the Gromp. Junhao will steal that away. He's doing pretty well individually still. Only gold lead for TT. Actually, I don't think he's in real trouble here. He has flash and ult. It's just a question of how much he has to use. He uses the ult, goes unstoppable through the Braum ult. Good wave clear there from Ryan, actually. Stops the turret going down. On the other side, TT get bot lane out. They're starting to split the map, and no, they got the top lane out of turret and the kill. They get the bot lane out of turret, getting some gold back. Now they're at the point where objective bounties are off. They've clawed back some decent gold. OMG haven't got crazy amounts out of the map. Minute till Dragon. Don't take the top lane out in a turret. That one survives. But yes, OMG should still be in the LPL for 2026. However, FPX they have given their spot back to LPL effectively. LPL have reclaimed their spot, and we believe the same has happened for RNG, but there's no official announcement about that.
就征服者雅恒的话，216你往下爬，应该是会爬到398，有这个精确数据，因为玩过。
Ryan 2 level down. Sorry, no, it's Ryan 1 actually on screen, or Ryan 3 on the side of the screen. So it's not Ryan 2 levels down. It's yeah. Well, actually, oh wait, yeah, maybe the extra. What do the numbers mean, Mason? Charm wasted a little bit there. Ryan 1 level down.
但关键现在有点出不来这条龙，应该是要给。就把大龙守住。
For those of you that weren't tracking OMG last year, they had a different mid jungle last year. They had Charlotte and Linfeng in mid lane. Linfeng was the main starter, and then Charlotte came in later in the year, despite the fact that we thought that Linfeng was actually pretty good. And then their jungler was, I want to say Tianjin? I was Hung for a little bit too. He's now actually on, gosh, who's he playing for in this tournament? Because he's ended up on a team as well. Hung wasn't fantastic, and he's come back and he's doing alright actually. He was pretty impressive the other day. Got LGD, who looked like the strongest team in this group. Tung Yuan and Hung. New jungle mid for them. They've been looking pretty good. In terms of early, yeah, we haven't seen any of the better LPL teams play, right? But in terms of this group stage, LGD is probably the team which is consistent. Well, I haven't played that much, but they're the team which I think has shown the most promise so far, for me so far. Game's slowed down now. OMG, full control over most of these pushing lanes. You can see how much random vision they have. There are 2 pink wards from TT onto the bot side of the map, one going around enemy blue buff, one a little bit into that bot lane.
他主要身上这个小反甲在，其实雅恒也吸不起来，回不了多少血。是的。
See, that vision control leads to moments like this too. Sign ult stops. I don't know if they have the damage to kill him, actually. You know, I appreciate the attempt, but realistically, do you have the damage between a Braum and a Pantheon to kill them? Not sure about that. Heru really wanted to pull the trigger, and he's doing quite well there. Good play from Heru to realize the overstep from Reo. On the other side, though, solo kill from Starry onto Feather, who's just died despite the fact that he had the ult. Presume that Starry just hits the ult. He's not used flash or anything either. Feather didn't have the chance to flash, it looks like. Starry must have just caught him out. Feather didn't use that flash. So good pick off by Starry. And he's been having a pretty good time of things in the tournament so far. Not really been that interactive in this game in terms of main character energy, but still sat there at 504, putting out good value. Hi, Chow. Dodge that, Macho. Ooh, worrying that for a second. Harry gets a 3-man W. I don't think he's going to survive here. Oh, I'm completely wrong. This champion heals too much. The Q ends up killing him with the sweet spot. Harry does finally kill Harry for the first time this game. That's a great bullet time. OMG, you've gone too far. They've gone way too far. Diving under the turret. They've lost 4 members. Pantheon had died beforehand. TT managed to get so much back. Ari dies in the midst of things somehow. But the Realm Warp just brings everyone out on the top of Alistair, who's switched over towards the Smite. Folks, Feather is a spellbooked Smite. They switched over to spellbooked Smite so they can go towards Baron. They actually might want to take Baron right now, even though there's a potential contest from, I guess, Reo coming in, but there will actually be a Smite from the support spellbook. Oh my gosh. OMG, they are, well, yeah, topical that, isn't it? Reo's going to walk over, put a ward in. Again, they do have a Smite in the Alistair. Feather might just try and play Gatekeeper instead. Takes away the Blast Cone. Reo would now have to ult into the pit. You'd have to ult into the pit to get access to it. Quite low HP. Reminder, that Jungle Smite is more powerful than Support Smite. Moham's coming over as well. He can put some vision down. Now, there might be a Headbutt Pulverize to keep him away. Now, suddenly, Jun has back in. He needs to ult into the pit. It's going to be too late. And now he might just die on the entry as well. Sankyu is charged up. It's a little bit too early, though. Harry gets a kill. Great play from him. Goes golden. Doesn't have flash to get out of this. Might need it. Will die in return. Maybe not worthwhile for him. Does mean they're down a Baron buff now. And it's only in trade for the support. Great turnaround by TT, though, after punishing massive oversteps from OMG. First one was Haru realizing that Pantheon had gone too far. This is the kill onto Alistair, which we didn't know exactly how it happened. Did cleanse out, but even with the Alistair ult, just too much damage from Varus. Too much damage from them. And right here, this is where the real egregious plays happen, because Haichao realizes, you know, he's got a decent amount of damage. Harry thinks, you know, I can skill check them. I think once this W hits into the 3-man skewer, they think they're in a good position, and they don't quite realize you are still diving under a turret. This is still okay, because you end up getting a ton of healing. Q sweet spot hits, and then everyone walks into this and just gets blasted. Scion Q bullet time flash headbutt pulverize. Like, in what world is that a good realm warp to go through? Haichao, my dude, you may have just sent your team into the abyss.
B甲可以取消上车，
但我感觉他这波他也蛮想上的，他觉得已经到那个追击时刻了，猎杀时刻到了，你知道吧？禁域已经准备收割了。
他没想到猎的那么快，直接飞别人脸上去了。
只能说有内鬼，好吧？这打完了又不对了。
啊，左边有大龙 buff 哟。这赛恩来帮忙抢这个中线。
而且现在这个大赛恩，说实话打不动，真打不动。这把还是个 poke 维鲁斯。
Okay, Realm Up. Sees him out safety. Sorry, I had to reply to some messages, see if Sam was around. Sam's going to take a break today, I think, folks. Voice is a bit raw. Dragon spawning now. Would be a Hextech Soul for OMG. They've stacked them pretty well throughout the day. Starry, good poke. This Varus has got some items, man.
但这波狐狸不在啊，这个龙魂啊，兄弟，怎么说得踢出来了。
And now OMG have managed to brute force themselves into River. Teleport coming in from Harry. He's been playing quite well on the Ori again. This guy's actually been quite impressive on it. Johanhad looking for the steal. If he does get it, he would deny the soul. Can they get Pantheon away from the objective? They can. All right, they just end up punting the Pantheon away to make sure it's not really a smite fight, and he's just gone down. 2 kills already to the side of TT as well. Starry obliterates right with an arrow. Haru, how much damage has he got? Barrier comes through. Good swing back on the Q. The charm misses. I think Starry might have just outplayed Haru. Very close to killing that. Can't quite get it, but he does survive. Harry is alive, though, himself. He has the GA. He has an ultimate as well. Ready to cast it onto someone. Johanhad is slowed. I think he doesn't have the cooldowns to catch Starry because of that. But having on the back end, so it ends up being 3 for 2 in favor of OMG, actually, despite the good start to the fight and the dragon secured by TT. OMG come away with the extra kill.
很弱，他差点把狐狸也给秀了，最后一丝血开了个金身没死，你看一眼。
这波其实 TT 对于龙的把握是好的，就是赛恩跟牛头合力把潘森顶走。
Okay, so this was the initial fight. Now, Harry gets himself through to his passive, and again, if Zahan gets his passive, those disgusting things. And this is the bit of the fight we didn't see, really. But Haichao was still full HP, and Harry just kind of guns him down as well. I think TT are actually quite lucky to escape with Harry's life, too. That was almost a very, very clean dive onto Starry. Almost killed the very fed Varus again.
但实际上 TT 领先大量集中于 君豪一个人身上，但齐亚娜其实面对瑞兹跟亚恒这两个半肉。
Zahan when he's in range is disgusting. Yes, he's very much like, you know, he's not dissimilar to someone like a Shinzao in some ways, right? Where if he actually does get into the thick of things, is a real pain. Or someone like Aatrox, who's so disruptive, and if he actually starts getting rolling in the back of a team fight, you're like, okay, he's got not Conquest active, but you know, he just starts to roll through things.
但这俩兄弟是齐亚娜两套都被你打得死，打1v1了。
Alright, Pantheon onto the side lane. I mean, this time you have Pantheon with the Zahan. Do they have a Black Cleaver? They do. It's on the Pantheon. That'll help a lot. Stack up the Black Cleaver. I think Ashi probably just dies now. They will. There's too many extra cancels as well. Very unlikely for him to be able to teleport out. He'll try and clear the wave. They're at a little bit of it, sure, but there's another one coming. Takes him a long time to die, but end of the day, a bit decorative, isn't it? Goes down for his, was that his 5th or his 6th death of the game? For when it updates on the scoreboard for Scion, actually. 0 and 5 for him. Finally goes down after that zombie form. Baron respawning in under a minute. Death Cap for Haichao. Nice hat for him. Void Staff as well. Very, very strong upfront damage from the Rise. Like, I think whenever a champion builds Death Cap Void Staff, you just realize that if they do get their damage on target, it will be a nuke. It's just, you don't get extra utility from that build. Death Cap Void Staff is the best raw damage combo you get for the grand majority of AP scaling champions in the game. However, it doesn't give you HP, it doesn't give you cooldown reduction. It just gives you the raw damage stats. Full build for Starry. Hasn't upgraded his boots. That's the one thing he hasn't done. He has a GA just to make things extra safe for him. So I suppose on the other side, actually, Misfortune's done exactly the same thing, and they don't have boots to upgrade, so they're truly full build. 34 minutes in, they've gotten a lot of farm, of course. NCS a minute, as you expect for teams funneling things towards their AD carries. The top laners are the champions which have had less resources this game. OMG scales better, right? I think they do. I think once you get into the late game, you have Rise, Zarhen, which just do so much. Not that Ahri doesn't scale well, or Silent doesn't scale well in some cases as well. Silent does, but it's just, in this game, I think OMG have too much damage. Right, Harry looking for a charm out of Fog of War. Does get one onto the Pantheon, half HP. Good damage onto him. This Bush Spray has been working very well against them. Oh my god, yep, that's the Rise scaling. Has the bursty combo, and always takes the head off of two others as well. Charm coming in from Heru. Heru is really trying, you know. This Ahri game has actually been very good from the new mid laner of TT. Coming over from LCK Challenge, just flash out of the charm. I think that'll be the end of the fight. Say that, maybe I spoke too soon. Harry's still alive, though. Harry's still alive, and that's why you buy Guardian Angel. Starry potentially could go for an arrow. Doesn't get hit by that Q backswing. Harry may be able to bush bait that. Starry's being aware of it. Where's that charm coming from? Fog of War. Arrow, where's it going? He gets him. He gets him. Blind arrow. Good snipe from Starry. Harry goes down. The hero of TT, but it's a little bit of a tragic tale. OMG, they are the team which have largely come out better at these fights. They're actually behind a little bit in gold, of course. TT have managed to do quite well with that. Baron is still alive, by the way. Close game. Close game. Good charm out of Fog of War. I think Rayo's really not been great at reactively pulling the E to skill shots and playing well around the Fog of War. So this Pantheon's not really managed to impact these fights. Luckily, you've got just this disgusting Zarhen who just manages to find that gap in the team fight to stack up his passive. And as we've said before, if this passive gets stacked up, well, you're in for a really bad time. Yeah, starting to see some of that real top-end value from the Zarhen. If you manage to get him rolling in a team fight, he just runs you through. Hey, Kites, how's it going? Good to see you. Is Lethality Varus better in general now? Kind of miss on hit Varus. It was. They've nerfed Lethality Varus time after time. It was nerfed going into Worlds again, but it just keeps clawing back. It just keeps coming back, you know. The build is very good, just thematically, stylistically. Poke Varus is, you know, it's a long-range champion that consistently provides damage output, has a good laning phase, and also provides utility / engage to the team with his ult. Baron going down. I'm onto half HP. Silent used backwards to avoid the Braum ultimate. I think this is going to go down to TT, and then we'll see what the Ahri can do, really. Gets a little bit of damage down. The Varus ult misses. Baron is down. Haichao flashed onto. He's separated from the team, but he goes golden through the Qiyana ultimate. No flash. He needs to get some damage off. It's so close, but he can't get an extra rotation. Heru will see the GA come up from the Zarhen used for the first time this game. And it means that he won't go down, but at the end of the day, TT will end up getting themselves, what, 4 Barons out? It's just the Scion who ends up dying? 4 Barons getting a kill onto Haichao, very good for TT. Even with the Hex Soul on the side of OMG, they have 30 Petals from the Atakan. They've got Hex Soul with 3 Hex Dragons. You'd expect OMG to have so much more fighting power. It's just not working out like that. Haichao's been caught out a couple of times now on the Rise on the side of things. Been caught out by one person. The rest of the people then follow up. Heru, as we've been talking about, actually doing very good playmaking on the Ahri to threaten one of the carries, at least on OMG. Holy moly, that Hextech Varus damage is really good. You can see there. Now, Ahri with a QW. Been doing pretty good work. Sadly, Heru doesn't have a death cap in his build, so he's not scaling as hard as an Ahri could do, and of course didn't go for something like the Magi. He needs to be so careful there. Gets caught by it, doesn't. He does have the Zhonyas. So he didn't have the flash. Damage onto him, so that's Varus ult for Zhonyas. Yeah, if he had a death cap and he had a void staff, people would be getting obliterated at this point. He's going for like the higher cooldown build to have more safety and more charm uptime. He's still doing good damage anyway. It's just he could be actually solo carrying if he had, you know, stacked Magi's in a perfect scenario. I don't think he would have got that with the KDA he has this game, which is fine. Again, it's not the role he's been playing. He's been playing for utility and risky dives. The Magi's does actually lose some value at that point, for sure it does. think he might have gone too much cooldown reduction, though. The Crypt Bloom, I think that's a step too far. You could have gone towards the Void Staff for just better raw damage. You already have cooldown boots, you have Blackfire, you have Horizon Focus, you have a lot of cooldown reduction. Even going towards the Banshee's last, I do wonder whether he just needed the Death Cap for just raw damage. He's doing good damage. He's almost killing a number of people in these fights, but he doesn't quite have the stats to take down the first target on his own. Can someone explain briefly what Zahen does for me? His passive is kind of like old Aatrox passive where he gets a random revive, but it's also like a Darius passive in the way that it has like a ton of extra stats when you max stack it. That's when you get the revive. His Q is like kind of like Shinzao Q. W, kind of like Pike Q, but AoE. That's a good teleport coming in behind. This is the Zahen. Here comes the Realm Warp, who's coming through on that. It's Reo, gets the flash stun in. I think he's gone too early, though. Everyone else is not there. Bullet time's pretty good on Tomohome. I think this is looking okay for TT. I say that. The Misfortune's down. Harry, how much can he do? He has a GA, and he has his passive. 3-man ultimate coming out of Zahen. That's a lot of damage. Harry's into it, misses his charm. How much can Harry do? Goes down into his passive. Remember, he starts the GA after that, too. There's a charm coming right after. This might just be a soloed out. I don't know, man. You got a lot of revives, but no one's coming to help you. Everyone's backed off. He's going to lose his passive and his GA for free. He's got a good amount of healing, but they just kite him out. And OMG, it's a bad Realm Warp play. They completely threw this game around the bot lane in a turret around a Realm Warp. And this one was just mistimed again. Poor Starry's got to sit there going like, guys, I've only died once this game. I'm 10-1-7. Can we stop inting, please? Feather, he's probably just going to die here, right? Yep, he had no ult. Had the flash, but you can't use that when you've been hit by a Varus ultimate. Goes down for his 8th death of the game. Starry really trying to keep things together. Aicho has been struggling to get damage ever since kind of the mid-game ended, really. TT, credit to them. Mistakes were made for OMG, but they're actually picking up the pieces quite well. The Realm Warp, just the timing wasn't right. It was too early. Too early. They should have cast it a little bit later, because 3, 4, 5 seconds maybe. 4 or 5 seconds too early. And then when you're against the wall, you know, get the extended Alistair combo. Haichai can't do really much after that point. He had flash too in that fight. Looks like at the bottom of the screen. Now the problem is Zahen's passive is on cooldown and his GA is on cooldown too, so he doesn't get the double revive for the next one. So even if he gets passive next time, he won't actually get the revive. The revive is like a Zac passive in the sense that it's like a 5-minute cooldown. It'd be basically same cooldown as the GA item, as you can see on the bottom of your screen. He does have Death Stance, flash away from the Scion ultimate. Actually wondering whether Haru could full send it there, you know. Haru has got himself the Banshees, is full build, no death cap. I do wonder whether Haru could have gone more damage here, you know. Haru does actually do very good late game. She weirdly falls off in damage compared to a lot of people in mid game, or like towards the end of mid game. But once you hit like Death Cap Void Staff, Ahri is one of the better scaling champions in the game. Weirdly, big fight starts coming through. Haichai actually gets some damage through there. Does get hit by the Kiana. The bullet time's ridiculous. The bullet time's insane. Gets so much damage down. Haru has one last ult charge. Has himself a Zhonya's to use too. Jumps forward, gets the flash out of the Varus. He might have gone golden a little bit too late. Haru, how much damage can he get with his ultimate? Will he survive through to it? No. He doesn't have his passive. And he doesn't have the GA. Those revives burned earlier. Not enough. And folks, this might be a TT somehow clutch win unless Starry can somehow save the game. 6,000 gold lead in the jungle as Junhao has decapitated Reo time after time. I know that the game, it feels like it's been, you know, kind of about stopping the Zahen. Talked a lot about Hera in terms of the playmaking. Let's quickly recap on everyone else, though. Junhao, 6,000 gold ahead of the Pantheon. Reo, Elder Dragon going to go over towards TT. Reo has struggled a lot. He has struggled an awful lot this game. He's been caught out from beginning a game to the end of it. Very much been struggling to make his mark in a positive way. AD carries. There's a crazy lead for Ryan there, and that bullet time was insane. I will say, I don't think this game is on Starry. I think Starry has been really trying his best. Only died the once. The gold lead might say one story. I think the game is another one. Reo's in position to potentially look for a steal with an ult here, but I don't think it's worth it. Dying here might actually cause you a lot of issues. So you're going to have to go for the Gumayushi angle instead. See if you can get himself a big old arrow across the wall. Yeah, everyone knows it. He has the W arrow. He has the W arrow. Lands the ultimate there. Doesn't want to cast his arrow there. He needs to keep it off cooldown. W's going to start getting charged up now. How much can he get done? It's going to get taken by TT. And I think Reo's going to die for that anyway. All right. Sayonara Pantheon dies anyway. We thought, well, it might not be worth it. I'm going in. Could have just tried to steal the Varus ultimate. No, he dies anyway. 4 and 7 now is the Pantheon. 7,000 gold lead to Junhao. Let's start cracking open a Red Bull. It's going long this one. They have Elder, I just noticed. Yep, they took Elder just before they got that Baron, so I'm going forwards. They only have it for a minute, but that's quite a long time in the grand scheme of things. Oh god, Keshi's gone very, very deep there, and even though they have Elder, it's not enough. The bullet time doesn't get that many shots onto Starry either, and they might have gone too far for this now. Oh no. Oh, TT, they might have gone too far. Now the problem is you've got Varus who can just keep going for forever like this, and the Hextech slow is really dangerous. Careful flashing forwards there. There is, of course, still, you know, the damn Elder Dragon you've got to worry about. Ults, cleanser, good damage. Potentially on the table there. Sorry, if it hits another skill shot, that's a problem. Has a spell shield. The Q comes through. The Elder is very, very scary there, but again, it's not the highest damage Ahri build. That Q actually legitimately could have killed in another world with another build. Oh, we're really into the weeds of it now, folks. We don't have long pauses. We've got long games on the table today. Elder is now very close to wearing off. 30 seconds. One more wave it would apply to. Full builds coming out from a lot of people. Do you wonder whether Haru should just sell something like his Horizon Focus and get a death cap, you know? Or replace the Crypt Bloom with the Void Staff? I do wonder. Tell you what, quite confusing having Heru and Heri in the same game. That one's caught me out a couple of times, but no one noticed. So what are the win conditions now? Random pick opportunities by Kiana and Ahri seem very powerful. The bullet time can instantly end a fight if it's good enough. Good enough then. However, on the other side, well, it's a little bit harder for OMG, actually, I think, because they're quite low range. You do have your revives back up for the Zahen now. If Harry can get into the backline and threaten Ryan so the bullet time can't really be cast at will, that's obviously a huge win. Starry's poke is the other one. If this Varus gets huge value by getting a chunk onto the Ahri or the Kiana after their spell shields are down, that's a huge win. You see right there, the Hex Tech slow really helps him land skill shots and gets a little bit of extra damage on there too. Sion, Kesh, you got to be a little bit careful there. He's actually not that tanky into the hyper late game against someone like a Ryze. You've got about a quarter of the HP down actually from a quick trade. For a Sion, that's actually quite a significant amount. Spell shield not blown on Starry. That was wondering whether the REW would tag onto him. Not quite. X-Soul, again, getting some good value there. Keshi doesn't care about the Varus. Everyone else does. Varus ult lands, but there's the Mikhails. Good damage onto Ryan. But then there's a route onto the Sion. He's ulting forwards now. Don't think he's going to get the spell shield there. That's too far, friend. That's too far again. Feather's going forwards. The bullet time. I don't think it's enough. Oh, no, TT. I think TT might have just thrown it. I think TT might not have got the ults they needed. It's going to get quite close there. Harry gets the passive. He has himself too much stats to work with now. And I wonder whether TT might have overcooked a little bit too much. There's a lot of kill screens to the background. Starry reviving from the GA. He'll come back up again. He has another life. OMG win the fight to defend their base. Are they going to teleport up towards the top line? I think it's the end of the game. I think it's the end of the game. TT, I think they screwed it. They didn't get a good enough bullet time. They ended up letting Zahen into the backline, and Haichao finally got some good damage in the late game team fight too. And despite having a 7.5 thousand gold advantage, Junhao may end up losing this game. 4,000 gold advantage in the AD carry role. Also, same result. OMG, they were in control of the game, nearly threw it. TT threw it back at the Nexus, and after 47 minutes, OMG will take game 1 of the series. Well, that was a game of all time, folks. That was a game of all time. Hey, Vestian, how's it going? You turned up just in time to see one of the games of all time. Well, both teams took their time, took their turns in, you know, having a good throw at it. The one thing we're learning about this tournament is what Zahen can do. That's pretty much the one thing that we're learning from this. This champion, if he gets into the backline and gets passive stacked, is very strong. Very strong. Wow, that was a weird advert cropping up there. TT Thunder Throw. How have I never called them Thunder Throw Gaming before? Peppermint, that's inspired. I will steal that. You hear me say that from now? You know that you inspired it. Thunder Throw Gaming. Oh my god, that's all. What the hell? 80,000 damage? That's insanity. Insanity. Yeah, this is game 1, folks. This is just game 1. Bloody hell. And even with that, Rayo he struggled a bit there, didn't he? This was not a good game from the Pantheon. This was not a good game then. I'm going to have to go chuck on some adverts, folks, because we're out of pre-roll. At some point. Ah, whatever. Wait for a little bit. That was an experience, folks. Well, we had some fun team fights. It was dramatic. Look, folks, if I'm going to tune into Demacia Cup, if I'm going to tune in for Demacia Cup, I kind of just want to see some just spaghetti gaming, where, you know, it's just falling out of the pockets. It's just, but it's fun. There's a sense of drama. This game should have been over, and then this play happened, where we're thinking, oh wow, Zahan really broken, really crazy, and then this realm warp happens right after, and we're like, wow, they really just realm warped into a Scion Q, a Bullet Simon and Alistair combo to throw the game. Oh god. Oh man. What is that? What is that? Whew. I'm sad for Heru. Heru's actually quite a good Ahri player. He can see the aggressive angles. Did he miss a couple of charms? Yes, but he saw the angle. I don't like his builds. I think that if he was a higher damage build, he actually could have one-shot some people in some more clutch moments in this game. I think going too heavily into utility really hurt him this game. It really hurt him towards the end. Really excited for the 8th LCP team announcement. Yes, there's some... From what I was hearing, there were rumors of, what, Frank or Ground Zero, right? So we could get ourselves another OS team into LCP again. After, you know, one of them was relegated. It'd be really sad to see LCP without an OS team, but then again, Frank were actually pretty significant in PCS before LCP kind of evolved. How did he revive 3 times? Well, he revives 2 times because he's got GA and his passive. So he's kind of like having old Aatrox passive with a revive-ish. Basically, if you charge up your passive, you get a revive as long as it's off cooldown. Oh, this fight was just disastrous. This fight was disastrous, man. They all lined up for just crazy AoE damage. Feel bad for Junhao. Junhao and Heru had a really good game. Even if it is GZ, they have to go as a PCS team. Oh, really? And they played in PCS 24, so they I didn't realize that. I didn't realize. I mean, Starry gets player of the game. That's fair. He was so consistent, man, folks. So consistent. Well, I'm gonna go get myself another drink. I'm gonna put some adverts on. So sit pretty and get ready for game 2, I guess.
至少还有1把，搞不好还有2把。
对，我说不管怎么样，就这种局打完了，教练肯定得复盘一下。
宝贝，现在就盲猜啊，雷鸣应该就是2只脚收着，因为他平时喜欢那种2只脚坐在那个电顶上玩。
而且他这把14-1嘛，就唯一死那波，就那波上车死了。
就原来这游戏死2波游戏要记了吗？
就不能死。
就他现在应该抱着腿缩在椅子上面，我盲猜。
就是属于那种死1次基地开始冒烟，要
死2次炸了，
死2次这把应该就输了，你知道吧？
天。 那我们也接到消息，现在 TT 最终选择了蓝色方啊，下一把的选边已经展现给大家了。神奇。那我们稍稍休息，一会儿回来看这一把巅峰对决的下一场。 好的，屏幕前的观众朋友，欢迎回来，这里是正在为您直播的2025德玛西亚杯小组赛第一赛段的比赛现场。刚刚结束了一场旷日持久的大战 ，TT 对阵 OMG 的第一局，现在来到第二局了。
我只能说，这才是咱们想看的这个涅槃大战，好吧？就是主打一个激烈，主打一个有悬念。
最后一刻前你想不到谁会赢，
你真想不到，这把这个局势是属于那种来回反转。
是啊。哇，只能说上把10个人里只有一个终极竞力先生 Starry。 就我觉得尽力形容他都不够了，
主要左边我感觉也有尽力的，左边的双 C 说实话挺尽力的。狐狸虽然说但其实他上把发挥挺好的，包括说女枪吧，其实中间几个大招都洗得非常好。
那画面给到 Starry 了，上把真正的暴雪先生。
Okay, so reminder, folks, this is another thing which now becomes quite important. If this goes to game 3, it will be blind pick with no bans. There will be no fearless bans, no bans in general. So yes, if now TT win game 2, we will get ourselves a blind pick game 3. Back into draft. This one is though still, you know, fearless. So we basically get 2 games of fearless and then 1 game of random stuff. We had 1 game of that on day 1 between LGD and the streamer team because they had to forfeit game 2. Hey, Silver. And we had double Orianna, double Rumble. That was fun. Okay, so priority mid lane is banned out of a 0 Orianna. Nico banned out. That's been pretty high ban. So Jace is the big one because Jace jungle is kind of disgusting. We're looking to first pick Jace unless it's banned. Aatrox also would have been a fine jungler as well. That's gone too. So now we're down into more like our Wukong Xin Zhao again. But I think that at least at this tournament and at Casper Cup, we saw kind of Kiana, Aatrox, Jace being top tier. And then we got round to the jungles we saw more at Worlds. Talia first pick. What do we have in Talia? You can go something like Syndra if you want. Silas, I suppose. Can go Akali as well. Even though it's, you know, a dash champion into a Talia. Akali's still fine, and Haichao really likes the pick. I mean, that'd be really fun. Yunara is very high priority. That should be locked in pretty easy. I've seen a lot of Yunara Lulu. That's been the lane we've been seeing a lot of. They're hovering this TF. Is that a legit hover? It is. Wow, I haven't seen much TF at all. Who's been playing that?
而这把没布隆了，这泰坦先拿出来也不怕，
威力很大。打到泰坦的话，比较优的辅助像牛头布隆以外。
Aphelios, oh, we get the Aphelios on the other side. I really like seeing some Aphelios. We're seeing some of it come back into stuff like the Yunara. What are the meta junglers? AD skirmishes, so stuff like Wukong, Pantheon. Well, Pantheon was for a lot of this year. Xin Zhao's the big one, really. A little bit of Nocturne. Of course, the ones which came out of this event are the Jace, Kiana, Aatrox in jungle. Well locked in, so it's not going to be the Lulu. You can't really pick the Lulu into the Nautilus too easily. Nautilus is too good into double range bot lanes. Wonder what that TF is going to build. I wonder whether it's going to be the Lord of Ages Lichbane. Suppose that's kind of the forever build in mid lane, but I can't remember if Showmaker was a proto belt builder actually. So TT have a Nautilus which is setting up for the Aphelios and for the Talia. The Aphelios can sometimes set up for the Nautilus too, get the Graviton route into the Nautilus hook. Why Jace jungle? Because it's just what he clears pretty quick and he can build full glass cannon because he doesn't have to build any HP to survive lane matchups. You know, if you play Jace into, I don't know, Renekton or something, he needs a bit of HP to survive occasional lanes. He doesn't need to do that in jungle because he never faces against a laner. And he got some jungle buffs as well. So a combination of those two things kind of went wild. Jarvan vibe and away. We still have Wukong up. Wukong seems like the big one for me. Why the Malphite back? We saw Malphite played into Zahen. We saw Malphite destroy Arla's Zahen actually on day one, the first game of the tournament. Now what would you ban Malphite for? I mean, typically you do that for like 80 carry top laners or some of the carry top laners. They banned the Jarvans. There's still Wukong available. I guess Wukong's not fantastic against Slayer all the time. Then best of that bad into Malphite? Would you ban it away for that matchup? I guess so. Unless you're afraid of just Malphite engaging onto TF Yunara.
甚至如果野区对抗不激烈，这把5楼来个大树。但如果选大树的问题就是，
Well, that's the champion we've been talking a lot about. It does get locked in. Wukong Nautilus also pretty good too. Again, just anyone gets hit by the hook, things go pretty bad afterwards. Top laner left to pick into the Ambassador. Guess you could go Cassante or something. Cassante would be fine. Yeah, you know what? Cassante's probably the lock in here for Keshi. An okay matchup. Go use your W to escape the TF gold card as well. I think that's the easy one, right? Ah, that's a little bit more aggressive. Okay, cool. Jax matchup in the top lane. Jungle left to pick for Rayon. I mean, Ambassador can be jungle too. It's only really Monkey who played that though in LPL. There's a lot of auto attackers on the other side. By the way, they can switch picks before the final lock-in. It's going to be Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao pretty good against this comp because if you know you're going to get hit by the Nautilus hook, you kind of buffer your R and sometimes knock the Nautilus out of the combo, but also it stops the follow-up being as strong. Okay, who's got the better comp this time? Well, TF is not that high damage. I think I prefer TT's comp by a hair. By a hair. The lane matchups, well, Talia into TF's a bit of a wash. Bot lane, yeah, again, that's actually a bit of a wash too. Aphelios Nautilus is very strong, but Yunara is so strong by herself that doesn't matter. questionable. Plus, Rel doesn't really like playing into Nautilus. You can get your crash down cancelled out. You do have, Ambessa into Talia, which is quite powerful, and into the Aphelios. I think the Ambessa, if the Ambessa gets ahead, then the carries really struggle. There are mobile carries into someone who just points and clicks on you if you stand still for too long. Where did Airhead end up? He's on Weibo still. He's just reclaimed his starting position. On the, he's finally got himself a starting role within Weibo. Yo, 9 years ago, Rogue One went in cinemas yesterday. What? Feels so long. Well, it is a long time ago. Oh, it makes me feel old. Rogue One was fantastic. So good going to see that in cinemas. I saw it twice actually in cinema.
对看对线，主要这马得看上路对线，中路是跑线的，跑完往下或者往上都有画面。
但前面海潮这边应该也不好推，他打岩雀的话，前面还是推。
On to the for game 2. I think TT have the better comps. Jax is pretty happy versus Shinzao and the TF because he can ignore their auto attacks. Good versus the Yunara, who's all auto attack damage. Jax is a pretty good pick here actually. I was wondering whether it'd be Kasansei, but Jax is pretty good here, I think. Wait, I got a video on my feed called "Does Star Wars Episode 7 hold up 10 years later?" Did it hold up at the time? Well, at least okay. Oh man, I mean the thing about the Star Wars sequels is that the actual marketing around Force Awakens was so good. The marketing campaign for Force Awakens was fantastic. And the realm of possibilities was so cool. It felt like it was, you know, a new era and crazy amounts of money and production value getting put into it. Just didn't deliver on that promise. I think Episode 7 played it too safe, and then Episode 8 played it way too much the other way, you know. Oh, God. Last Jedi was... Yeah, it was sure something. Oh yeah, no, the first 35 minutes of Force Awakens are actually genuinely very good. Very, very good. First half an hour is very good. And then everything after that becomes a little bit more generic in that first movie. And then, yeah. Yeah. Jack's trying to stack up the passive, using the counter-strike to get some decent poke down. It's not poke, chunk. I don't know. Poke has to have a certain range component to it. Talia, famous poke champion, as Sam would say. Quite interested to see that how Haichi uses the global. No, the Ryzen early game last game was fine, getting about the map. So later on, he's going to mid-combat Ryze ults were pretty poor. Star Wars sequels are overhated. Well, yeah, that's because the amount of hate they get is ridiculous, but it does deserve a pretty major amount of hate for some things. Oh, I hated the way that they kind of desecrated a lot of the original trilogy characters. They didn't have a single scene with the original trio on the same scene again, same screen again, which I just felt was such a heartbreak, really. Ugh. Ryan spinning his arms around and red stuff flies everywhere. Okay. I don't know why some people call this controversial. I actually don't think Aphelios is that complicated, folks. He has 5 weapons, they combo together differently. That's the champion. Congratulations. Switched round to his 3rd weapon. That's a 3-weapon switch. That's one of the more cool things you'll see from an Aphelios. You get low ammunition on one gun, you spam an ability, and then you get another gun coming right up. And now he's overpushed, and, well, he has 5 guns, and none of them have a job application form on it, because he's, I don't know, going to the Undertakers now. Have less use for them there. First blood goes over to OMG. What you need to learn is the correct order to put your guns in. Yeah, so basically all you do is you get rid of your red gun the first 2 times you see it, Feather gets pulled back out of his hook under tower. Yeah, you get rid of your red gun the first 2 times you see it ASAP, and then you just get rid of weapons in the order they appear to you, basically. And if you ever run into like green purple, you get rid of your green and it should fix your weapon order, basically. Starting to mid lane. Wow, Mohm's really about the place. Oh, he's really making an impact. Good punish in bot lane. Gets some extra damage onto Feather. Goes into mid lane, blows a flash there. Good minute or so from Mohm though. Yeah, I don't like sand speech as peak comedy. Look, George Lucas is many things, but a good writer of dialogue, sadly, he is not. Everything else, his visual storytelling was very, very good. No, the way that he sets up, you know, technology in the universe and ships and locations was very, very good. If you just had it, like, if you just took all the dialogue out of Star Wars, it would still be a really good show. You know? Yeah, but back to Aphelios. I think a lot of people overcomplicate Aphelios because he has but just because the bottom part of your screen looks different to other champions, that did not work the way he wanted to. His E came out too slow, so the stun didn't land, so all he did was give a free ticket for Haichao to get in range for a gold card. Right. Not great from Harry there. Sad timing there. Ooh, ult lands onto the Jax. Was level 6 to level 5, some good damage coming through. I wonder if Harry kills here, you know? Close. Flash of flash. Needs a little bit more damage. And we'll get it. Ryan's now stuck in here. Has himself the ultimate. He will get the kill here. He has the Moonlight Vigil if he really needs it. Doesn't need to cast it. Ryan will pick up the kill. Top lane matchup suffers from this. Ryan picks up a kill. And he has a cull in already. So that's a bit of a sigh of relief there from TT. George Lucas is a phenomenal director. He also wanted, unfortunately, also wrote the dialogue. The thing is, George Lucas didn't actually want to be a director. He wanted to be a producer. What he is an excellent producer. He always wanted extra producers to come on board to do stuff. Mom's gonna get extra. Oh my god, he has no flash. Well, I don't know. I was looking a little bit doomed. Does he die here? Oh, it's really close. I actually wonder whether he could have got the full kill there. Maybe could have flashed for a last auto. Didn't want to risk it. Goes down. Haichao does have his ult if he wants to get really cheeky with it, you know. Dragon goes down as Junhao secures that. Haichao has his ult. You know, he could throw that somewhere. And with the HP that Haru was on, I was actually wondering if he could teleport onto Haru, flash over the shove back, get a kill there. I think there's an angle there from Haichao, but he doesn't want to expend the summoner and the ult, I suppose. Wants to hold on to them. Did you know I started League maining Aphelios? Yes, you did say in Discord. Yeah. We're having a good time with it. Yeah, I enjoy Aphelios. I also find it quite annoying that a lot of people don't go to the effort of learning his weapon names. Alabrum Crescendum, a favorite combo. Rifle turrets. Every time you say Harry, my mind defaults to Harry. Oh, the NA player. Yeah, and then there's Haru now in this game. And there's Haru, of course, world champion from Season 7. He was the substitute jungler, the Ezreal jungler from the Samsung skin line in Samsung Galaxy 2017. That's not a great hook. That might be a bait. The thing is, it could be a bait in, but every time you look for a play now, there's a chance that TF comes to your lane. TF has massive shove. Haru's not been able to back, by the way, for a while. Haru's having a pretty bad time in mid lane here. Swifty's first back from Haichao. Haichao really wants to just be a gold card bot, huh? I guess he's going for a Rod of Ages too, because he has a Ruby Crystalline inventory. I guess it can technically be the Proto Belt, but again, not many people buy that. I like Infernum with full crit and Runans looks cool. It is just a wave of fire. Very, very fun. Ooh, Harry misses a cannon there. Keshi's playing okay in the individual matchup, you know? Oh, it will be Rod of Ages. He's got the Catalyst inventory now. Grubs are spawned. Of course, the first dragon went to TT or MG. Going to be able to contest this? They should be around. You have the TF ult to force a fight somewhere. Good clump from TT. Teleport towards bot slide. Means that Harry's not joining this. Hook onto the Rel. I don't think that's a great hook onto him, actually. Cyclone's not bad, but Shinzao is into the middle of things. Not bad gold card. Cleanse comes through from Ryan, but he has red wipe. He's got the Severum Crescendum. That is a blender in a teacup. Trying to flash forwards. I'm not sure he's got the full damage right now, and I think OMG going to start to run away with the star. He does get the double kill. Junhao goes down. There was a single grub claimed. I want to make a joke about. Yes, that one was a real grub shito. The problem is this is too niche. Okay, hands up if you know the origin of the meme Glup Shito from Star Wars. You got to tell me. You got to tell me, because there was a really, really funny origin story for that. Oh god. So OMG are gonna walk away with 2 grubs. They walk away with a much better fight as well. Okay, so, this is going to be a tangent. Effectively, there was kind of like a roast of the Star Wars community, which was like, Star Wars is like one of the only fandoms on Earth where you'd have like this one minor character from 2 seconds in like an animated show turn up at like the end of a post-credit scene, Marvel style, or turns up in he's the main character of a sequel's movie, and like, oh my god, it's Club Shitto! One character from 2 seconds from Attack of the Clones. And I'm not gonna lie, that is like a load-bearing post. That's the kind of thing where I'm like, you can now point the finger at so many different communities and fandoms and be like, yes, you have, that is actually perfectly described nostalgia bait trying to milk this franchise for everything it's worth, you know? Whoa, Moem's here? Moem was here last year too. Yeah, he was an OMG last year too. He went to Worlds in 24 with DK, played pretty badly. He came to LPL in 25, and I'm not gonna lie, it was quite up and down there too. Down. Yeah. I kind of like randomly going on deep dives to figure out the origin of some of the random memes I use. Most of the time I was around for when they were around, you know. But the history of some of them is quite out there. Waiting for the day the Jedi who looked barely anything like Shaggy to get his own TV series. Yeah, there's that guy, and then what was, there's like this one typoed Jedi character who's become like folklore because he was typoed on a Lego case at some point. Anyway, Harry's gonna get dove by 4 people. He does have an ult to go unstoppable. He has flash. I don't think it's enough. He's tried. I think he could have maybe cast his ult earlier, go unstoppable through the first stun, maybe flash out to safety. PC doing good. They did this last game too. They managed to dive, you know, 3-4 men on top side, get the turret afterwards. I think this is going to be first turret to TT, because the wave died on bot side a little too quickly. It's going to be fairly close. TT win the race, so they get first turret. However, OMG got the first kills. The feats of strength will now be to the first team to get to 3 objectives. By the way, folks, thanks for all the follows and the subscribes over the last couple of streams. Won't be able to do all of Demacia Cup, got holiday plans. Actually, tomorrow, I'm not sure I can stream tomorrow because I have a visa meeting, basically, which will allow me to travel home for Christmas. So yeah, hang tight on that one. Sam might be able to stream, I'm not sure. I guess I'll check in with him. Dragon's gonna get taken by OMG here, looks like. Evening up the Dragon score, they got the 2 grubs earlier, so that's another one on the objectives for feats of strength for them too. Rod of Ages completed by Haichao. A little bit late, but he stopped off for the Swifty, so no surprise there, really. 1k up, so it's not too late. Got himself a lot of gold, so not like he's too behind in the Rod of Ages completion. I think so, Montes. I think I might be able to go home for Christmas, yeah. I think so. Depends on how things go tomorrow, so wish me luck. Yeah, I was really worried about it. Basically, this whole year I've been stuck in Germany trying to sort out visa stuff. Has been a year-long affair, effectively. Which has been not great, not going to lie. Very isolating you in some ways, which is why it's so cool to have a stream like this. To chat with people about LPL, even games like this, between teams which don't always get international recognition. Of course, OMG used to. OMG team which was in international tournaments way back into 2013 odd. One of the very first games which I ever watched was All-Star 2014. Of course, and then 2013 Worlds as well. OMG were the first team to take a game off of Faker internationally. They beat them in the first game of 2013 Worlds group stage. Then the second game, SKT came out for blood, and that was one of Faker's really good games. That one played Ari, and they had like this 12-minute series of 5 charms which landed in a row, and they pushed in for a mid lane inhibitor at 12 minutes because they just got pick after pick after pick. It was insane. Who was the top player now I will dominate? Kept talking out from OMG 2 years ago. Shanji. Yep. Shanji. So that OMG team from 2023 was one of the most influential teams to never make an international event, because you had a bunch of players which really knew how to flip the meta. Reminder, folks, in 2023, this was just coming off of crazy bot side meta, and it continued to be a bot lane meta because we had Zeri Sivir in peak, you know, Zeri Yumi meta. There was a little bit, you know, some, I guess there was still some Ezreal around there too. And then OMG were like, no, we're going to go like Maokai Yone. We're going to go like Silas or something like that. We're going to go, you know, Rumble in top lane. That's going to be great. And it worked out really well for it. OMG have been a real pioneer team. They're past that era now. Struggled a lot in this last one. Can't quite catch out Keshi down in the top lane. You force him off the turret. Other side a little bit slow to push in towards that turret from TT. No, OMG, when they had Cream in mid lane, when he was like melee connoisseur, Abel, who was very creative in bot lane too, you know, they started to bring out stuff like Milio Tristana. They were a Samira bot lane team. They brought out some very different champions at different points. No, OMG 23, one of the more influential teams in the world. They taught the world how to play topside in the bot side meta. Very sad we never got to see them kind of reach peak form all at the same time for an extended period of time, really. Glad to see you land on summoning insight. Thank you. It was cool to be able to do that. So I'll be on there for long as appropriate, really, I suppose. Not sure what will happen with Yamato, because, you know, he's obviously got the Lost Returns coaching gig. And not exactly sure. I mean, obviously, if they do very well, not sure exactly what happens with that team. But yeah. Happy to see Rayo doing alright this game. He really struggled the last couple of games, though, didn't he? So, yes, he's been kind of, I suppose, overdue a better performance. I loved OMG Cool back in the day. So, I mean, Cool was the guy that gave Faker the nickname the Unkillable Demon King. And that is the secret. That is the secret for nicknames which really stick over time, folks. Someone else has to give them to you. You know, your own fans can't really do that for you. Someone else has got to call you that. Like, I know that, like, Carrier has this nickname of, like, Legendary Genius Monster, but for me it doesn't hit the same because it wasn't like he was built up in this by one of his, you know, rivals or adversaries, right? Big fight around the Herald, potentially. Hydra has the gold card locked up, pops that ultimate. On the flank, let's see if that Nautilus hook lands on someone important. They do manage to find out TF, but he's actually just teleported to the other side of the fight. Cash is out of position. You know, both supports starting to engage. Rayo has really gone in deep, loses most of his HP. Ambassador's gone in through. Double kill immediately. Oh my god, the Ephalos is gone. I think with the AD carry gone, that'll be a one fight for OMG. Another gold card loaded up. Kashi might just live, although that might be giving him a little bit too much. Yeah, he does live that. Cool. Alright, makes it out with just enough HP. OMG walk away with a fight. How many kills was that? Was that 2 for none? I think so overall. Just about. Bot lane of TT ended up dying there. I thought Rayo had gone in too deep, you know. Just about gets away with it. Yeah, back to nicknames. The reason the Unkillable Demon King thing worked is because Cool gave it to him as someone who was like a rival. It doesn't really work the same when someone else, when you kind of, like, your fans give it to you all the time, you know? And the problem with T1 is, like, I guess, like, everyone's a fan of them. It's very hard to make a nickname stick like that, really. Very good engage there from Ro. And Harry at the same time. Harry's been playing well. He's a player which I've had criticisms of before. I don't think he had a very good last year, but this has been a good tournament for him so far. See if that sticks any longer. Of course, this is the first stage of the tournament. The competition ramps up as more and more LPL teams feed into the system. Who else has really good nicknames? Not many people have crazy nicknames within League of Legends, I suppose. I really like Gala, Prince of Pentas, but that one's not really stuck. It's not, again, that's only like in the English-speaking community. The Penta Prince Gala, because he just gets he just gets them on cooldown. I think all of us have this one team that was never really good. We just like them regardless. To me, it's 24 TT that have 1xn and Beitron. But the reason I like them is because of Yukal. Yukal was really easy to support. He was really easy to support. He dyed his hair blue for TT. I really enjoyed watching Yukal before that. And, you know, that was one of the teams which I had a soft spot for. Obviously, Ultra Prime, when they had, like, the hacker glow-up was really cool as well. I think a team which probably won't get talked about as much now, but I really enjoyed, I believe it was Anyone's Legend with Xiaohao. That was a really special time, because that was when that team was really not doing well. They were really not doing well. They'd struggled an awful lot, in fact. And, hang on, top fight in the top side. Destiny Gate pop, double stun, forces the cleanse. I'm not sure that'll save them, though. Heru goes down. He's, yeah, been really just dealt with quite handily this game. His early laning left a lot to be desired and been caught out quite a lot, actually. Yeah, it was. Xiaohao won anyone's legend. That was a team which was objectively bad, but I really enjoyed watching, you know, so Xiaohao, I think they lost 8 series in a row, but Xiaohao was still one of the best junglers in the league. And then Xiaohao managed to claw back a series win for them, and he actually was breaking down on stage. Flash over the wall. Fantastic combo from Moem! Yo, that was sick! Magnet Storm gets onto all members under the turret. I think this game is going to be a lot quicker than the last one, folks. Moem, that is an inspired engage. Nice stuff. SK Gaming with Forgiven was amazing. Yeah, and then people realized that you could ban like 3 AD carry champions, and then no one else had any good picks to ban away. You ban like Lucian, Graves, and I can't even remember the other one. And I was like, oh, well, no one else has got picks worth banning, so we just ban it Forgiven for the entire time. That was, yeah, that was that early season 5, I want to say. They had Fox as the mid laner, as a Diana player back then. Of course, I have like a ton of LGL teams I had soft spots for as well. So the team before our DFM for Aria was CGA, Crest Gaming Act. They were just such a psychopath team. Were they good? No, not always. But they had an AD carry called Gango. And they had Aria in mid lane. But they didn't really ever have a jungler who was any good. But that team was still so fun despite all of those faults. 3-man combo in the turret. Awesome. Comes out of the fog of war like a bat out of hell. Poison, man. Still all Graves. It wasn't season 5. It wasn't season 4. It was season 5 or 6, one of those two. I think it was season 5, Forgiven was an SK. I think it was season 5 spring where they started to pop off. And then season 5 summer, things fell apart a bit and Fnatic got their shit together. I think season 6, Forgiven went over to Gambit, if I'm right in saying. Or maybe it was season 5 summer even. I know that he went to Gambit after SK. Ah, Forgiven. What he could have been, man. What he could have been. Rhea was very far up here. That being said, teleport behind them. That is the Twisted Fate. Feather is here. That is a very fast Twisted Fate with Swiftness Boots and the teleport move speed. And a Zeal. Okay. Teleport disengages the play. No, it doesn't. It just creates another one on the other side. That is a dangerous teleport location for High Chat, but I don't think they got the damage. I don't think TT have the damage. Feather will get caught out, and he'll get out, but Kashi, not quite so lucky, couldn't flash out in time. OMG managed to defend their jungler on top side and form a play of their own. I think they can go towards the Atakan now, really. I think they can. What ultimates have TT got to work with? They have Cyclone, and Weaver's Wall's not exactly going to be helpful here. Have to try and group up. Quite low health on their jungler. Peel off of the Atacon. John have very good disengage with the Cyclone. Gold card comes down. It's only onto the clone. Missed from Harry. Don't think it'll matter though. Feathers died. Aphelios has died as well. Another gold card will come through. I think TT will be seeing silver for this series, finishing in 2nd place there. OMG, not bad for them, you know. It's going to set up for quite an interesting series between them and LGD. We've not faced them yet. The one team they've not faced in this group so far. They'll play against them tomorrow. They'll decide, I suppose, who goes through top of the group. Reminder, if OMG win this, TT are out of the group, and OMG and LGD will proceed. And then also the streamer team of ZSM will also fall behind as well. Yeah, so if OMG win this game, TT and ZSM will bow out of Demacia Cup early. I have a bold prediction. Ratones wins LEC versus, and then Riot will introduce relegation. I really doubt that will happen. I know it's a joke, you're saying it. I also, look, Ratones have got a lot of work to do to kind of upgrade their macro towards an LEC level. So playing at tier 1, I know that you can dunk on tier 1 teams, but that the standing level of macro and cohesion they have is just very, very high compared to tier 2 teams a lot of the time. So I'm not saying that Ratones don't have that ceiling, but getting to that point quick enough and consistently enough will be a problem, especially after their last EMEA Masters as well, where it felt like they... Hang on a second. Keshi is going to get a... Well, I mean, he's not going to be able to protect Talia, is he? Tries to walk up and threaten High Chow. Can't save Heru at all. Heru, man. I mean, his Ahri game was pretty good. This Talia game looks not great. Wonder if he is one of those people that's just very good on that single champion and outside of that struggles. That's a lot of damage onto Moham. I think he'll just about live. Redemption comes down. A little bit of damage from TT from that. Keshi's trying to get some good damage in there. Starry, good damage. Phalios, good damage too. Cyclone will finally kill off the Nymaera. And it's not a bad play from TT. What is it with OMG and throwing games at this bot lane in a turret? They did it last game and only just about fought out of the game. Harry, over the wall. Can he get the ultimate into play? Does he even want to go? I think he kind of has to now. Gets onto the Phalios. 1,000 gold shot. Guys, why are we peeling in like this? One more Q, dude, they've even lost the Ambassador, and they're gonna lose the Twisted Fate as well. OMG, they lose all 5 members. All 5 members in this bot lane play. What did they think was going to happen there? What a disaster. What a disaster. What a disaster, man.
落后个可能3、4千，
主要上一把也在下路2塔那边。
Oh man. So it just killed off the Talia. Mom takes a ton of damage by not walking away from the Jax. And then just Ambessa's just not here. Didn't hang on. Whoa. Didn't Ambessa have teleport? You teleport at the start of that play. Surely it's fine. But then you do this split retreat. You take a couple of front steps, you know, Hydra and Rayo, they step too far forwards there. Somehow they get in range of a Nautilus ult there too, because Rayo did step forwards at some point. Mom's caught out in picture now. Be safe at least. OMG on the Virgin Mountain Soul, worth noting as well. 3 dragons in. Why is Ryan 3 in-game name Ryan 1? Because they're using different Tournament Realm accounts because they've had issues with logging in, I think. So we had... I want to say it was, Hong Yuan had to play on XQW's account, I want to say, something like that. Gold card wore off, there's a wall coming through from Talia. The wall has actually, in fact, blocked off Feather and Ryan, though, so they actually can't do damage. It won't matter too much, Mine will go down, they'll give it the 1 kill. Gold card potentially over the wall, they have a fire cannon loaded up. OMG, come on, you were so far ahead. Surely this can't happen again. Their early game was good, but feels like everything's been really quite difficult from that. Keshi jumps forwards under the tower and gets... They weren't expecting him to just kill the turret there, I guess. Rayo dies without popping his ult. Okay, more questionable stuff. Harry's now forced to go in to try and escape. Will just about do it. No, he won't. The Aphelios kills him. The Aphelios just kills him straight up, and TT find another great fight. The Aphelios gets a triple kill. 2.5 items, yeah, that'll do it. And OMG, they're just falling apart. Surely this team can't just get dragged to late game again. Twisted Fate pops the ultimate just to see where everyone's moving to. They're going to go towards the Baron. They have the members there. EF has Spellbook. Can he go in towards a Smite? I guess not. Oh, there's a fire cannon. He can actually kill that. Trying to keep them honest, I suppose. Say, you know, you don't get free resets at least. If you can stop the resets or, you know, delay them on the back, it could have potentially helped his team set up for the Dragon Soul in a minute and a half. What is happening with OMG, man? So the gold card wears off. That's bad in the first place. Aisha should never turn the corner without a gold card loaded. Moem dies for his mistake. So a lot of their engage is now gone. And after this point, it looks fine up until they don't know what to do with Keshi going under turret here. Because he just walks up and they destroy the turret. Rayo gets full stun, doesn't press his ultimate here in the midst of it. Presses it too late. He dies. Because, you know, Shinzai still takes damage if he doesn't press his ultimate. And then you get sniped there at the end. There is Harry as the Ambassador's out of the play. I don't know. This team is just not... I don't know. They get into mid-game and they lose their heads, quite literally. Dragon up in 40 seconds. TT trying to push in with the Baron buff. They got it on 4 members. Feather did die. 4 items on Nymaera. Sorry, it does do a ton of damage. I mean, Hydra does a decent damage too. I mean, Rod of Ages Lichbane is good damage for TF. I thought this game was going to be a lot shorter, but I don't know, maybe we cursed it. Harry doesn't have flash, he'd need to ult someone. No one's coming to help him now. That's just a dead Ambassador. It's a dead Ambassador. You are a team with a global too, and you're not supporting your side lanes nearly well enough. He just gets completely blasted. OMG are not good in mid and late game. This team is very poor when it hits late game. TT, good pick off from them, but OMG are the ones leaving the opportunities, and with such a lead, you have to criticize them. The Dragon is available. OMG are very slow to get back to defend the base. Guys, you are getting your base shoved in. You have lost 2 towers and an inhibitor. Where are you? Haichao's backed now. I mean, there's a gold card somewhere in there. I mean, but if TT just make it out of the base, aren't they just happy? They take a Nexus turret. Yeah, she just walks up and bonks it. There's no teleport from Harry as it's coming out of base. Now, TT they might face a problem where Dragon is available and they can't get resets, but they did just get 3 turrets and an inhib. They're almost ahead in gold now. Is that a shove over the wall angle? It was, but Mom didn't pass in the right way. Harry's coming out of base. Dragon will get started now. I think they can take the Dragon before there's an actual team fight risk. This might still be a contest. They do have Twisted Fate Ultimate to spot people out. They've just used it now. Destiny Pop, Gate not. Stun comes in. Rayo's gone down into the GA. Very low HP on that. Okay, that's going to be the ultimate coming through from the Moonlight Vigil. High Chad's coming in for the gold card. I think Rayo will just die. Maybe not. It's getting messy. Talia's died somewhere in the midst of this. Dragon's resets. Ryan, good damage on him. Kashi does. He's going in very, very deep. Will die. I don't think Ambassador can clean up. Ryan gets himself the collector kill. I think at least with that, TT should be able to get themselves... Well, I was about to say get the Dragon. They might just end the damn game, and we might be going to 3 games. OMG were in complete control of this, and they threw it over the horizon with that bot lane play. Game 1 was very similar. This could have been a 2-0 to TT at this point. OMG, this team is just not a good late game team. Very distressing to watch. Could have been a quick and easy game. Alas, not quite so simple. Reminder, folks, if it does go to game 3, it will be a blind pick game. The game doesn't end here. The game doesn't end here. But also, the Dragon has still not been killed. Rayo is alive. High Chad's coming up with teleport, so we can teleport down to the play. There actually might be a contest of this. I think High Chad could actually teleport in, like, right now. No, not going to do it. Not going to do it. They let this one go, they'll say, right, we don't want to just double down on it and die again. I guess High Chad couldn't load up the Spellbook Smite in time as well. What's a blind pick game? You pick blind. It's the blind pick mode, if you've ever played it in League. So you can pick mirror matchups. You pick your champion without knowing what the enemy champions are. There are no bans in blind pick as well. Well, the game is even, once again, going past the 30-minute mark, and I'm not going to lie, I'm quite annoyed at OMG for that case. That state of affairs. Helios is damn strong now, was significantly far behind, now not nearly as much. Kashi's had a great game on the Jax, on the whole. But actually, I wonder whether I'd give Kashi my player of the game. Very good jumps forwards. He's got the Zhonya's, it makes it much easier to play around defensively now in teamfights too. Always a chance with a late game of Helios? Absolutely, and Nymaera is not fantastic in hyper late game compared to more traditional hyper carries. You know, one of the problems with Nymaera is that you are not quite as bursty as someone like an Aphelios. You don't build sustain. Your range is quite prohibitive. Who do I think wins this? I think TT are in the advantage. I think they've been playing way better in the team fights. When was the last time OMG won a team fight, you know? And it's not like in game 1 where we thought, well, you know, the Zahen might just pop off. I think the Mbess has really struggled because Harry's not been very well coordinated with his team. He's having to use his ult to go unstoppable to try and survive a bit of CC. He's really struggled with that, actually. I guess there are feats of strength for OMG, which give them the extra bit of power points. You can see there's the upgraded defensive boots on Starry. Swift Marches and High Chow, that helps too, right? You know, Twisted Fate actually does some, you know, okay damage here. Slayer ult's going to be put across here. That'll get the tower for free, I'd imagine. Next Dragon's up in 3 minutes. DT get the gold lead. They should get the gold lead off of that. Man, they're ahead in the game. That is quite crazy, folks. What can OMG do to win a team fight? Catch someone out of position with a gold card. There is a cleanse on Ryan that makes it a little bit harder. There's also redemption on Knight's Vow and Feather, which makes it a little harder too, of course. Ryan is scary as hell. So scary. I think they're giving him those jungle camps. I wonder if he can get himself... He will be able to get himself full build before the next dragon. You know, Zeal items after completing... If you've built the Zeal component, they're not too far off for completion. Baron's alive now. If they get the Baron, that would see them over into the dragon in 2 minutes. Do OMG look for a steal? You do have GA's on cooldown for Rayo, so it would be a one-way trip most likely. Ambess is not here, so Harry would have to teleport in. If he teleports in now, he can't teleport for the dragon. I don't think he wants to teleport. Okay, going on to Keshi maybe instead. He's just used his counter-strike. There's no gold card? There is now. Moem's died. Okay. Rayo goes onto the minions. That Aphelios is getting a lot of chakrams. Here comes Junhao. Goes in for the Cyclone. Not bad damage from Starry. I think this Aphelios just cleans up though, no. Oh, it's not bad from Starry. Triple kill for him now. Ryan takes him down. Harry jumps in, but once again, the ultimates from the Ambassador have been late. They've been not coordinated, and OMG, I think this will actually just be the end of the game, and we should be going to 3 games now. OMG have absolutely thrown this game. They've damn near through the first game. OMG, this one is on you. This is on you. They had the position to win this game. They've taken some very bad fights, and OMG, they will have to go to an extra game. Blind picks. We might have ourselves some mirror matchups, which are very fun to watch at points. Red card trying to clear the wave. I don't think it's going to be enough. There's enough LOC that shreds through turrets with the amount of lethality you get base in your kit as well. And Moham's coming out. Doesn't have the AoE stun. The turrets will go down. I think that'll be it. TF can't exactly kill all of them. GA on Ryan as well, and Junhao. OMB got to get through it, and we'll be going through to, I believe, our second blind pick game of Demacia Cup. Only had it the one time before. LGD did that versus... Is that SM, I think? They did. Alright, 1-1 in the series. Not going to lie, didn't expect that, but hey. OMG, OMG made it happen. Somehow.
没想到这种画面，
确实没想到啊！其实第一开始那个局面感觉打了20分钟，右边基本上已经拿下了，但是后面就下路那波送完了之后，然后中路紧接着又来一波，2波，两波这送太多了，2波送了2波团灭。
OMG man, you can't play like that in mid and late game. Their decision making for late game fights has just not been good enough.
完全想不到。
只能说下一把感觉站在 OMG 视角上得玩的谨慎一点。
已经2把了，
主要你想第一局也是就比较优势的情况下，然后差点给翻，对吧？要不是那个怎么说，就是对方也失误了2波大的吧，其实第一把也翻了。是，
但第一把更多也是阵容曲线关系，这把这个阵容其实不太支持他们打后期的，跟后期的厄斐琉斯5-7拼还要差了一些哦。但是这把如果是 MVP 的归属的话，其实思来想去觉得还是给厄斐琉斯。 靠他赢的呀，人头捡够了，厄斐琉斯就开始 C 了。
Guess I'll go do that thing where I rest my voice and get another coffee.
极度亮眼，我觉得他打的更多是个稳定，他打的不是那种冲锋，拼了亮眼去的。
这把真不是那么好给，
真好难给。各位，
猴子战绩也挺好的，而且有几波后排切的也还行，
也还不错，
对吧？先看一下。
这前期小节奏太顺了，对位也有 solo 也有这种画面。
我给打野吧。
我觉得这票我要给 AD。
LPL can't win worlds. Newsflash, they have won worlds 3 times. They have won worlds 3 times, and they have won MSI like 5 times.
我感觉这就是弹幕上经常会发那一句啊，就这把已经，我已经就是把直播间关上了。 然后再过了10分钟切回来，发现啊 ，OMG 输了。
这你看到这里都还是 OMG 在表演啊！来了，
就这波、
改变命运的一波。
故事的起点，好吧。
先是硬拆，把自己拆。
而且你看这里猴子过来就当着面过来的啊，就他一路从那个针眼上走过来，
然后就很简单被猴子开到，然后死了。
然后这里还不走，其实这里走也没事了，对吧？
对，
你看就是210，感觉就有点就太难。
A wonderful series between Thunderthrow Gaming and Oh My Gamble.
就得3个人上一个那边操作一下。
天哪
！Man. Trying to think of a funny enough word for it.
不是很理解，好吧？感觉这种还是得撤。
这波打完就不对了。而超飞的这个位置，其实给到牌没有人能跟他。 更何况这牌一直没出手，最后出手黄牌还没了。
主要这把就是武器一个人现在真的能拖太久了。
这个英雄选的太有价值了。
这反击风暴一开，3个人都打不死，
打就不掉血，这闪避机制太好了，这把能闪的拼 A 太多了。
然后这波也是，就是，其实你说去抓武器，我感觉也没问题。但是你如果去抓武器的话，这辅助就不能那样走上去，直接给人打死了。
是的，
就相当于莫汉姆什么也没干，白给了。
OK， 看最后 MVP 归属给到了燃3的厄斐琉斯，这把算是大起大落又大起的厄斐琉斯。
Yeah, no surprise that Ryan gets the MVP. They're actually very good at I'm actually yeah, he was very good, but Keshi also a good shout out to him. Honestly, he played well on the Jacks. You think T1 can win 4th Worlds in a row? I mean, they're very clutch at Worlds. I mean, we don't know what happens with the meta. I thought that they were unlikely to do it this time. They did it anyway. So yeah, I mean, there's a chance for it. Faker's the GOAT, man. Like, Faker and Carrier are kind of irreplaceable. I think if Faker and Carrier are on a team, they always have the upper ceiling of just doing something ridiculous at Worlds. Now, the more interesting question is, like, when will T1 actually win domestically? If ever, because they have the, you know, they're bright lights merchants, as Sam puts it. But they're very, very good, you know, under the highest pressure scenarios internationally. But they just can't do that at MSI and domestic. They've not been able to do that, you know. Hey, Ted. How's it going?
说明了杰斯打杰斯呢？那我们也看到信息为大家公布在屏幕下方 ，OMG 选择蓝色方。那这个选边实际上我觉得形式大于实际作用。那我们稍事休息一下，等会儿回来见证这世纪大战的最后一战，因为真的只有最后一把。休息一下，马上回来。
This season they win it all. I mean, I think they're a very good team, but I mean, Genji still exists with the crazy roster which they've been dominating regionally with. H-Lee are a very notable team. They won 5 games against them multiple times. I mean, D plus Kia actually have a decent upper ceiling. You know, it's not as cut and dry as that, you know. Also think Oner is always one of the best performing junglers in the world. Yes, absolutely. Yep, I have a lot of love for Oner. I think that guy... Honestly, Oner was my finals MVP. And probably like T1 year-long MVP for 2025. That guy deserves a lot more love than he gets, really. Okay, I'm gonna go get myself a coffee. Go back.
They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run.
迷离哦，遇见你我很高兴。这是新的冰鞋吗？感觉真棒！即时寒冬。
我曾经也和你一样，塞纳，游荡于世界之间，害怕迷失在自己过往的汪洋。
竭力祝你择日快乐。
的屏幕前的观众朋友们，欢迎回来，这里是正在为您直播的2025德玛西亚杯小组赛第1赛段的比赛现场啊！经过了旷日持久的2把大战，终于来到第3把盲选模式了。
这毕竟今天是这个 TT 生死战嘛。
是的，
确实2把打的都挺焦灼的。
然后上把这1万经济翻盘，确实看的有点目瞪口呆。
然后第1把其实也差点翻了啊。第1把不是最后3人2波车，感觉第1把也拿下了啊。
还是说 OMG 的打法并不沉稳啊，给了对方太多机会了。现在需要调整心态来打这第3把游戏。但是盲选模式应该是我们第2次见
啊，是的，
上一次是
老干爹打那个 ZSM，
对，然后那把上路出现兰博对兰博的一个画面，不知道这把会选出什么英雄。
那把兰博对兰博，然后中路发条对发条，
来吧来吧，盲选模式，这个 PP 是很快捷的啊，全部选完。 5个位置当亮完，直接进，
感觉杰斯要来了呀！杰斯加维鲁斯应该是对的。
拉姆打兰博上路是，但这个是纯盲选啊，杰斯打猴子。
但 TT 好像就是不玩杰斯，因为上把自己也是搬的嘛。
阿卡丽，但其实 TT 这种很完整啊。
TT 的想法就是这把我盲猜你一定是个那种双 poke 阵容，我就选那种全冲阵。
我冲你，寒冰来了。哦，寒冰分你猴子。对了呀。
雷欧娜女枪，
但其实从阵容面上，我告诉你 ，TT 阵容就是好，
没问题。
这个阵容团打起来，只要猴子进场，芬妮放个大招，左边很难玩的。
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that we're going into draft so quickly. My bad. Because it's blind pick. It's game 3. Do you have that blind pick?
动吧，感觉啊，就是其实前面没溜之前 ，TT 的阵容感觉巨弱。
Yes, because it's game 3 blind pick, it's quicker to get into it. So you have an Ashe Seraphine, which is a very strong lane. Syndra Akali is hella cool. Jace Jungle. Reminder that there's no bans in blind pick lane. So I'm surprised that Junhao chose to go towards Wukong, despite the fact that stuff like Aatrox, Jace, Kiana are open. Right, so we have really strong pick tools on either side. OMG have a bit more range, TT have... Well, they got double range bot lane, but the triple melee top side. No, they're not testing the coach comms in LPL. That is happening in LCK and LPL.
艾希加萨勒芬妮应该对上那种90%组合都是优势。
我看到巅峰了，对决在哪儿呢？对起来吧，
马上来了。
这1级第1波不就来了吗？进野区放了野，
好像不知道，真不知道，
完全不知道。何瑞在蹲，哎，这个位置有概率绕后偷一套的啊。
Okay, so for those of you that haven't been keeping up with the meta, yes, this is Jace jungle. No, this is not troll. It is very, very strong. The thing about Jace in jungle is that you don't have to lane against someone, so you don't have to build HP and go, you know, something like, you don't have to go something like Black Cleaver or, you know, Shojin and try and kind of build some HP. You can just go full glass cannon. You can go Umbral Glaive, Serpent's Fang, Ghost Blade, Edge of Night later on, which does actually have some HP. But yeah. Jace is very, very strong in jungle. They gave him some jungle buffs. Honestly, even if they nerf him in jungle now, I think some people might still play him. Just because I think people have realized stylistically, okay, if you can get him through to like 1-2 items, it's completely fine. Okay, the laning phase is kind of important for this 2v2. Ashe Seraphine really strong because the slow from Ashe autos kind of automatically upgrade Seraphine's E. You know, it kind of has this tier system of they hit someone with no CC, it'll slow them. If they're already slowed, it'll root them. If they're already rooted, then they'll be stunned. So, how's Jace early clear? I think you can do it in about 315. About 315. So he's clear through all of his bot side camps. What is Rayo doing? He has flashed over the wall. Does he spot him here? I think he does. How good is the early kill here? Gets the accelerated shock blast. Doesn't get into hammer form. I don't think he realized he was spotted. And I think TT can tell by process elimination that he's flashed now. I think they can tell that he's flashed because they saw him get it. Well, they saw him. And then they saw him in river, but not going over the wall. So he must have not going over the ward. So they knew he must have gone over the wall. They should have been able to figure that out. They're doing quite well at getting the wave into the right position for Haichao here. Because when you're against someone, when you're melee versus range, one of the best ways you can deal with that kind of lane is get them to push into your turret so you have extended range to chase them down and, yeah, give them some real threats. Rayo's not had the best time of things, has he? Why would you cheese invade with Jace? Because if you get ahead of the early game, it goes kind of wild. Just in general, if you get a couple of camps ahead in like-for-like matchups, like 80 skirmisher to 80 skirmisher or what have you, you end up becoming so much more powerful, particularly in the early game, right? Just taking a camp in mid-game, it's like, oh, I've got 20 camps, you have 21. Cool. Something like this, it's a little bit different. You've got like 5 to 4 taking aggro, and that's going to be a very dead cash sheet. Flash out of this. Alright, first blood, very easy. Good early damage from the Jace and the Rumble. Jace will go back into top river, try and take top scuttle, I presume. Junhao's going to take enemy raptors on respawn. That means that Junhao's now going to be a camp ahead. Because, Rayo, you know, used some time to not farm.
TD 还是有压到一些补刀，但优势也不够大吧。前面那波其实杰斯下来虽然没做任何事，但是也算变相缓解一下双人组的压力。
Harley doing, you know, again, decent enough job here in the mid lane. Junhao slightly ahead in terms of XP. Jace is going to be down a camp because he can't clear his own raptors because they've just been taken by Junhao, of course. Rayo has the dirt coming out of base. Does have flash if he wants to follow up with the Zenith Blade. Set things up with the Zenith Blade, rather. Trying to feather a little over push here, so they're going to lose access to a couple of minions here. Suppose. Going to push back out to them anyway. Good awareness. Using the map hacks of hook shots to spot out Rayo. Does Junhao think he can start up Dragon now? Because the thing is, if the problem for Rayo right now is, if he comes over and can cast Dragon, he's not taking his topside camps, which he really needs on cooldown. He needs to be clearing through his camps well to kind of make up for the fact that Junhao got ahead of him a little bit. So now Jace has to leave the Dragon because he needs to be on his topside camps. Level 6 hit from Harry, had the wave put in a really good spot. He's been able to freeze it a little bit on his side of the lane. I might be able to spot this out. I don't think it's going to change anything. Doesn't have the smite available. Oh no, it's going down. Can't do anything about it. Dragon taken by TT. Damage on Throne though. Not exactly clued up on what Ashes are building right now. Are we still in, you know, Blade of the Ruin King? I know it's Yuntel, I guess. Yuntel Hurricane. Sometimes see Kraken Slayer PD, I suppose, too. That's the Elk build. Proc weapons misses. Could have got a free first strike proc there. Harry was BLG sub. He was for a bit, but he was never realistically playing. Harry was on BLG Junior for a bit. Harry went through like a bunch of different academy teams in LCK CL, and then he ended up on BLG Junior for a little while.
是卡一下，然后再回去换的话，其实这波会更舒服一点。对的。进边了啊！阿卡丽是很愿意在边路跟辛德拉 solo 的，但他等。
Merc treads first for the Akali. Definitely helps her into, you know, double AP solo lane as he got a lane against. Okay, but for real though, where was Akali during the last lore event? You know, all of this whole, the balance is in trouble and demons are everywhere and stuff. Where was Shen? Where was Kennen? Where was Akali? I know that Akali is kind of not necessarily part of the Kinko as much now. Is she kind of like exiled from them? Or goes to do her own thing? I don't know, but like, where were they? It was such a weird event because they kind of missed out a bunch of Ionia for that event, which feels bad because Ionia, I think, is probably the most popular region in terms of the amount of characters in there, which are very popular. You know, Yasuo Ari, you know, Zyra Khan in there as well. A bunch of the ninja champions very popular, and we just didn't get to see any of them. And this is like, oh, we just really want to do this like Yunara Shinzao thing. I'm like, okay, but you can't just ignore your other champions, dude. That's all grubs taken by OMG. I think Harry should be fine here. It does have the Merc Treads, as we were saying, which helps. Burns the flash. Ooh, really good combo from Junhao. Ryan, very dead. Haichao, come on. Your team's up in the top river. You know the rest of the enemy team's there. Got to be so careful. Not great from Syndra there. Yeah, no, the last lore event felt like they were really trying to do this kind of whole Shinzao Yunara narrative thing with the Darkin, blah, blah, blah. The grand plans of, you know, LeBlanc trying to see if a demon can die from a Darkin and whatever. And I don't know, it just felt a bit clunky with the rest of the champions in there. Much like the Ruination and the Sentinels event, they didn't consider all of the champions involved very well. And I know it's a bit of a grand undertaking, but much like, yeah, Jonas is saying this in Twitch chat as well. With the Arcane rewrite and the kind of the new philosophy of lore, I suppose I haven't with Ruination before, so I can't really say that. It's getting a little bit clunky to kind of figure out where all the champions place into it. And, you know, someone like Camille from Arcane doesn't really have a solid place into it. Renata's in a weird spot, because realistically, Renata should have been Silco at this point. It would have been a way better character, I think. I think Silco, having Renata as Silco would have, being the Chem Baron, would have been very good. Does Zambesa end up winning versus Rumble level 11, level 16? I think it's a competitive matchup throughout the game. I'd call it a competitive matchup. There's kill threat on both sides, although I think Rumble probably wins. I don't know, Rumble's just really stupid strong. They provide different things in team fights, of course. Yes, gets the Skullcrab, even in farm now, to the Wukong, but has one less camp down. Not sure where the other camp timers are at. Again, once Jace gets to about, you know, 1-2 items, as Glass Cannon Jace, you know, he's gone for opportunity here, for the higher poke value. You don't really see that on Jace's in solo lanes right now. One of the reasons why Jace fell off is that if he goes Glass Cannon in solo lanes, he just gets exploded. The way that I would have done kind of cinematic things for kind of like League's stuff is I would have built up I mean, I like the fact that they did build up Piltover Zorn, but I would really like them to build up a couple of different... Hang on a second, that's ult onto Ryan, doesn't have a cleanse, versus Leon RMF for some reason. Flashes out, Jace comes in, and that's the opportunity value. Do they have enough damage there? Does the flash for the heal? I think it's going to get the kill. Do they get a kill back? Blistering stuff. Survives due to Feather flashing in. Good peel play from the Curse supporter TT. Close. Yes, true. Oh, and they did all the hard work. They did all the hard work. And Jace snipes them anyway. Oh no, why did they walk back up? There's a Jace jungle on the other side, my son. That's... yeah. Ryan 07's in chat. Yes, and Jace also doesn't need mana sustain in jungle because his jungle item is his mana sustain. You're absolutely true for that. As long as you stood in jungle river, it will give you that mana regen. Okay, Dragon started up. Who's back in base? Jace is coming back out now from the Raptors. What ultimates have you got? Well, you don't have your big ones, but you do have, in terms of your bot lane ones, but you do have Shock Blast. You do have Unleashed Power from Syndra. TT are backing off from this a little bit. What have they got? They have Seraphine ult. I suppose that's the big one for them. Paoli's there. They don't have Arrow. They don't have Asher. That's the big one for them. Damage from Starry. Junhao jumping in. Oh, no, the Encore doesn't... it's a steal on the Dragon. The Encore didn't end up extending. No champion stood in it to give it the extra range, and now they're stuck in the pit. Junhao doesn't have Flash. He'll go down. Okay, one. The Akali goes down as well. 2 kills for OMG so far on top of the Dragon. They'll back off, making out like bandits. 1,000 gold ahead now to the jungle for Rayo. In TT, they should have had the cooldown advantage. There was no bullet time, there was no solar flare. Still couldn't make it work in the fight. Feather very nearly had an important encore, and it just didn't end up connecting on someone to extend the range. Watch again what happens here. Because he fires the ult trying to get them along the wall here, and it didn't extend because, remember, it can extend on allied champions too. If Heru had jumped in a second earlier to extend the range, it would have hit 3 people. And I think they would have won the fight off of that. Because they didn't, CC doesn't land the damage as well. That sucks. Feather actually had the right angle, just needed one of his teammates to stand there to extend the range. That's one of the more cool mechanics for Seraphine, actually, where both allies and enemies hit by your ultimate extend the range of it. Akali and Seraphine didn't land anything. Well, Seraphine would have landed something if a teammate had stood there to extend the range of the ultimate. Very frustrating for Feather. I don't actually blame him for that one. And this is only Series 1 of the day, folks, by the way.
上路现在这个装备还是有差距的，毕竟有橙装。对克什这边1v1有点打不过，而且有人帮兰博站岗，他也不敢真的跟着兰博换到底。
Anything else coming up soon? Well, I guess Herald up in a minute. It's the next big one.
如果要考虑打的话，得回家补一下状态。
Well, OMG, I suppose they've got another early game lead, but you know the mid game and late game cometh. You need to actually show they can actually close out a game because they've thrown 2 mega leads, very nearly losing both games in this series. So far, anyway. See if they have anything better for this third one. Maybe it helps that Rayo is actually on a champion, which is much easier to just sit and do damage on, because I think one of the problems in the first 2 games is that Rayo just hasn't been performing very well. And he had to be one of the people jumping in. He was quite disconnected. Whereas at least with Jungle Jace, he just chuck a shot blast at people, you know. Like this. Yeah! Jungle Jace, poke champion. Woo! Don't always end up... It's quite a rare thing to get a poke champion from jungle. You got, you know, Shyvana AP used to be that. Obviously Nidalee is that. Don't get too many poke champions in jungle. Zyrex sometimes classifies as that.
这波感觉是可以动的，开动吧。中上都有线，而且海盗这边也不省，直接交替先踢到正面。这样没有位置的情况下，第一时间有点过不来 TT， 而且 AD 还是在路上。TT 可能还会想我，因为这种资源团太强。上路兰博已经把大用过了，闪现推到。
Got onto the top side on Kashi, immediately killed. Chaichav flashing forwards for the kill there. And the Seraphino's just short again. Doesn't matter, Rayo dies all the same. He really, I mean, this is the thing about Jace though, if you're going to go for the glass cannon build, you are a glass cannon. Now your jungler is dead, despite the fact that your solo lanes just had a really good play to shut down their enemy one. That's a bullet time thrown into no one because there was a flash away from the ult. Good stun coming through from the Syndras. Heru's jumping in on the back end of the E. Moab's going to... This is a mess. Moab's ended up dying. Heru getting a little bit of mobility in there as well from the W, the movement speed. I think that'll see him through. Oh, it's Scrappy. OMG did the hard work of killing the Ambassador in the top side, and then Rayo just dies by overstaying in River. The TT, they'll be the ones to clutch it out. They get the extra kill in the play. They end up on more than that. They get 2 extra kills in the play, I believe, and they get the Herald as well. So they're very happy with that. The gold lead shrinks to 1,000 after before this it was 2. Well, that's a bit depressing for OMG. They're actually in a very good spot before that. Now, Rare's now 2 items. I guess they're cheaper items than the Triforce plus Merc Treads. He's only got the tier 1 boots. Once again, just OMG, just randomly throw... Why? Okay, so what happens here? Junhao jumps over. They just don't... Okay, in fairness, really good play from Junhao. Junhao gets the really good angle, manages to catch out Jason River. Typically, when you're in this terrain on blue side, you feel like you've got good retreat options because you've got those 2 jungle entrances to head back towards. And it's quite hard for the other team to engage over the Baron Pit wall. But Wukong is one of those champions that can make it work. That was very good from Junhao. Very good from him. That was MF ult angle. Well, I mean, he thought that someone would get stunned into the blue inner ult and just be an instant one-shot, but that didn't end up being the case, so I'm not going to throw too much criticism at him for... Oh, hang on. Ult, who's that onto? It's onto the Leona, not the most valuable target. Dragon's alive, will be second for the team. That would actually give feats of strength to OMG if they got it. Herald's now getting taken to go towards Dragon. It's not going to be Battle Herald. Another good shock blast coming through from the Jace. And every time the shock blast comes up, the opportunity ends up getting full value from it. You only have to be out of combat for 8 seconds or something. Maybe slightly less, actually. Again, that's a really good shock blast. The 2-item Jace. Opportunity, glass cannon. This is one of the reasons why Jace jungle is so powerful right now. Because you can survive through to this point quite easily in jungle. Just avoid people for a little while, get 2 items, and then you're very happy. The other one, oh my god, Feather's gonna die. He's just gonna die to the Rumble ult. Great stun onto the Akali. Akali very nearly dying on the backside. Jace has died. That's the problem with the glass cannon. Perry makes it out alive. And I wonder whether actually using so many skills onto Feather in the back meant that it was a problem for them later into the fight because they couldn't kill anyone diving into them. They'd use stuff like the Rumble ult to fire to the back line. Nothing left for the front one. The divers. Very surprised Harry made it out alive there. The melee range bullet time to try and kill him in the duration of the CC, but Merc Treads came out on top again. TT walk away once again with a better fight. Once again with the objective, despite the fact that OMG had decent angles there. They had the damage in their favor from the poke, and then they just couldn't capitalize well enough. TT won the last game? Yes, they did. OMG threw another fight in bot lane in a turret, and, well, this time they actually did lose the game. They clutched out the first one, but arguably they should have lost that one too.
这把左边带干锅的是辅助，辅助的位置远的话 ，Starry 就有在中路被开的风险，他也没闪，上了1打1。其实现在这个边路已经开始吃压力了，
主要上路海超的技能都不能乱交，他现在推用了朗姆直接举他了，
举到要死。他其实我觉得现在推就不能摁，
对，就不能用，
因为朗姆有个操作就是你用大招去抵消控制，你推的瞬间摁大招。
TT very hang on a second. Can they get a pick off here? They see him there. I think they should now. They do have an Ash arrow to throw out at moments like this. Was of course under the mid lane turret, a little bit hard to hit it at that angle and that range. What you really want to do with Ash Arrow is kind of have it from an unexpected angle coming out of Fog of War. Particularly if someone stood next to a wall, so they have limited time to react to it. And if you can ever kind of pink ward the flight path of the arrow, that's another big boost to it as well, to its accuracy and hit rate. You know it's not flying over as many wards at that point. And of course it speeds up the further it travels. If you can get the big thing back in like season 6, season 7, we saw a lot more Ash, was you kind of pink ward the two brushes in river, and you just try and fire it through one of them. It has to work very, very well to get that on target. See this good advanced vision right into the bot side jungle, right there, the pink ward's behind red buff. That tends to help quite a lot actually. Hadakon started up. Ash can teleport down, use that Mbessa well. Good poke there from Rayo again, but didn't help them as much the last time. Cloud from Syndra too. And they'll start to back off. Okay, yeah, now the second one hits, and suddenly it's Heru taking the damage. Okay, now that's a problem. If you get damage onto the Akali, that diver feels a lot less happy. Not bad skill shot accuracy from Rayo, actually. Doing quite well. Ooh! Dash out of that ultimate from the Leona. Does mean they can't defend the turret. First turret goes down to OMG. That'll get them the feat to strength. Right, so they have upgraded boots. Actually, will take top lane turret. No response there. I guess Harry could ult it, but he's not going to be there in time, I don't think. I'm wasting that then. Dragon up in a minute 20. TT can get themselves the third Dragon Soul point for themselves in Ocean Rift. We ever seen Wukong in anything animated by Riot? I don't think we have we? I don't know how they handle him. Extending Staff of Doom, old Sun Wukong style. But oh my god, that stuff hurts, man. Yeah, Jace jungle, it's kind of nasty. Teleporting in, who is that? That is Mbessa. Gets onto Jace, again he is glass cannon. Bloody hell, Keshi, that was not the play you wanted to make. Jun Hao could get a mega cyclone here. They don't see him right now. He's going to walk out. Now they see him because he's walked over a ward. Now he's on vision. He's a known quantity. Keshi, no ult. Still has no flash either. That was off cooldown from a while ago. Ryan is effectively dead. That's going to get... It's very close to killing him with the ult from the equalizer. I think he'll just about burn down. No, not quite Heru. He might actually have an answer to this play now. He's managed to regen up some HP. If one more Shock Blast lands, I think TT are out of it. That's a miss. Okay, so TT maybe have the HP to work with. Repudiation gives some kind of shielding, but it won't be enough. Keshi will go down. First kill of the fight. Shock Blast lands onto 2 on the back. That will be the Atakan. OMG play it at range, play it fairly slow and steady with the amount of skill shots they've got. And yeah, that really hurts. Karu, Merc Treads again, just about saving the life. The last auto attack from Jace can't kill. Rao fairly lucky to make it out of there alive, actually, with the turret shots. And TT is getting whittled down. Couldn't find the engage before the poke made too much of a difference. Oh, and it just got worse because second items just got picked up as well. And I think, yeah, I think OMG are in a position now where if they manage to sit in an area of the map first and get poked down, it's hard for them to lose now. Rao's almost at 3 items. You get towards the Cyrildas, the extra slow. Yikes, yeah, that's nasty. Dragon's available. And TT find an engage before the poke lands. Their vision looking like not fantastic. There's one ward in the pit. That does help. It's been... Well... That's not bad. Okay, no, they get something there. There we go. That's the engage they need. Can they get enough damage in there? Flash forwards with the Seraphine. Leona's down. Rao's alive. Star is alive. The bullet time's not fantastic, actually. They get 2 off of that. Good damage there from Jace. Keshi pretty much out of the fight. Doesn't have teleport. There is a honey fruit for him to use, I suppose. Not bad from TT. They have discovered the formula. Get the engage before the poke comes down. Hang on, you can't take Baron on spawn. You can't take Baron on spawn, surely? They're bringing the Scuttle over to here. That's actually not very helpful. Ray's going to lose like a third of his HP to that. If Harry spots that, actually you can get the ult in there. Monkey C, Monkey do red buff. Go back. I want to be Monkey. Dodge out and stun there. Harry's done very good defensive play on the Akali. On the whole. Ow, that really hurts. Scorch Claw and Jace adding an extra little bit in there too. People forget that Scorch Claw actually adds on a little bit of extra damage, kind of like that red buff burn. Pretty close in terms of the overall gold. Goal point for TT means that maybe they can get win condition around Ocean Soul later. That being said, they actually need to proc Ocean Soul, which can be a problem. Because if they sit there and eat poke... I'll put it this way, Akali gets chunked down. She needs to hit someone to activate Ocean Soul. Who does she hit and how? I guess Protobalt can sometimes do that. Wukong doesn't find it easy at all. Ambessa doesn't find it easy at all. Ashe can do it with W, but that's outranged by Jace. And also, if you're stepping up into W range, there's actually a chance that the Solar Flighters get thrown on your head too. The TT are actually outranged by quite some important things like Equalizer, Shock Blast, and there's now a 3-item Shock Blast heading at you, and then the Solar Flare. Bullet time 2, of course, thrown into the mix. There could be a bit of an issue with TT even activating Ocean Soul. It is the Kraken Slayer Hurricane build, by the way, and that's not going to be Kraken Slayer PD for the extra movement speed. Not going max damage to Yuntal as well, alright. One Shock Blast lands, goes into a shield there this time. Moam, a little bit. He's been the first target, but you kind of expect that. You're expecting the Ash Arrow to be thrown at someone, and most of the time... HP. Oof. The proper, like, chest thump that. Reminiscing about this the other day, but one of the things I do sort of miss about early season League of Legends was the poke comps we used to see, and how you could hear the audience just go when a Nidalee spear hit from max range, and like half of someone's HP would disappear. Ooh. Genuine just bit of recoil and disgust. Used to see similar things with Zoe Bubbles as well, where you could genuinely see someone get one shot. Now, I don't miss Zoe in pro play that much, folks. Not really, because I think Zoe is quite a mechanics of the game breaking champion. I really didn't like how it's like, oh yeah, I missed my E skill shot, but it's still powerful. That to me felt not great. I know she's a very skill based champion, but the bubble zone lasting so long on the ground, that didn't feel very fair. and also the fact that you couldn't cleanse the sleep. You couldn't cleanse the drowsy. You could only cleanse the sleep. That was a bit meh. And then the other thing is, the thing which really annoys me is that if you use summoners around her, she gets huge amounts of value from them, which means that actually she makes you not want to use summoners. And it's so powerful to the fact where if you use summoners, she can just kill you with just W. Because I think that's too easy. There's that one I'm a Cutie Pie clip, right, where Zoe just 100s to 0 someone with just W procs, and that to me is not okay. But W is the least skilled part of the kit. I mean, you should at least put a cooldown or a mana cost onto the W, you know? I think that's the easy way to do that. I'd even say put like a significant mana cost on her W, so she needs to make an active decision to be like, okay, if I use my W for this, using this stolen summoner or item or something, you know, make some use out of it. Not that she's in this game, not that many play the champion. Vladdy's a big player of it. Who else was playing it? BDD was playing it at Worlds, right? You might need to recall that. That's an arrow on. Very good Captain Jack. Captain Jack. Folks, that is actually a true Captain Jack. You want to know why? His movement animation didn't stop. Now, if you want to see a true Captain Jack, your movement must be uninterrupted because you cleanse the stun so cleanly. Okay, hands up if you ever watched Captain Jack play live, by the way. Like you watched him while he was playing. Because most people, I reckon nowadays, don't know who Captain Jack is, let alone didn't watch him live when he was playing in LCK. He was around ever since like season 2, season 3. In fact, Captain Jack was kind of like, in fact, he's probably most famous for Faker trolling him in solo queue to a lot of the Korean community. Oh, what a time! What a time! I miss that guy. I miss that era of League of Legends in a lot of ways. What a guy! Remember his new dance? Alright, so Dragon's up now. Would be sold for TT. Look to see for that poke landing, I guess. I guess it's about the poke landing. Go on then, Rayo. Show us what the Shock Blast does. Does he have Serpent's Fang or something like that? Well, it certainly hurts, doesn't it? They're trying to rush down the Dragon. They're not giving them a chance to do much about this. Hurricane Blast Cone over. Keshi's in there. Junhao, good damage onto him. Bullet time's not bad. I don't think it's enough. I think this is a really good engagement, TT. The Syndra ultimate went into Harry. Didn't do that much. Junhao's in a great spot. Rayo's dead. Keshi's going well into the backline. Ocean Soul was not taken, though. Ocean Soul was secured. Was not secured. Rayo ended up getting the Dragon. Good damage from Harry there. Hai Chao does have another stun off cooldown, I think. Needs to land it. It's not fantastic. I think he'll just die for this one, so that's going to end up being, I believe, overall, 3 for none. TT win the fight. Good job there getting a good fight in before the poke landed too hard. Ocean Soul not taken. TT will take the Baron afterward. Oh, it's been long days today, hasn't it? Long games today, rather. Compared to the rest of them. That being said, at least we're not in 2 hours of pause. I guess we'll take that.
Starry 扫2下大就得把自己打断，有太多对他有威胁的技能了。
Well, Harry tried his best there. Rayo died for the Dragon, and this is weirdly Ivern has this issue too. Some champions are good at stealing Dragon and getting away with it. Some champions aren't. Jace is not great at that because he's so glass cannon. He just dies where he needs to actually be bringing consistent value to team fights. What's going on with OMG? They clearly have issues in mid and late game. They are not good around high pressure. Well, they're just not good at decision making. I was about to say high pressure. They're just not good at decision making late game. And they've thrown a bunch of fights. Their objective play has been suspect. The game they won in game 1, they were very lucky to win that. And that was just TT lining up against a wall to get AoE down in the base. Okay, bullet time for okay. If they caught out, I think they have caught out Ryan, but can they get the full kill? No, they can't get the full kill. Harry will finally get a decent equalizer from him. Gets onto Feather as well. He's really trying, is Harry. GA down onto the Wukong as well. Jace, can he get anything with the Shock Blast? Okay, not bad. Collector coming through there, but well, there's a bit of a problem with the solo laners now, isn't there? The Carly, oh my god, well, the solo layers kind of gone on both sides now. The execution Rose, you got anything left? Shock Blast will kill if it lands onto Harry. It's just out of range. TT take a huge fight for themselves as OMG very nearly cleanly assassinate Ryan. Can't quite do it. Harry gets separated from the team and TT pounce back. I think on the whole, folks, is it weird to say that TT have been the better team in the best of 3? I think they have been. I mean, the early games haven't been as good consistently. Ashara landed onto Moem. It's a disengaging bullet time, which isn't bad. Half the HP off of Ryan. That's not bad, actually. Credit to the kill there. But then Junhao comes from behind turret. Another great angle from Junhao. He actually saves this Junhao because he ends up making sure that Haichao, Starry, and Reo take a chunk off for themselves, but also can't follow up onto the initial play, which then ends up separating Harry and Moem for the rest of the team. Junhao, low-key, doing a lot of work there despite dying quite early into the fight. The angle kind of dissuades OMG from grouping up in the way that they wanted to. Ooh, okay, Harry. What about the side? Well, he's not going to die here. Puts the ultimate down just in case Harry ulted forwards. Ult for ult in the top lane.
但这个回合是空回合，距离小龙上下1分多钟，蓝魔大是足够赚好的。
朗姆都4件了，朗姆这把在边线吃爽了，
而且中路没有2塔，其实两边都没2塔的情况下，对 OMG 来讲反而是亏的。
Well, this is series 1 of 3, folks. Second one has a streamer team in, so I hope we get that in quickly enough. I might see if Sam can tap in for a bit. I actually might need to take a game off or something because I'm actually getting quite exhausted by the KO days here. That is a death of the Wukong, Junhao. Honestly, he's had a pretty good time with things. That one, much less so. This bot lane has been the death of so many games. OMG, kind of low-key through 2 games, not too far from that spot. TT losing 2 random kills there. 30 seconds before Dragon, not a great look, TT. OMG might genuinely win the game off of that kind of pick. Because now it's not going to be Soul for TT again. They can push him for a turret. Such an easy mistake to give over. Oh, Junhao and Keshi, that's not the play. They might lose the game off of this, folks. They actually might lose the game off of this. No, Solar Flare's probably coming up in 20... Well, it'll be coming up as Junhao comes up. Shock Blast breaks the Spell Shield and Haru. Okay, OMG, now you might be going a little too far. They need to try and clutch this out. Haru goes into the back line. Charm lands onto the chase, ulting out. Do they have the wave class? Not bad damage. Can they get the kills which lead to them ending the game? 2 dead. Towers down. Junhao trying to go in. Does he have the Cyclone available? I don't think he does. It's going to be the end of the game. OMG, clutch it out. The deaths of Junhao and Keshi and bot are ridiculous. Oh, what a game of throws. Thunder Throw Gaming versus... Oh my god, but with like, you know, triple, I don't know, sentence marks at the end of it. Periods. What's the other one? Full stops, that's the one. OMG, negative. Well, they win, 2-1. And the series ends just like that. Okay, right. Okay. That was a play of all time. Some of the late game decision making between these 2 teams just it's beyond me. Well. Well.
其实我们前2天看很多比赛曲线都是一边偏高直接飙到底的，但这一把又是这种心动曲线，一直在来回的翻。但这把就说阿银的发挥不错，杰斯砍下了全场最高的伤害。然后这把 MVP 给谁啊？ 其实我想给着打野，
合理。这把发挥不错，这把炮挺准啊。
虽然前2把的发挥我们说就是不尽如人意，但这把是真不错。全场最高的伤害，加上队内最高伤害占比。TT 这个阵容是很能找机会的。
What a series, eh? Well, what to say about that? What to say? Sam, how's your voice feeling, bro? Ellipsis, that's the one. I'm not gonna lie, folks. My brain just turned off partway through that game. I didn't get much sleep last night, and some of these games have just been a struggle to understand.
克制 OM
Struggle to understand.
偏 poke 的体系的。
是。那我们这边应该是2票都给杰斯了。
Most consistent Junhao series? Yeah, Junhao I still think was their best player across the average, but he did also die in bot lane, which kind of cost the game. That death was really bad, but I don't think they were even in contention for that game if he didn't make some of the engages he did. You know what? Heru on kind of like the mobile assassins of Ahri and Akali's look pretty good too. Quite nice to watch these games just to get new, like, so I don't always watch all of Demacia Cup that kind of like closely every year, but in this kind of, yeah, for these kind of games you actually figure out a fair amount, at least about the starting points of these teams. Now players like Heru I'm gonna have a little bit more information on now because I've never really ran into him before. Nice to know that stuff.
C 加上路3个人都没闪，
是，怎么就突然到这一波了？这里已经是绝命一波，一鼓作气往前强推了。
主要清不了线这几个人，
而且杰斯拆很快有 W，
然后这把这3重立功
啊，
对吧？就拆贼快，这但凡没这个虫子，感觉还拆不掉。
是。看看对 MVP 给到的是 R10。
Rayo gets the player of the game. Who would I give it to?
他其实局内你发现他的炮很准。
I mean, I guess it is, but he didn't have the best game ever. What a bunch. I actually wonder whether it should have been Haichao. The Syndra was pretty good. I feel like Haichao made less mistakes, but Rayo made better plays with the poke. It's just that Rayo made some big mistakes, so it gets a little bit more dicey with him. FRK versus Ultra Prime. It should be Ultra Prime. Ultra Prime should sweep the next series. It's just a case of, you know, whether tech issues happen again. You know? Yeah, I think Syndra probably was my player of the game, just because Rayo's poke was really good. He just made too many mistakes for me to give it to him in good conscience.
来吧，我们采访也准备就绪。我们采访的是 OMG 的 AD Starry。Hello Starry， 跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 OMG AD Starry。
首先第一个问题，观众朋友也想问，我们也想问，就是经历了这么波折个 BO3，现在情绪怎么样？什么感觉？
现在就从低谷又到高峰了吧？就现在挺开心的。
不容易啊，这比赛确实不容易。 然后还有第二个问题也想问一下，在最后一把，因为我们现在这种盲选 BP 看的不多嘛，就我们想问一下，选出这个 poke 阵容的时候，你们是怎么沟通的？有没有想到对面会用这种强？Oh,
Zerif, by the way, thank you so much for the gift sub earlier. Sorry I didn't call that out before. You're very kind. Appreciate you, Zerif.
最后一把阵容其实是有点难打的，就跟我们预想的对面可能会选的阵容。
Who makes the highlights? I'm actually not sure who makes the highlights. I think it's automated the highlight stuff.
有感觉，确实有点。
对，那当时因为阵容。
As far as I'm aware, it's by the way, I only guessed on the channel, right? Just that you'd have to speak like Olivia himself about that. Because the team which does the highlight stuff. I think a lot of it's automated. That's how they get it out so quickly.
就是我们也正常在沟通，然后当时其实感觉有点，就打团有点打不过，然后就说就不能被对面冲散，就阵型要保持好，然后慢慢 poke 就。 那样就也就会赢。
那当你们最后一波是抓到对方上野，算是一个失误吧。然后那个时候你们第一时间是怎么去做判断的？
那个时候我看到猴子被定住之后，然后我大撒下那一瞬间，我就看到了胜利的曙光了。然后把他们俩都杀了之后，然后就说，就虽然龙要刷了，但是感觉这波不拼也赢不了，所以就直接拼一场。
确实给你们拼到了，
没问题，打得好，就是恭喜雷鸣，恭喜 Starry， 那也恭喜 OMG， 现在应该已经确定晋级了。那感谢你们今天的付出，感谢你们的比赛那我们下场再见，
继续加油，
继续加油，
拜拜，
拜拜。
Okay, so folks, with that, oh yeah, obviously there's some really important implications of that, by the way, because that now means, that means that the streamer team and Thunder Talk are now out. OMG make it through with LGD through to the next stage. But yeah, TT and ZSM, they are now out of Demacia Cup. They'll play like one more series. I guess they'll play against each. I can't remember if they played against each other yet or whether. Yeah, I think because TT played against LGD and they lost, so they've got to play against ZSM. All right. Hopefully, this series will actually be quicker in coming through. I'll put on some pre-roll now. Some others. No, FRK aren't a new team, they're a streamer team. FRK are a streamer team. Oh, did everyone see that Supervive is dead as a game? Times. I remember when for like 2 or 3 weeks we pretended Supervive was the next big thing, we forgot it existed. I mean, yeah, I hoped it would do well, but I personally, I wasn't caught by it as much. I think part of it was the art style for me. Like, I just didn't see it. The character designs and the art style just never kind of went, they never seemed that viral to me, you know? Because if you're going to explode onto the esports scene, you need strong characters to get behind on a visual sense, because yeah, like on a first glance you need to have characters that you can kind of like instantly latch onto, or gameplay you can instantly latch onto. And I think it struggled to do that. The character designs weren't bad, but they weren't good enough to bring people in at a glance, and the gameplay didn't keep them there, I suppose. It's a shame, because I know a lot of people were excited to get into the broadcast and the gameplay of it. Okay, so we should have our streamer team coming up next. Second series of the day. Ultra Prime versus FRK. So this series becomes quite important because, look, realistically, Ultra Prime, they might have just decked LNG, but now they're 0-1 because they had to forfeit those games. They must win this series, really. I mean, technically, if they... Well, they're likely to win this one. The big one is now Ultra Prime versus WE. Ultra Prime WE is the big one, really. Yes, we have a WE LNG. If WE win that, things get really well, they get pretty bad in the group for... No, things can get really interesting that way, because at that point, we could get a... Well, no, at that point, FRK would have to upset for things to get weird. Yeah. I think, yeah, the weirdest scenario is that for some reason, like, WE beat LNG, FRK beat L... oh no, but FRK can't beat that. Oh, hang on, what would happen there then? They go 2-1. Okay, if WE beat LNG, and then... No, can we have a 2-1 title swap? No, we can't. Okay, so if WE win, it's LNG... This is for the third series today. If WE win, LNG WE go through. And that's the last series of the day. So, I suppose the only way we get weird stuff and tiebreaker, kind of like ties getting broken, not tiebreaker games being played, but basically the only way that things get close is Ultra Prime win here, LNG win, and then we see what game differential is, I suppose. W2 their first series. If WE lose 0-2, and Ultra... Well, no, it would have to be between the series for them anyway. Okay, so if the games go the way we expect based on results, so... Okay, if LNG beats the WE, Ultra Prime beat FRK, it'll come down to WE Ultra Prime. That's what it comes down to. Either way, I think it's likely to come down to that. But if WE beat LNG later, then that's just a decorative series, it doesn't matter. That's basically what it means. First time I see FRK, are they good? They're not fantastic because they're a streamer team and they're less coordinated. They're one of the weaker teams, really. Yeah, Hacker got destroyed versus LNG the other day. He got Flame Horizoned in jungle. Yeah.
TT 就挺有韧劲儿的呀，也是一帮小年轻。那么打的也是1万经济，然后坚持到翻盘。对，虽然也靠对手的成全，对手也挺变态的，也是小年轻。只能说还有这个韧性在，好吧？哎，是的，而且今天最后一场就是 WE 打 LNG， 这场其实还挺重要的。但这场感觉没那么关键，因为刚才我想说就是
Wait, Sinatra's back playing in Valorant?
他也是个1-1，然后 UP 这场赢了，他也是1-1。对啊，然后最后就看两边谁出现。那如果这场 WE， 哦，对，其实不关键，确实不关键。就是输掉的话，就是他赢了也是要跟 UP 再打一场，而 UP 必须得赢他。但是这样的话，两个队不就同分了吗
？Oh yeah, I've got to run my
就是UP 这场
my UMA finals at some point.
WE 这场。下一场如果赢的话是
Wait, is it live now? Ooh, it's matching.
UP 1-1跟他打一场就变成2支2-1了呀。就比如说，如果 UP 赢了 WE，
So basically in 11 hours I'll get to play my UMA finals.
是这个逻辑吧？所以这组有可能3个2-1。对呀，主要还是咱们这个主播队确实没办法拿到分。
You know what I should do? I should do.
看情况吧，反正
I'm getting a little bit.
这个也比较极限。对。
I push my voice too hard and when I'm starting to get exhausted and stuff. Or rather, I don't know how to control my volume of my voice when I've got headphones on and I don't have good foldback for my voice. I know I say that and I'm actually not been speaking that loud the entire day, but it's something I've noticed over the whole year where it makes a difference if you're on live for like 8 hours a day or something. Welcome to the Nymaera ASMR.
比较难还手吧。主要 TT 现在也0-2了，也无所谓了，对吧？最后一场比赛。
You know, ASMR stuff I don't know, it just never, I was never that interested in it.
回归 FRK 打 UP 这场，
I get it's a very tactile thing, right? Oh my god, there are some very funny people on TikTok though that do kind of like anti-ASMR. There's someone, it's like, I think it's Spider-Man ASMR. He like takes a cheese grater and starts cheese grating the microphone. God, that guy's iconic. Guy's iconic, I tell you.
马哥的对线在这一次的德杯基本上就没有正常过，就基本上上去就是被压爆，确实玩不了，就是他打任何的下路都玩不了。
别尬黑好吧，第一天上来有一把那个飞机对线是优势，
可以，
那把就是属于上来拿2个人头，然后你那个经济面板一切出来，除了下路剩下全是落后的，
然后打团也没办法玩，就是他们一打团就更玩不了了。
对，那把你应该还有印象，就是那把是对面一个卢锡安
啊，是的，
对吧？前面
Yep, that's the one, Jonas. That's the one.
然后后面打完了卢锡安 MVP。
I'm trying to think if there's kind of, you know, I'm not really someone that's into VTubers. VTuber, I mean, I guess VTuber depends on the creator, but I'm like the VTuber community is just not a world which I like particularly watch. I don't think it's delayed. It was just a 3-game series, the first one. Yeah, so ASMR is not really something I'd listen to, or I don't know. I don't know, I just don't find that very engaging. VTubers, that whole community just seems so strange to me at points. You know, I'm happy people enjoy it, but the whole community feels like, I don't know, this is something which puts me off about the community of VTubers. A lot of it. Some of them are cool, I guess. I see some clips turn up and they were right.
反正正常选阵容、正常运营很难赢，先得过对线那一关呀。 UP 这边也都是憋了一肚子火，对吧？还真是。
Wait, what happened in the missed day one? So on day 1, Ultra Prime got hit with some like local area network outages, and they couldn't get ready to play the game on time because obviously this tournament is online. And what that meant was that they had to they slaughtered game 1 against LNG. It was very one-sided, but then they had to forfeit the rest of the series after hours of delays. So they ended up losing the series or conceding the series 2-1 despite having won the only game in the series. And because this is a single best-of-3 round robin, it means that they have lost the series which they should have won, and there are only 3 best-of-3s which they play in the group stage anyway. So.
磨合没那么好，对吧？个人实力也没那么拔尖，那面上这些老一辈的职业选手可能弄不过，经验胜过你，结果发现连对线都对不了。
还能凭借着我这个丰富的职业经验。
But they couldn't reschedule the series because they're on such a tight schedule with 3 best-of-3 days that you can't shove games into another day very easily.
感觉哥几个毕竟组队时间比较短，
哎，然后又太久没打，
对。
你这排位打的哪有人家1半多呀？这小孩每天都在打高强度排位训练赛。
确实，这个游戏就你得天天玩。嗯。
One of my favorite things about the football like internet community is them voting for the Fallon de Floor award. Yeah, so you know there's the Ballon d'Or, which is the Player of the Year award for football. There's the Fallon de Floor, which is the best diving attempt, which is clearly not someone getting hit by anything, you know. That stuff gets me. That gets me. Because I grew up watching a lot of rugby union, you know, Welsh blood. I got quite used to seeing genuine, quite bone-rattling injuries and people who were actually hit very hard, and people playing through injuries as well. But that's not a good thing either, by the way. You shouldn't do that, especially if it's a head injury or something. Just seeing the difference between that and football is just not it. Yeah, OMG won against TT. The third game was a bit of a mess. Yeah. There was was it Warren? I can't remember if it was Warren Gatland who got hit really bad when he was still a player and got up and he was defending with a broken eye socket. I think it was him or Jit. Might have been. Oh gosh, who was the center that Wales had? Jamie. Big bloke, number 12. Jamie Roberts, that's the bloke. Jamie Roberts. He actually, I want to say he broke his arm and managed to get back in like a super short amount of time to play in the Lions or something. He was a heavy hitter though. Some dives from players are truly pathetic. The thing about football is it's actually pretty unclear to a viewer whether contact has taken place at points. So sometimes you kind of just choose to go to ground because it makes it obvious that you were contacted, but then the problem is because it's really hard to tell when there was contact, then you can just fake it. And it's just so dumb. So dumb, and it ruins the reputation of the sport because realistically, if you're gonna start, if you're gonna be sat watching sports, you want people to really buy into the fact that people are trying their best and at the pinnacle of what they can do, you know?
这边有点小问题，好吧，现在正在紧急处理。哟，又被我赶上了。
I started watching the NFL this year, and I have to say that football players are crybabies, as in like American football players. I played a lot of football growing up, and I know it can hurt. Oh, sorry, NFL. Sorry, compared to like soccer, football. I know it can hurt, but my God, some of these players make it belong in Hollywood for sure. I think when you're running full tilt and you get even just slightly tapped, sometimes you can actually just fall from that because if you're actually full on sprinting and you get tapped, yeah, you can. I actually don't mind that. I think people misunderstand if if your foot gets shifted or something while you're running max speed. Yes, that's going to cause some issues and you won't fall. But yeah, no, I think it just ruins the reputation of the sport. You know, football is the most widely played game in the entire world. The very oh my God, why are we still in a pause, man? Why are we waiting for so long? Let me into game. Quick, things are boring. Let's talk about drama. Did everyone see about Larian and Expedition 33? Did you see that? Yeah, I actually didn't know about this, but yeah, Expedition 33 had like some placeholder AI art in their game which they patched out. But there was also an interview like, oh yeah, you know, we used it at some points, blah blah blah. And they didn't really specify where. You'd imagine it's small things, but it leaves the door open, right? And then Larian just had an absolute train wreck of a last day, where when had a interview with Bloomberg with Jason Schreier, and it was just a train wreck. Transcript this. In terms of generation, like white boxing, yes, there's things I'm not sure. So basically, he's saying that, oh, we've done AI stuff, but it's not actually that efficient, but they're still using it. Apparently, they're still pushing for it. And some people who are ex-Larian say that tracks for them. We're trying to use generated assets to... Oh, no. They have actually generated assets. I was wondering if there was a bit of a leeway for it. Okay, so the overlay broke. We're into draft. Jace banned, no surprise there.
FRK 和 UP 上来还是杰斯、剑魔。哦，骇客看来这两手都没准备啊。不玩啊，主要上把 TT 也是有这个问题，对吧？也玩不了，也玩不了。嗯，这种其实挺伤的。
Well, that's a mess, isn't it?
而且你不知道这个英雄会强势多久。
Yeah, the panda in the background is a thing. Panda in the background is a thing.
骇客其实最想要应该就是奇亚娜，我感觉他最自信的应该就是这英雄。 右边反正把他巨魔搬了，这样给自己留了赵信的登场空间。
Okay, so what are the big things left open? Kiana is open. Oriana's gone. Kiana, Oriana, Rumble. Kiana, Oriana, Rumble. Those are not Oriana. Sorry, Kiana, Nymaera, Rumble. Kiana's banned. Then you're probably looking. I mean, I don't know. Do you prefer? I think you go Rumble. I think Rumble's been more powerful. Nymaera, I think there have been answers to. Feels like Misfortune answers in lanes. Sometimes Varus does as well. If you go Rumble, they go Nymaera, you go Varus, and you get Varus Rumble. I think you're happy with that. Yeah, just lock in the Rumble. Easy, right? I don't even think that's okay, because it's being used in the concepting stage. I actually don't think that's okay either. Yeah, Rumble's the easy one. If Ultra Prime... By the way, FOK have actually been... Oh, Nico is open. I completely forgot. It's been permabanned pretty much the whole tournament. It's only been 3 days. They choose to take the Nico. Now you can... Well, now you can take, like... You know, Rumble Varus yourself as Ultra Prime. I was about to say that FRK have typically actually been a very good drafting team so far. Hang on, sorry, I've got the doorbell. I've got to go answer the doorbell, figure out what that is.
那这楼就可能抢个 AD 或者中，他确实可以不急着出。中路的话，先手的话可能就岩雀瑞兹这种吧，瑞兹呗，不行就来个瑞兹，然后3楼补个打野，然后自己4楼点个什么 AD， 然后看情况有没有卡尔玛的空间。哦，朗姆打野，依旧是这个版本很强势的英雄啊，只是没有杰斯和剑魔那么厉害。嗯。那感觉海克就猴。
Sorry, folks. Apparently, it's just me in the house, so I've got to go answer the door if it does ring. Okay, so it's the Ramble Ambessa. That doesn't mean it's Ambessa jungle. WE were playing a bit of this. It was Monkey who's playing it. Does technically take it away from the top lane pool for fairness as well. Rumble doesn't really get flexed around that much right now, so I doubt that it's going to be elsewhere. You're looking for... Okay, now, you have a pretty great front-to-back setup right now. Looking alright. Good laning phase too, damn. No Rumble in the jungle. Rumble jungle's kind of died off now. They removed too much of its damage. Can't overheat very easily at level 1.
这就是下路确实你要拿个软辅来扛尼克的线，然后这样你 AD 出什么倒反而问题不大了。
对 ，AD 实在不行来个 EZ 也能玩，是吧？就 EZ 飞机，
反正是左边需要去搬这个 EZ 啊。总感觉 Saber 这样留到后置位出是有点想出刺客的，我怎么感觉他想出阿卡丽这种啊？对吧？主要他这个一般3楼点个瑞兹，我感觉是比较合理的选法。他这个后置位上去还把瑞兹给搬掉了，有点像出刺客的味道。
他其实可以搬2手，然后4楼直接出阿卡丽，然后5楼再看1手，或者4楼先拿个 AD 嘛，然后给中路一个 counter 位，感觉也是比较好的。对。 因为左边这阵容其实也不好抢出阿卡丽。
意识到了，他们真意识到了，主要这个选法就有点明显。是的。
Sorry, I think there's a delivery coming in for me, but it's currently on the floor above, so I'm just waiting to see if they're where they're walking around.
他之前是选过这个对局的。I
know you need attendance. The Karma in for Ultra. Okay, I guess the Karma gives you laning phase, and maybe they think that Karma can actually be, you know, a better laning phase champion for them. Shasha likes playing mages too. I mean, I guess they could have gone towards something like Nautilus, right? Go for the hook support into the double range. Typically, that's alright too, but Karma is, I suppose, less risky, less flippy. What do you think about this bot lane? I mean, I guess you probably ban Nymaera now as FRK. Probably the easy one, right? Stops them having laning phase. Duo as much there. I guess you could always go Ezreal, so maybe you think there's not enough options really left in AD carry to do that. Anyway, one second.
觉得也没中单办了。 那不行就 EZ 呗，但选 EZ 有可能中期如果发育的不好，有点缺伤害啊。打这塞恩的话，进就是纯刷线，
进打维鲁斯，这感觉跟前面预想的反过来了。
哎，是的，本来以为马哥要玩进的，
得来把这版本强势的。
Hey folks, I know what the package at the door was. It's a giant ass Ari statue I ordered months ago. Okay, right. I think it's the Faker Ari skin statue. Sorry about that. I guess we'll do an unboxing in the break. Yeah, I guess that's the plan, folks. All right, so Syndra coming in. Syndra's really seen an uptick in picks here at this game in this tournament. I can't show it right now, folks. I can't show it right now. Maybe I can do it. And we'll... Yeah. So that gives you some double long-range backline, but the problem is they're both very immobile. The Jhin into the Scion I don't love, but it does give you some laning phase. I actually wonder whether Yunara would have been better, but I guess Yunara struggles versus Varus a little bit. You're very, your range struggles to deal with Nico in team fights, whereas Jhin can stand long enough range away to not worry about the engage as much. What do you want to pick into the Syndra? Oh, Syndra LeBlanc is such a fun matchup. Go on, it's a fun matchup. Syndra Ahri is one of my favorite matchups of all time. Syndra LeBlanc's up there too. There you go. Get LeBlanc for Saber. Awesome. Very bursty, scrappy team from Ultra Prime. A bit more group ups front to back from FRK.
的，就也是自己玩。
对，这把感觉 FRK 的阵容选的还挺好的。
对，右边阵容是有点纯玩个人能力了。
但就比较
Okay. First game between FRK and Ultra Prime. I think FRK probably walk away with the better consistent draft. Their laning phase is good and their objective play is much easier to play around. But FRK have actually drafted well before, but it doesn't feel like they've capitalized very well.
第4强换血肯定是容易占优的。然后2级以后卡尔玛还能贴盾。
主要尼寇这个英雄就是属于那种，他虽然对线强，但他一旦推线推不过对面，这英雄就没什么用了。
然后他也没回复，也没盾。
对，就对面卡着那个草的情况下，你 Q 也不好中。
对。所以这把其实挺考验他们对线能力的。但其实对于主播的来说，就对线算是他们比较好去度过的一环。
对。应该也算他们对自己比较有自信的一环，对吧？这算相当于是基本功了。
I haven't seen Syndra versus LeBlanc in pro play for a while now, folks. Very cool to see that. Very happy to see it back.
看一下他们的天赋都比较的常规。
Okay.
UP 的阵容是属于那种要一直。
Okay, so Ultra Prime, they're gonna have to showcase a bit more, you know, skirmish and brawl potential.
不过这把就是属于朗姆前期是给不了太多辛德拉压力的。这英雄6级以前没什么干克能力。
Ultra Prime, yeah, I was happy with how they played last time. The Oyu had a great game in the one game that we saw from them, because we only saw the one game versus LNG.
除非这勒夫兰链子是那种锁头的。
Not 2 series left, so this is one of the teams we've only seen a single game from.
主要上路 Fairness 这大赛恩一会儿如果能撑到团战的话，应该也是属于让队友比较有安全感。
右边没那么好处理哦。对，右边这些英雄中期都有人打不动赛恩。
而且这把赛恩很爽的点是，就是右边中上2个都是 AP。这把前面魔抗叠起来的话，其实到中期就是换到边线以后，就线上是没什么压力的。
他甚至可能有线。对，这个是最恐怖的。
就妖姬对上赛恩这种，就是你拿他也没办法。
你打一套可能就爆个盾，然后稍微掉点血。对吧？就重中之重看下路啊，双彗星能不能打得过对面。 温克跟老贼要扛起前期的责任了，因为中野的对抗前面不会太激烈的，中野对抗前期厉害点的反而是左边。
哎，这把你说 Hacker 有没有那种小变奏啊？因为 Hacker 之前看他打其他一些那种比赛，对吧？一些那种主播赛的话，就是很喜欢搞那种什么2级3级弄一波，然后进对面野区。但最近感觉打咱们这个德杯，就是前面没有任何想法，
rotating.
自身都顾及不过。
对。 就都是打那种安全牌
，rotating banner my favorite。
对于骇客来说，打这种对面现役的选手的话，他压力很大的一点就在于，你如果这一波gank没成功，你的野区基本就爆掉了，就再也追不回来了。你如果强行去变奏，你另一个半区一定会掉。
Justicar Syndra, a classic skin. I have to say, the LeBlanc VGU, the visual gameplay update, or whatever it was, maybe it was a VSU. I don't think it changed my gameplay rate or anything really. They removed some animations, so her slow walk and her fast walk are different now, and she feels... I don't like her walk animation. Really don't like it. It makes you feel a little bit... It just feels kind of meh, that kind of creeps around like a Disney villain. Feel great. See, that walk animation just doesn't feel great to play. Some of her other animations are fine, it's just that one. Like, that walk animation feels bad to play. Like, Champions released back in 2016 or whatever had a difference between a slow walk and a fast walk, and it feels bad to have, like, 2025 visual update not have them. Because they do make a difference, they really change the satisfaction of playing the character. Ooh, key misses from Wink though. Ooh, 4th shot charged up. Ooh, does get it onto Wink. Actually from Riot Game Store? No, this is from Jime Palace, I think it is. Different outlets that sell the same stuff. I think Ami does a couple, I think it is. I can't remember the big sellers. Get them from wherever's available, really. Anyway, I'll show you two after this anyway. Well, you player who I've not seen before, but I think most of this team was some players which have played on BLG Junior. I think they played on BLG for NEST in 24, I want to say. It's not this year's NEST or whatever. Wait, was there an NEST this year? I can't remember actually. but one of the previous BLG kind of like second string players.
他的蓝量是要领先一些的。
下路不对了，
好像又不健康了呀。
Faber, I think, being the exception to that. I think he's the one guy which wasn't.
而且毕竟少个招燃技能。
Ling Chen, another person I need to learn a lot more about.
对于右边来说，这波线如果成功送进去的话，他们可以考虑回不回家。
I have no idea what the exchange rates are there, Guanzi. Bosny, rather.
但这把
Ooh, flash away, was that? Was that a flash away? Flash forwards from Saber, didn't quite get the kill. Ryan flashed away. Alright, decent early lane bullying from the LeBlanc, because what we've seen is, you know, Syndra occasionally coming out to bully the Orianna, which is one of the very few things that can, and if LeBlanc comes through for the Syndra, because people think, oh, Syndra must be the best early game champion. If the Syndra can actually deal with the... If the LeBlanc can deal with the Syndra, that kind of adds an extra kind of rock, paper, scissors mechanic. Because typically the LeBlanc struggles against some of the other mages. Do they really have kill pressure here? They have fourth shot. I don't think they have kill pressure, no? Maybe they do. Wow, I am wrong. They do. It's 1 for 1. Kill goes to the Varus. Jin does get the other one. Does Varus lose any farm? Smite away a minion. They want to clear this out as quick as possible. That's why you see them smite on the minion. Although doesn't sorry, it wasn't Varus that died. Of course, it was the Nico. But they wanted to just force the wave into turret. Wait, can you kill here? Oh my god, he does. Wait, so that's big, because now Varus dies and the wave dies to tower. He has a teleport. He would have been able to pick it up otherwise. That's a 2-kill Jin, 2-kill Varus, but the Varus does lose a wave from this. He's going to be 10 CS down. Fair play, pushing it in with the jungle smite before the Nico could get back. That does make sense now.
中路刚才也是闪换闪啊。那这样换完闪以后 ，Crane 的线就不能再推出去了，推出去是会给机会的。小夏在旁边等。 过来压波血量，链子链住了，2个链子。
Oof, Crane eating a lot there. What do you mean where the game? The game is on stream as far as I'm aware. I believe everyone can see the game. Unless you've scrolled back in the VOD and you're not up to live. In that case, you wouldn't be hearing me. Yeah. Crazy how that works. Lethality being built up by both these AD carries, not surprised given the nature of the champions. Though I will say, I think, look, Collector first on Jin, it's the same kind of problem that you have with Caitlyn at points too, where it just feels like, particularly when there's stuff like a Scion in the game, Collector first falls off very hard. Need a tag in. Honestly, Sam, maybe for next... Well, yeah, I wouldn't mind actually just resting voice for a little bit. Maybe for the next game, Sam, if you can get ready for that. Yeah, I wouldn't mind tagging out for a little bit. I'm going to be taking it pretty chill anyway, just gotta take it easy.
赛恩只要2件套以后，我感觉真没很怕，正常发育啊。一波前推线啊 ，Hacker 过来反蹲一下。
What's happening top lane? Anything there? 10 CS lead for Liang Chen right now. I don't think there's any wave that much to even up. Ah, nice, Sam. Nice. Really forcing on Cryan here. Lost that flash earlier, of course. Literally use a couple of times. Once you get that level 6, then the problem is LeBlanc can land a chain, and then effectively you just insta-die. Because Zembes can come over. That's probably a dead Wink. Wink and you miss it. Nico goes for a quick sleep. Ooh, very close to get the kill. In fact, he does. He does get one back. Dwyer dies. Flash forward from the Jin. Is there a level 6 from him? Yes, there is. There's a flash on Varus, so it'd likely be ult for flash trade. I think SMLZ is safe for that one now. Oh, both AD carries with 3 kills in under 7 minutes. That's a lot.
但这样的话，就是右边先拿到这个战斗先机嘛。不过这几波其实让马哥发育的挺舒服的，
让马哥都换到头了。
对，人头都是在他身上。
蓝魔甚至还没回过家啊，顺势换线了。
换线了，然后直接踢下去，这样也能先动一波。
换过来抢一波回合的话，一会儿虫其实 UP 可以考虑先打一只。
Ultra Prime kind of need to have these scraps happen, because I don't think they're a team which does very well in 5v5s later. No, Karma doesn't really help this team in 5v5s that much. Quite hard to make LeBlanc Jhin work as a 5v5 against a Scion. So they need to get skirmishes happening. They just need to win them harder than they're currently doing. You know, getting 3 kills on Jhin, awesome. Giving 3 kills to the Varus, you know, could do without that. I suppose it could get to a point whereby gets very far ahead of the game. It looks like he's going towards the Ghostblade first, by the way, not Collector. He's likely going to go towards something like Ghostblade, Lord Dominic's. If he goes Ghostblade, Fire Cannon, they're in trouble. They are genuinely in trouble. They're not going to have any damage to deal with anyone who just builds like a single set of steel caps. I guess with the double AP solo laners it helps a little more going lethality. Maybe that'll be fine. Fine, 2 grubs to the side of Ultra Prime. Ooh, Wink flashing away. Chain lands. Jhin W lands. I think that might be a dead Wink. He do not be having that flash. Jumping forwards onto Bayek. He opened up the curtain calls, and the curtain might be called onto him. Dead Jhin. Xiaoxia probably dead too. Really good response from FRK. Really good response. Killing both the bot laners. Luoyu died as well. Folks, reminder, this is a streamer team versus, you know, an actual LPL team that looked really good versus LNG the other day in the one game they played. Fire just opened up in front of the enemy way too close. A couple of flashes later and the guy's dead. Probably a repeated question. What's the reason between Jace and Bessa in jungle recently? And Bessa jungle was kind of around since release anyway. That's one thing. And she has mainly been played top lane. It's only a couple of people playing a jungle. Monkey plays her and apparently Luoyu does as well. You know, she just has AoE damage, manaless. Well, manaless is mana for jungle, but, you know, decent AoE damage. Ooh, SMZ. Good Q flash there. Nice play from SMZ. Good aggressive instincts. But yes, with Jace and Kiana, they just got a lot of buffs to jungle camp killing, and it means that you can build lethality / assassin without having to interact with a laner, which often feels bad. Because if you build something like an opportunity or Ghostblade in lane, you have very few stats to kind of brawl through matches because you don't get any HP. So often you don't see full lethality mid laners that much anymore. Or top laners, I suppose, as well. But you can do that in jungle, go full glass cannon and not interact with people. Dragon dies. Ultra Prime will claim that. First of the game. I really think FRK can win this one. Their early games haven't been bad. Well, no, most of their early games have been bad. Hacker against LNG got a bit blown out, but their other series was okay. Yeah, Jace is one of those champions where if you ever get to build him as an actual artillery bot without having to build him to survive a matchup, he feels really, really good. If you watch the game earlier from Rayo or a bunch of other games, I'm trying to remember if Hacker played a game of it. But it's just infinite damage. So much damage. By the way, Saber making a bit of a mistake there. Against Syndra as LeBlanc, you really never want to jump in a straight line, because if she just QEs, if you flip back to your return point, then, yeah, like that, you need to jump at an angle. If you jump straight forwards, then the QE will always hit you even if you flip back. So it'll either hit you straight in the face, or if you flip back, it'll hit you anyway. You need to kind of jump to the side. It's a similar matchup against Ahri, which is, again, stuff which I practiced a fair amount. You need to make sure that you don't give them a straight line skill shot when you flip back, effectively. Darwin going forwards the ultimate. Q lands there. Is there a Varus ultimate ready? There is. Trying to predict the flash. Does not land. That is a Jhin W which doesn't land. Don't think it matters. Saber will end up picking up the W kill onto Cryin. It goes down for his first death of the game. A lot of pressure been put onto this mid lane matchup. Saber has a Dark Seal, has 4 stacks in it right now. Dark Seal. 2 stacks per kill. Hacker's going top lane. Alright, well, he has himself Crescent Guard. Not that much health on Bing Chen. He can equalize the next wave is the problem here. He can just equalize the next wave, and then they're still going to have to dive him. There you go. Clears out the wave, and then I guess he can just keep recalling. I think if they dive in without a wave, there's a real chance that they die. They're not that high HP. Varus ult missed. Varus Q missed there too. He's going to go flashes force. He misses it. Gets the slow. If he can get the kill here, that will be breaking open what should have been a losing play. He goes into overheat, and I think with the silence, he might just die. So close! Gets himself the kill on the weak side in the 1v2. Honestly, Liang Chen, that was pretty damn good. Good problem solving on the fly. Saber, Champion Force does land the chain. I guess Cryine's E must have been down because he didn't immediately cast it. Good trade there. Bottom side of the map, fairness, he's going to have to deal with his own dive situation now. It is a Scion. Scion's, you know, pretty good at surviving dives, but, well, not so much against a very fed Jhin. Without having any armor components to ward off that damage so far. Ultra Prime winning in the side lanes largely from that. Not bad from Liang Chen, you know. He actually did alright there. 4 kills on the Jin now, by the way. SMLZ did end up getting some gold towards that top side played again, though, of course, because he did get the assist onto Liang Chen. I think it was Hacker which got that kill, of course. Lila. First turret for Ultra Prime. I think they get themselves boots from that. They do. So they got the upgraded boots. That really helps with LeBlanc in particular. If you can get LeBlanc to 2 items upgraded boots, that is the best kind of poke burst combo from mages. What you really want to do is get Luden's Horizon Focus upgraded boots. That's your go-to. Bayer is going for rapid fire cannon second. Now, okay, so we're going to have to see whether Bayer is so fed with 4 kills and a tower kill that it doesn't matter that you haven't got something like an LDR or an Infinity Edge to really amp your damage multiplicatively. This is the early game stomping items from Jin. Problem is, you do that against someone who actually builds up a little bit of armor and it feels really not great. So Bayer's going to have to either, 1, find ways to hit the targets which are not that tanky, so, you know, Varus, Nico, Syndra, or get so far ahead that it doesn't matter that he's hitting the front line. I'm going to miss feats. It's been such a prominent feature in the past year. I kind of miss First Blood giving extra gold and First Tower giving extra gold, though. I felt like they mattered more that way, really. Its strength, I mean, yeah, they were fine. I guess I didn't hate them at the end of it. Haha, I get the XP plan. Shane lands. There is an ultimate for Fairness, so he should be able to get out there, and he does. Ultimate down from Zion. Saber is at such a strong point of power. Luden's pen boots is such a great power spike for the LeBlanc. The quests are pretty cool. I don't... Changes the game a lot. Ooh, Hacker's now been chained up. Yeah, well, that's a whole lot of damage. Wink gets out of 1 of those shots, gets out of 2. Ambessa flies over the wall, and Hacker will die. Nico has been killed by the Black Rose of LeBlanc as well. Hacker... What? Sorry, Liang Chen will drop down the Equalizer. Luoyu ends up dying somewhere in amongst that too. That ends up being 2 for 1 in favor of Ultra Prime. Yeah, the quests, I don't... I have reservations about the quests. I need to see them in pro play to feel a lot better about them. Lila. Well, that's what happens when you get picked off by, you know, chains and Jin Ws and stuff. Especially when you start falling behind, it gets to be a real problem. Flash down on Varus could be a huge problem for the later fights. You know, this is actually a very strong Varus. 6 kill Varus. 500 gold up on the 4 kill Jin. Herald taken by FRK, actually, interestingly. Not too far behind in gold. Again, because even though they've lost in some of the... They've lost some fights. They're only 1 kill behind total. Varus is very, very strong. And I gotta say, if Varus actually does escape the initial engage, which I think is possible if you go towards something like the Edge of Night and it doesn't get popped by LeBlanc, this Varus could be a huge thorn in that. This could be game-winning Varus lead. Because unlike Jin, who has to go into a Scion, SMLZ is going to be doing good damage onto everyone on Ultra Prime. Saber's going to look for a burst combo. If he gets hit by a Varus ult, he will die, though. He needs to be very careful as LeBlanc jumping into the Varus. Again, much like against the Syndra, you need to be careful not to just jump straight at him. If you do give him a Varus ult, it's very nasty. He needs to jump over the wave now to hit some skill shots. Now the thing is, if LeBlanc then jumps over just for a Q, then you can get the Jin W in place. The chain lands. That's a problem. Chain lands does end up leading to Saber's death. So the LeBlanc goes down 1 for 1. Again, not bad work done by SMLZ, all things said and done. Saber loses some Dark Seal stacks, goes down to 3. Should have been, I suppose, 5. SMLZ really does need to get something like that Edge of Night. Has gone for the Serpent's Fang into the Karma. I do wonder whether Edge of Night would have been better. Because I think you're doing enough damage. I know that the Serpent's Fang is good against the shields coming from Rumble, Ambassador, and Karma, but... Yeah. You do wonder... Ooh, flash away. Xiaoxia quite scared there.
龙方 TP 落下，这段时间其实对于 UP 来说，他要进攻的就是整个下半局了，他要掌
Quite
控下半局
scared
的主动权。
indeed.
UP 主要边线有点吃力。
Very even game, within 100 gold, which is a good thing for FRK, you know, considering that they are a streamer team.
他现在要做的第一
You expect them to be a little more off the boil compared to active LPL players, and that has been the case for the games that we've seen so far. The streamer teams have not managed to take a game off the LPL teams legitimately just yet. There was one where there was one forfeit by LGD for network issues, and that was it, I think. Hang on, that's a point. Has Wink ulted yet? I don't think he has he?
赵信玩到这段时间，基本上2件套够了，可以开始跟着队友走了。
2 items for Luoyu. Same for Hacker. Saber's... Oh, hang on. Saber's going for needs a large rod item next rather than a Horizon Focus. Wants to... I guess he can go towards a Banshees. Maybe Banshees is the play for him. Could go Zhonya's as well, I suppose. There's some really nasty combos you can go towards with LeBlanc in the right spots where you jump forwards, land the chain, use Zhonya so you can stay in place, get the root, and then hop back to your return point. Occasionally you can do that. A little bit janky. The same build path for... Oh, you could also go Shadow Flame too. I mean, Shadow Flame's also fine. But my problem with that is that you should be starting the combos in this comp. Looking forward, hang on, Luoyu. A little bit. Hacker flashing forwards. Good damage on Saber, but has a jump out. Not enough CC. SMLZ couldn't get in range for the ult, I suppose. There was another W. Good damage onto Saber, but I don't think it's going to win them that much. Oh, we might win the mid-turret. You know what? I might be mistaken there. Could win the mid-turret. Curtain call, equalizer. Okay, that's a heavy investment. I guess it saves the turret. Okay, so the flash from Hacker forces Ultra Prime to the point where they realize they're going to lose mid lane turret and nothing changes, so they throw a couple of ults at them in return. Now the problem is, they can't fight for the next dragon. Saber's stopped in his recall, so now... Does that open up mid lane turret again? Does that open up dragon in 30 seconds? FRK have people remaining on the map with good HP, so they should have a crack at mid lane turret and then the dragon after, actually. SMLZ, if he really feels like it, can recall and teleport back in if he's got gold he needs to spend. Root landed onto Fairness. So it is going to be Shadow Flame for Saber. I don't love the Shadow Flame for LeBlanc in this game because... Well, okay, the stats are good. I think you should have just gone Horizon Focus, because I think what you're really looking to do is jump forwards, buy out a skill shot so you hop back, and then you have increased cooldown to jump forwards a second time while you have the cooldown differential in your favor. 2 items for Cryan, who's got the Horizon Focus after the Blackfire Torch. Hang on, Hacker's flying in. He doesn't have flash, but he's got a little bit of damage behind him if he can get onto someone. Props out the Crescent Guard, not awful, but the Mikhail's come through from Xiaosha, so I suppose it's Crescent Guard for Mikhail's and a bit of HP is the trade. Fires. Oh, good stun. Is that a full kill? That might actually... Bloody hell, that actually could have been a full kill angle, you know? Brian's not at 100 stacks yet. If you get to 100 stacks, then you get yourself the execute threshold. See the Ultra Prime, they don't really have a fantastic comp to fight around objectives. Their objective players effectively get LeBlanc to Q someone, which then opens up a Jin W. Fairness gets onto Baye, who does have a flash. I'm not sure it'll save him. Gets knocked up by the Scion Q. The barrier won't save him. And Baye, I mean... I don't know, Ultra Prime, their posturing around this last objective really fell apart when they ate a little bit too much damage. They used the equalizer to try and defend mid lane turret just before. This didn't work. FRK walk away with a kill onto the Fed AD carry, and they've ended up getting the dragon onto themselves later as well. So Ultra Prime missed their chance to Hextech Soul, and my worry here for Ultra Prime is that this is exactly what your comp doesn't want to do. This draft needs to be playing differently. You need to be looking for those pick opportunities, and I don't think they've made the most of that, really. They did a little bit onto Cryan earlier, but around there when it comes to those objectives, really struggles. See here, Fairness really does not give a damn about LeBlanc in a side lane. This kind of build doesn't work well against Sion. You don't really want to be playing LeBlanc against Sion here. Guess you're waiting for Bayer to build up towards his Mortal Reminder.
而且得多叫个人，但这段时间我感觉分
AD 没闪，可以看 AD， 我扔击飞，没闪，没事，杀掉了。
Wink went forward to delay some of the rest of the team, I suppose. Yeah, the positioning in mid lane from Bio just needs to take into account that no one is going to block a Sion ult for you. If you have a Braum or a Cassante or whatever, yeah, you can block that. But because you've got, you know, Karma, she'll just insta-die. And Bessa doesn't want to do that either, you know. We need to see some big plays from Ling Chen and Saber. If they can kill SMLZ here, maybe it opens up control over side of the map. They do lock in the equalizer. Hacker's jumping forwards. Jinol, I don't think kills from this range. Is freaking close, though. Jin W very nearly kill. Oh, no, they just miss out on the kill angle. Saber's not there for the last bit of damage. SMLZ has teleport to get back out onto the map, too. So it's not even like you're going to get that much value out of it. You can teleport right back in now if they need him. There you go. Yep, teleport right back in towards the lane he wants you. Atakan is up, and yeah, you've got the teleport. May as well use it. You know, they can get the Atakan now potentially. There's no Jin ult, no equalizer. You kind of need them to fight. I don't think that Ultra Prime are going to be in position to... I don't think they're going to be in position to contest. It should be a free Atakan. Well, they try their best to kill off SMLZ. They fail. I really think you need the LeBlanc to be there for that sort of play. They don't manage to do that. Get the Atakan. Stunned. Saber's going to die to the execute. Oh, Saber. Well, that's one of the problems of the Syndra LeBlanc. Eventually, LeBlanc hop skips and dies. Hop skips and jumps into a 6-foot deep hole in the ground. Cryin', good kill combo. But you gotta feel like Ultra Prime had some positions to get some good picks across the moments earlier into the game, and they didn't quite really utilize it well enough. And now you're at a point where no one does damage to the Scions, sadly, so as soon as you group up as 5 members, that's a problem. And then you're playing Blink first against a Syndra, where if you land a chain and a Jin W, yes, that's great, but if Syndra stuns you first, you die. Lawyer, you looking for something. That's not bad. Hey, good damage onto Hacker. Do they want to pull the ult in? They do, but they miss. We've just gone, I suppose, a little bit earlier while he was still rooted by the LeBlanc. Doesn't choose to. Ultra Prime, I wonder if Panic's starting to set in a little bit now. Hacker lucky to make it out of that one. But he does. 2,000 gold lead for FRK.
已经进攻2波中塔了，都没挤掉。主要上一条龙节奏断了比较深，这应该是他们最好这个去逼。
Oh, is using the coach of Ultra Prime now? I actually didn't check what their coaching situation was. 'Cause I know that obviously they had for a little bit for 2024 they had coaches like Shabai and they had Doonby as well coaching as well, positional coaching. And then I can't remember who was on this year. Saber jumping forwards, gets some good damage with the Jin W, misses, and the chain does as well, and he walks it out. Well played by SMLZ. Look, he knows he's under threat. He's done a very good job to avoid that. Gets a bit of wave clear in there too. Does it save the turret? I don't think it does. The mid turret falls, but SMLZ, at least he lives. Credit to him. Credit to him. Right, gotcha. Thanks, Aaron. I appreciate that. I don't always pay attention to coaches of kind of like the name brand coaches. I obviously pay a little bit more attention to because people like hearing about players, you know, coaches like Daney or Harm or folks like that. Some of the coaches which I know less about. I don't track their journeys as closely. No. It's very useful having folks like this is like what Lithium Nard for Team WE on Reddit and yourself obviously for Ultra Prime. It's quite nice to kind of have these people who've got very specific knowledge sets which help you get into the feeling of what's happening with a specific team. I asked quite a lot about JDG through their struggles this year because there are a lot of people who've followed JDG for a very long time. Obviously, you is a big JDG fan amongst others. 1010. Yeah, because obviously 1010 follows players like Shun, right? Like asking specific people for specific interests is a good way to get a handle on the community and get some of that real niche knowledge out there, which is obviously bloody hell that damage from Cryin'. If he pressed the ult onto me, would have died there, you know? Probably would have had to flash for it. Next stun could kill here. Need to be careful. Are you coming in? Dragon's being taken by Hacker. There's a chance of a play from Ultra Prime, but LeBlanc's not there with teleport. Oh no, not again, Loyo. He's even slowed that time. He will die. He will die. It's just a little bit more hard to do. Now they managed to form up again. It's a 4v5, but you know what? Because of the power of the Syndra and the Scion, I wonder whether Ultra Prime just has to back off. They do get SMLZ, but they lose the Dragon. a little bit close there, you know? Who have I got in late game? I think when it gets to late game, it's got to be FRK in terms of draft. It's just about play after that point. You know, again, FRK and the streamer teams, ZSM being the other one, you do expect them to be a little less on point because they're not, you know, actively practicing and scrimming against LPL teams. They're not as coordinated all the time. Oof. Yeah, well, it took a little bit more. Mbes had to flash for that. But hey, kill's a kill's a kill. Saber. Wait for that clone to go. This is one of the... Oh, so annoying to play against Nico. So annoying to play against Nico like this. Just permanent clone uptime, you know? What a dumb mechanic. The thing is, I really like the creativity of Nico, but then the problem is... People find specific use cases like this where it turns out, by the way, Nico has just a free walking ward that can go anywhere. It's like if Callista Sentinel was good. Now, why does Callista get to have a bum-ass ability for a W? And then you get, you know, Nico, which can just ruin the meta game by doing stuff like this. Cryin can definitely one-shot here, by the way. Syndra is at the point where she has her unlocked mini death cap. She has the extra, I think it's 15% AP from 120 stacks on Syndra. Executes from her ult below 10% as well, I want to say.
然后现在右边给不到小龙的压力，局势卡住了，他们也打不了大龙。只要不出现那种边线的单点击杀，就辛德拉这条线，只要他不被抓死 ，UP 正面是基本上没机会的。主要这辛德拉也挺难抓的，现在就快印清了线就跑。
So big lead in mid lane for FRK. Cryin is a nasty threat. Both AD carries are both very fed, so you got to keep that in mind. If Bayo gets to 4 items, 4 item Jhin with a percent pen item and Infinity Edge starts to go multiplicative. At that point, Jhin actually can just damage anyone for a lot of damage. But he does need to get there. I don't know if he's got enough money to do that in 2 minutes. In fact, I'm going to assume he doesn't. He has got the expensive components of Infinity Edge, but he's only got 2 minutes to rack up the extra gold for that, which means that maybe Ultra Prime have to play things a little more tentative around the next few minutes. I think you got to play safe until you get Jhin with 4 items, no? And then the problem with that is that, you know, the longer you wait, the harder it gets for Saber, as LeBlanc is not far enough ahead of the game to take over. Now, LeBlanc, when she gets very far ahead of the game, just kind of chains play into play into play, or pushes you off areas of the map, which really hurts. Now, yes, you have 3 items on this, but and they're not bad AP items, you know. I mean, Banshees and Shadowflame both bring what 105 or 100, 105 or 115 AP for Banshees now. I know they upped it from 100. It's higher than that. Anyway, it's over 100 AP. Shadowflame's 110 or something, or 100 as well. With the flat pen component. It has the upgraded boots. Would really like to have something like a death cap, of course, because of the multiplier itself there. Why don't they start the Baron? Because if you start Baron, then you open up stuff like Equalizer onto you, where SMLZ just kind of dies for free. I think you'd rather just control... And also Dragon's up in a minute. Oh, Cryin, he just kills him for free. Not quite. Actually, it's the Seekers being blown there. So Liang will not have Seekers. That's big. Does he have item? Does he have enough gold for Zhonya's? I doubt he does. Can he go back and complete that? I'm not sure he can. Might get a needlessly large rod, but I don't think he's got that much cash in pocket, no? Let's see what he gets on this back. Gets a control ward. No, he gets nothing. So he won't have the... That's a good win there. Because the actual cooldown of the Syndra ult's not crazy with this build. Horizon Focus, Blackfire's good cooldown reduction. 15% max health XQ on Syndra. Nice, cool. I was wondering if it's 15 or 10%. And then the 120 is something like a 10 or 15% AP increase as well. Saber is on a flank angle. Would love one of those flangles. Jump over the wall here. Some spell shields available for SMLC's. Wing dodges out the Jhin W's not that accurate. Spell shield from Saber down. That was a really golden opportunity for Ultra Prime. If they could land a pick there, land the Jhin W, that could have been it. So you had, you know, Jhin W, Equalizer. They don't land it. Dragon available now. You've lost some HP on Ambessa and on Rumble. Saber's trying to open up the flank angle. Really is trying to. 2,000 damage. Yikes. Yeah, scary Syndra. Baron's now spotted. So we're doing a little bit of a jump around the map. Ultra Prime want to pull Frank FRK into an area where they don't have vision. Saber's spotted now. Sion's gone forwards. Equalizer onto SMLZ. Hang on a second. The Jin W misses again. That's really not the accuracy you need there, especially onto a slow target. Fairness is going to jump over. I don't think LeBlanc has the damage to kill him. No, he certainly doesn't. He doesn't have any pen. So FRK are actually escaping this situation remarkably well. Ultra Prime pulled them into an area they didn't have great wards in. That was meant to be the idea. Maybe Saber can get a one-shot. Maybe pop the GA from Hacker. Not worth going into Fairness. Baron's too high HP. That Jin is not quite doing the damage to the Sion he needs to either. I don't know. He does have the 4 items. That's a 4-item Jin, and he's not even doing that much to the Sion. That's a problem. That is a problem. Teleporting back in. Okay, now they're going towards the Baron. Ultra Prime, how close... sorry, FRK, how close are they to position? They don't have the jungler there. They were on resets. Same with the Nico. Saber's over the wall. Fairness, pretty high HP. I think Rumble's going to die, but the Baron should go to Ultra Prime. That should be the case. Rumble down. What's happening with the Baron? What's happening with the Baron? What's happening with it? It goes to the Ambassador in the end, but how many do they lose on the outro too? Hacker jumping forwards, has the GA, can go very aggressive if he wants to. Jumps forwards again. I think Luoyu will die for this. They'll lose the dragon afterwards, presumably. That's going to be 3 of those hard-earned Barons immediately going away. Saber, I guess, trying to find some kind of crazy flank play. I'm just not really sure how much value he's going to get from that. He'll be spotted out. They might be able to kill Wink. Roots avoided. They will get safely back to his tower. Well, Ultra Prime, they do get the Baron, but at what cost? So, Liang Chen tried to link up with Saber. I don't think he quite realized that the resets would be coming in on the timing that it did. So it just ends up being solo laners jumping forwards. Wink actually quite a good defensive ult to stop LeBlanc from jumping onto SMLZ. Very close to a steal. Very close to a steal. Brian flashes over to make sure that the extra damage will be there. I think that's a good decision in the end. Kind of like secures the play, I suppose. Although he actually doesn't end up doing that much. I guess that's done. Does a bit. Dragon went for FRK, no surprises there. They have 3k ahead. This could be the first time a streamer team takes down an LPL team in an individual game. And no, the LGD game against... Yeah, the LGD second game against ZSM doesn't really count because they had the disconnect and had to forfeit that one. Doesn't really count. Baron power play is not looking fantastic for Ultra Prime, is it? Baya's almost at full build, has that. Presumably Bloodthirster coming in last. I presume that'd be it. Don't think he needs a GA. I think he'd prefer to have... Well, I guess he could go for the GA against the Syndra, but I think the Bloodthirster, just the raw AD and the Overshield feels pretty good versus the Varus. Saber's been fishing for plays for a while. He's got a Blighting Jewel in now on the way towards Void Staff. Again, didn't go towards the Death Cap, so some of the multiplicative values not... Well, not at peak there, you know? Medjai's in for Cryon, interestingly. If he gets one more kill, he'll end up getting towards the extra movement speed, which is quite big. Though I will say, again, you'd quite like a Death Cap. I think if you go Death Cap, you maybe even kill with a regular rotation at that point. I get the stun, another Q and a W, that's probably dead. Yeah, I don't think anyone else on the other team can tank up enough at that point. Banshees won't save you from that. I don't think people quite realize, again, how crazy a stat stick Void Staff is nowadays. Crazy amount of percent penetration. The amount of AP it gives you is much higher than it was in the past. Saber does nothing to Sion. LeBlanc can't do anything against Sion at this point. As long as Fearness is kind of stood around, like, they don't do anything to him. Sion, in fact, actually might be able to start a fight here. Well, he's down. The ult's down. He's actually a little bit out of cooldowns there. Right. Quite gets out. Fearness just doesn't care about anything. I need to see Jin hit the Sion and see if there's any damage coming in. I mean, I guess, Rumble will do something with the magic resist shred, but it doesn't feel like that'll be enough. Caught out a little bit. Wink will get the CC onto him, and, well, he stepped forward to wave clear, and he's died. Typically, that's an AD carries foible, but right here, for some reason, it's the Ambassador jungle. Saber could jump over the rest of the wall. Immediate turnaround. So hard to play this as the LeBlanc. Going back, it is a GA for Bayer, by the way, not the Bloodthirster, and choosing not to go towards lifesteal for the poke Varus.
其实可以中下一起推的，我刚才就想说下半区留点眼保护一下 Crying。
What's the patch here? Let me check actually.
对吧？可以两条路一起推，这样才能给到更大的压力。
I believe it's 24 or 25. Not 23, I know that much. Because we have Zahen enabled. I don't know what patch he was enabled, or whether that was what kept him out of the Casper Cup. Dragon in a minute would be Soul for FRK. FRK, you now have the 10 stacks for Syndra on the Magi, so he's very happy with the extra move speed. That's 24. Thanks, Tomato.
UP 先下河，先落位。但对于 FRK 来说，我有个大赛恩，我根本就不怕你先下河，我随时能挤进来，我开个车都能把这个位置给挤住。Saber 想绕了。
Saber hopping around. Again, maybe if the LeBlanc can get a good enough flank, it means something. I just look at the Sion stood in the same part of the fight. Ooh, Bayer close. Crying's taking big damage. Doesn't get the Syndra down. That's a big game changer. Fearness in the front line doing a decent job again of just being that bulwark. Stun lands from the Syndra. That's so much damage. Hacker could potentially flash in with a Q knockup. Fearness, I don't think. Ooh, I don't think he takes that much damage, but if it curves the bullet around him, that's a problem. So that's not going to be Soul for FRK. Ultra Prime will deny the Soul. Baron's going up to FRK, though. Ultra Prime, do they contest? Can they? Not going down that quickly, actually. Crying's not on it, which doesn't help. Full combo from them. Wink. Do that much. That'll be a clean take from FRK. Saber spotted. Now, the Scuttle pop does give you vision of people, even through the spell shield of the Banshees. Recall on all 5. So Baron on 5, no Soul for either team. We're going long here, over 40 minutes. Getting to the point where multiple people are getting full build. SMLZ has got his full build now. Can't remember how long he's had that for. Presumably he's had that for a while, actually. Ignore that. Saber is a full item behind Crying, though. I guess he has some extra gold spent in boots, but yeah. Deathcap Void Staff for Crying, he's chilling. He sold the Magi's for the Deathcap, which I think is the right choice here. I mean, yeah. You hadn't got the Magi's at max stack, may as well keep your other items at that point. And Saber doesn't have a Void Staff. Wait, hang on. No, he has the Crypt Bloom. He's completed that, but he doesn't have a Death Cap. Jumping forwards to the key, but this LeBlanc does nothing. LeBlanc does so little at this point. Ultra Prime, they picked a very difficult team fighting position later. The Equalizer's meant to dunk onto SMLZ. Very good damage. Equalizer not doing enough to dissuade the full engage through, and he almost loses his whole life for it. Soyu really had a great ult on the Ambassador this game. Oh, Jin, not sure about opening up like that. Curtain Call's a bit of a waste. More like a shower curtain, really. Saber, again, trying to play all around the flank, but FRK just sit there and say, alright, well, we can just group up as 5. We always have another bit of CC. Saber hops back. Banshee's blown. Trying to intercept the wave. He wave clear here? Yeah, he can mostly. I mean, gets rid of the range creeps. Can't get rid of the melees of the cannon, but does delay the thing going to turret. Oh, hang on. There you go. Good damage onto him. Frickin' hell, I got close. The Death Dance. It's the Death Dance which ends up both saving his life there. Denies some of the upfront burst and gives it as a burn over time anyway. Technically, that's a good way to avoid the Syndra execute, because the ult itself has to bring you below a certain amount of HP. Oh, damn, the equalizer is actually right there in the choke point, but not enough. One more Syndra stun, and this game could genuinely... Oh, jeez, that's a bad place to be stood. Is there a teleport behind? There is. Saber is standing there. Wink manages to lock up, well, the Ambassador who's gone in. Saber, does manage to get two. Gets two. Both bot laners die. Saber gonna get flashed onto. Saber flipping back. Wasn't hit, but the wind becomes lightning. The mark wasn't applied. Fairness. Now this is a problem. Just get rooted in place. He's tanky, but he needs other people to do the damage for him, and that's exactly what they do. The Karma goes down. Not the most important member, but oh my god, that's some good damage onto the Jhin. Walks forwards. I suppose that's why he gets the GA, but how much damage can everyone else do? Saber picks up another one. Syndra down. Hacker, the only one really left alive to do anything now. In fact, just the only one alive in general. GA popped. Ultra Prime may have clutched out the fight. Hacker trying to judge the hop back point. Doesn't win the mind game. Saber and Liang Chen survive, and they kill all 5 of FRK. Oh my god, Saber. Insanity from him. What a play from Saber. Oh my god, Saber. Some great work from him. So, Ambassador goes in, gets a bit isolated because it's onto the spell shield target. Saber gets the first one there. Hang on, was that a full pentakill? I didn't see the notification come up. So he gets the 2 there. What happens after this point? Then you've got so many low HP members. Yes, the regular combo from Krine is absolutely insane. So who are the other kills going to? So, yes, LeBlanc gets the 3rd one. I think, yeah, you know what, folks? Was that the actual Penta? I didn't see the notification come up. Because you can see right there, I don't know whether it timed out. I wonder whether the first 2 kills, because it was the triple kill. Did he get the full penta? I don't know whether it timed out. I'm not sure if the notification came up. I think technically it's a pentakill, but in terms of he got all 5 kills. But I think what happened was he got the first 2 kills, the double kill to triple kill timed out, and then I'm not sure it registers as a pentakill. He got all 5 kills. I mean, he's funded himself through to a death cap. But I'm not sure it counts as a pentakill because it timed out after the first 2. Dangerous there, Saber. Okay, Dragon in 10 seconds. That would be the soul for either team. Saber now has the edge over Krine because he has the extra gold from the feats of strength. Slightly lower HP, though, of course. Took a bit of a chunk there. Okay, well, that Syndra damage needs to be tracked. Hacker into the pit. Are we really flipping for a soul like this? Jhin doubly misses. Good, engaged by Wink. Gets onto the backline. I don't think the follow-up is there. Lin Cheng will end up soaking up the Syndra ultimate. The Hex Soul goes to Ultra Prime, taken by Loliu, and I think Ultra Prime have clutched it out. An unofficial Penta from LeBlanc. A Dragon secure by the Ambassador of Loliu, and I think they'll just march it down now. They're going to go down towards bot lane. Fearness will intercept that wave. They'll have to go into mid lane as well. The game will not end here. I don't think they have enough time, even with the extended death timers. Ultra Prime get Hex Soul. There's a massive cannon, a super minion in mid lane which held up the wave here. Ultra Prime ending up clutching it out. Saber died midway through that play, as did Liang Chen as well. But I think they did enough damage before they went down. Can they break an inhib? Sion gonna recall. I don't think the game will end here. It'll take too long to push in. They'll only get an inner turret. They don't even break the base. Wink, 3-man combo coming through, but the equalizer separates out the damage. Brian and SLLZ are zoned off by Liang Chen. It's a good Rumble team fight. Both damaging members end up getting zoned away. They get hit by multiple Hex Souls, and Loliu manages to tag onto them afterwards. Jumping towards a late game Ambassador from jungle. I mean, it's a level 18 Ambassador. It doesn't matter this is in the jungle role at that point. It's still the same damn champion. This game has been very tight. Dragon goes down to Ultra Primes. They have Soul and they have Baron. 20-20 in kills. Not quite at the 1 kill a minute, but yeah, we're getting towards, real messiness in the late game now. So who else can still hit full build? Loliu can get himself a GA. Liang Chen is getting himself towards a death cap. He has himself, a pen item of the blood letters. He's got himself the Zhonya's. Spires at full build. I think, did he sell one of his items from Merc Scimitar? He sold his boots for Merc's, for Merc Scimitar. That's what he did. Both supports getting some more gold in there too, worth noting. Only the more upgrade for Hacker left. Scion is obviously getting crazy extended value out of his Soul Furnace passive. Every single member has significant damage to play now. Even, you know, this Shinzao could potentially do some crazy value. The level value on Shinzao. A lot of people don't realize, but level 18 Shinzao, just the base value you get from his kit is absolutely absurd. If he actually gets to hit you, that's the problem. You actually get hit at that point. Ultra Prime, to get to actually auto-attack towers, it is a ton of damage. Subar, using that Hex Soul to get a little bit of extra damage on the procs. Going for the single Q, so yeah. Jin damage. Jin damage gets kind of nutty at late game. Doesn't always show up in the as Scion HP bar, but gotta pay attention to it. Defensive boots from Loryu helping tank some damage there. Death Stance as well. Saber, safe to push in mid lane. Hey, Fairness trying to block for SMLZ. The Equalizer chunking them out. Does this buy them time to auto-attack the turret? No, but Saber does do that in mid lane. The delaying power works. Saber, you've got to be a little bit careful there. You get hit by that Q or that W, things go very bad very quickly. Spell Shell did go off, and he didn't land any damage on Cryan. No stun landing there. Watch out for Cryan. Cryan might be able to save the game for FRK, maybe. Ooh, and Bessa missing the ult. So Hex Soul walks onto him as well, so the slow puts him at threat. Has to flash away. Ultra Prime 2 inhibs down now. Now Ultra Prime, can they get the death push in here? 40 seconds left. That's like one wave left of Baron. Can they do it on this wave? Or is it going to come down to something like the Elder later? The Hex Soul is helping. Jin ult is on cooldown, but the Jin W helps. One more wave. They have one more wave of this Baron, otherwise I think the game extends more. Because they're opening up it on such a wide angle, it means that LeBlanc can jump around the corner. Wing misses! It's a massive whiff on the Nico. Cryan goes down, and I think that might be it. The Saber slashes down the person who given the most damage out for FRK. Ultra Prime, it wasn't an easy game, folks. I think they made it hard for themselves. They will go 1-up in the series. They will not be the first LPL team to lose a genuine team against a streamer team. They'll go 1-up in the series. FRK can't get it done. 1-0 to Ultra Prime. Well, it's a long game. We've had a lot of them today. I'm gonna see if I can get Sam on the call and get him set up to do a couple of games. Because honestly, folks, I need to start resting my brain a little bit. Got to do some stuff for a visa appointment later today. Make sure I'm still around for the rest of the stream. And then, wow, all right, Saber, not bad from him, you know, not bad.
是的，他们很多时候在防守反击，然后就尤其是在中期可能30分钟左右那段时间，你会发现就他在很老实的等龙，但其实那段时间他们打团是随便赢的。
对他们其实前面优势挺大的。
最后的赛后数据面板。 两边 C 位其实伤害都打得挺足的，右边这蓝波大招其实每波放的都挺好，都是起到隔绝战场的作用。
All right, I'm gonna get Sam on, and I need to put on some adverts as well because pre-roll's been on for a while. It's a long ass game. I didn't realize that. I didn't even realize that tab was open. Yeah, let's get Sam on.
因为那两条龙按理来说都是 FRK 要掌握优势了，就你又有前排，你 C 位手又长。 你打团是比对面要好打的，但被 UP 给拉扯住了呀，拉扯住了，而且。
Hello, Sam. How's it going? Hello. Oh no, no. Oh no, Sam. That audio quality is awful. Oh, Sam, that's awful. That's like, that's just. There's got to be a loose connection in there. Do you want to just listen to yourself on Discord real quick? Oh, that was demonic.
Can you? There we go. How are you all doing?
That's fine. Did you? What the heck happened with your mic, Sam?
Is it all right now?
What did you hear? What happened before? Like, oh Jesus, that was like full on. Like, wow. I think it's okay now. Have you tested like a sound check with it and see how it sounds at high level? Cool.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I have. We had before, we just didn't do it more. Basically, we've changed it from being a compressor to a limiter.
Okay. What do you mean by you did one before? Like yesterday or?
Yeah. Afterwards.
Okay, cool. Right. Is stream okay when it clicks on that?
In fact, I listened back. I think it wasn't as bad as I thought it was. It was just basically when it initially jumped, it wasn't catching it properly.
It was pretty bad. I mean, so I actually have another compressor on my end, which would probably help it, but like on my end, it was very difficult on the crispiness, really. Yeah, and at least at first it was very, very bad. So I'm glad we managed to dial it in a little bit more. Right, yeah, I actually need to like take a game off because my brain is dying, and I need to go get like a biometric photo for visa stuff.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then tomorrow,
yeah, so DM was where I did.
Yeah, tomorrow the appointments are like 4 o'clock or something. I guess I could stream and then go out later. That might end up. Yeah, I guess I might have time for that.
For whatever reason on Discord, I'm getting a PowerPoint picture.
PowerPoint. It's probably because
PowerPoint.
It's probably because it's streaming in 1080. So I'll drop it down to 720. It might be might be my upload. It might be Discord streaming in 1080. Basically, if the streaming quality isn't good on Discord, it will drop the frame rate basically.
Right.
So hopefully that's fine now, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's fine. That is indeed fine.
Cool. And then, right. Yeah, Ultra Prime 1. Yeah, they managed to clutch it out in the end. It was an unofficial Penta for Saber. And,
Saber!
Yeah.
Excalibur!
Okay, so I'm not gonna lie, Sam. I'm probably just gonna leave you to it for a game. If you need something from me on a text side of things, just like call my phone / on Messenger because I'm not gonna have headphones in.
Call my phone, call my phone.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I need to hang on. Maybe I should need. I had RE package turn up. I'll do that later. Do it later.
Fun.
Yeah, I have like the RE.
Yeah, I'm happy to do whatever, guys. I'm looking after you all.
Cool. Okay, I'm gonna like take a game off and I'll obviously this is like series 2 of the day.
2 day. See you in a minute. FRK are gonna feel very hard done by after that one. Understandably so. I prefer Mordred over Artoria. Fair enough. I need an adult. Sam is here. I may need an adult to your adult. That's fair. My dad's upstairs. I could bring Dad down to say hello. How's that? Also, hey Katari, good to see you. Hey Amber, nice to see you too. Yeah, apologies on my end for not streaming very much over the last week or so. I meant to be streaming the last week and then ended up with tracheitis, courtesy of the flu I caught. And so it's only been the last day or two when I've actually been able to speak full sentences without coughing my guts up, which was a little bit much for streaming, obviously. So it's like, I'm gonna finally stream Disco Elysium for you guys. I've owed it for you for like a year. We can make it happen. No, absolutely not. And then first day back, started at 6, didn't finish till 8 p.m. Ah, esports, never change, never change, never change. Have been well. I've not been particularly well, unfortunately, Mecca. I've been unwell sick-wise, and I'm not doing NLC next year as of about 2 weeks ago. So it's been an unfortunate couple weeks, guys. I've had better weeks. It has to be said. So very glad to be back and doing some stuff with all of you, getting back in the run of things. Sam's going to follow through on his promises, tell him to knock on his ass, all of that. Yeah, basically. 4 minutes to go. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, Amber. Get out of the way before the holidays. Yep, that's the one. That's the one. So how do we feel about... Excuse me. Still got that little dregs of the cough around. Ultra Prime versus FRK. Because I thought that first game and went, what the bleeding heck is happening here? Ultra Prime win despite their coaching and despite my oh boy. Still not LeBlanc mid is what I think. Okay. That's fair. That is fair. Boom, dun, dun. Oh boy. I think the problem was Karma's put they needed engaged. Yeah, did they get how much prior did they get from it? Was it enough? Or just really not? Because my impression was they really didn't get the shove they should have. But again, I was busy doing some audio bits, so I wasn't paying full attention. That said, if they can make it work, more power to them. It's not like a pocket picks on a thing in the IPL. Very true. And Karis gave up so much more meta than the Orianna Fikali. Yeah, okay, I'm with you. Doesn't really matter if the prior it's Jim versus Poke Varus. There's nothing top to happen lane. Very fair, you know. That's very fair. I hear your point. Yeah, and I that's very true. Honestly, don't really have a lot to add to that one. Oh. Oh, Sam, hi! Hi! Here we go, baby. Back in.
好，欢迎回来啊！上把也是打了50分钟，最终
Welcome back, ones and alls. To the Demacia Cup Game 2 here between FRK and Ultra Prime. Ultra Prime, we'll say clutched it. In the final hour of that game. It was a bloodbath, and FRK, one of the streamer teams, really had a phenomenal chance to take a game off one of the LPL teams and couldn't quite get it over the finish line. Wasn't an easy affair for either team, make no mistake about it, but I don't think either team will be entirely pleased with how that game went, let's be real. It was very entertaining. And entertainment's what we're here for in Demacia Cup. I'll be your circus mask for the day. Initialize. Taking over from Nymaera, who's taking a quick break because has been working very, very hard of late. Has got to do some IRL things like getting some photos for visa things and all that kind of jazz. So you're welcome. I'm here, providing some value to you all. Zeref redeemed a roast. Zeref, I'm literally having to do this roast off a mobile phone. And still, despite the fact that I only get a tiny little line, I don't even get proper notifications, I am so much of a hater. I'm going to call you out specifically for being a stinky human being. This is generational levels of hatred. If you were ever to have children, I would hate on them too, and your children's children. Your whole bloodline is stinky. How's that? So we get when people call for a roast. Started listening at a fun time? Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
还真是，对吧？吓哭了，
吓哭了，管不了。
Look, I'm in a very Chinese time of my life, as Dokla once said, and a number of other people too. And that means taking on some of those generational grudges in the manner of all my favorite wuxia heroes.
前面聊的那样，就兰博大招一个先手，然后进 W 就在后面狙人，对吧？妖姬看情况去偷，
然后你只有前排能吃得住，你后排是没办法的。对面带着电龙魂。
He has cameras in my room. Yeah, mate, I've got. I don't need cameras. The moment you stick one in, it starts melting from the stench. You're stinky.
因为他们很多时候是让 Fearness 去开团，其实这样开团反而不太好，因为 Fearness 开团很容易脱节。就包括我觉得他们开的最可惜的一波是，本来有巨大优势的一波正面团，然后对面就是强行打大龙。
Turns out, 5 best of 3s yesterday, because I ended up working on another LPL. I'm not even joking. I worked on the other LPL last night, which was great. But it was an extra 2 best of 3s. And thus my voice was not entirely pleased with me for starting at 6 and finishing at 8:30 odd. But we are in a draft here. Couple very key bans. The Jace, the Aatrox, both of those are disgusting in the jungle and deflexes. Get rid of them. Kiana as well, very strong in the jungle still. They are kind of your linchpin carry junglers that just seem to rule the roost right now within the context of the Demacia Cup and wider than that. Orianna ban as well, alongside the Akali. Yeah, that's probably fair. 2 of those bigger picks from the mid lane. Orianna in particular is a wonderful first pick if you've got the opportunity. Yunara first pick. SMLC looking to get some lane priority there. The Jhin Varus trade was a whatever lane, but in fairness to FRK, they certainly came to play. Couldn't finish it out in the late game, but SMLZ in particular, I think, had some really good moments, so see whether he can repeat that on the Yunara. Aphelios being hovered. Not the best level 1 into Yunara, but post that can be alright. You do outrange her with your Calibrum, and Severum helps a little to sustain some of her potential loans with the Cultivation of Spirit, but this will be quite an important support matchup then. Just lock the Lulu now, make sure you've got the double ranged. I'm feeling like the lack of engage last time was a problem. Looking to change that around. They don't want that Saber Akali smoke, very fair. I wouldn't either. Vi, okay. Lure you, gonna go towards that one. Easy point and click. Vi has definitely fallen away. Vi used to be in every series at some point. At the minute, very much not the case. I'm enjoying the fact we can't see most of someone's face there. It's just like cat ears poking up over picks and bans. The Fury locked and a rise. Okay. Well, there's your side laning and dive core. Rise able to follow Neferi wherever they go. Similarly, Neferi can follow Rise on those realm warps. Good for getting some unexpected angles, finding your way into the backline beyond people that wouldn't otherwise like it. Vi also hates Neferi in general. Tough matchup. When Neferi was first coming into meta, a lot of it was into the Vi's that were being drafted so regularly. Instead, we're going to get a Cassiopeia. Strictly a very good lane matchup into the Rise, so we've seen a lot of them struggle as team compositions evolve and the Cassiopeia's range and side laning problematics become harder to manage. It is, though, of course, a good matchup into the Rise. You can also then theoretically pair it up with something like the Vi, CC and a CC, all those kinds of things. But again, you're relatively immobile. Your defensive tool is quite a high-ticket ability, so if you misuse it, it could be a bad time. Miasma's annoying for the Neferi, though. Make no mistake on that one. Yeah, I agree, Mecha. That's exactly what I would say. You know, the lack of mobility has been problematic. And yes, of course, you eventually get to move speed as the Snake Lady, but early on in the game, you don't get to buy boots. You don't get to have that option to your name, so you are more or less mobile than even a lot of other immobile carries. Bard ban alongside the Lulu. Double ranged, lane dominant picks that would work very well with the Yunara. That makes some sense. On the other side, it's the key CC options and things like the Nautilus. I wonder whether something like the Alistair or the Leona might be a consideration here as well. Or we lost the Nico, which I suppose could have been another option. Milio, I suppose, could be done with the Aphelios, or even the Nymaera, I suppose, but we can change all that much. There was a Jax hover and a Jax ban in the end. Slightly more pocket pick reliant now. Xante, insta-locked. What are we doing into it? Was Zahen played? I didn't see. That's a possibility. There we go. Onto the Xante, I think Zahen's pretty happy with that one. Does look like it will be. There we go. Zahen locked in. Now waiting on the support to go with it all. You are a little... Okay, so you've got a lot of target access. Zahen, assuming you can get a decent R off, you can get into the backside. Nymaera can run at people, Rise Realm Warp, Neferi R, but you don't have a lot of, like, super hard CC. And so an Alistar, I think, would make some sense. It would make the rest of your kind of... what's the word? Target access feel good. Because, again, you've got target access. You don't have CC to go with that. Thresh being hovered here for the Aphelios. Aphelios Thresh was a lane for a very long time. Level 2 was really, really powerful from that lane. And the Lantern, of course, for an immobile carry, 2 immobile carries, could theoretically be really important into a team that wants to keep moving forwards but doesn't have the most CC, as FRK have drafted. So I see the wisdom here, but Xiaoshe, if you're locking Thresh, much like if you are locking any other high skill floor champion, you need to show that your mastery is high enough to make it worth it. Why is it not then something like a Leona or a Milio or something else that could have worked? The Lantern is always valuable, but if you're stepping forward to land hooks and missing them, you could have just picked a tankier champion. So I need to see the mastery curve on the skill shots. Lanterns will be the name of the game here to reposition the Aphelios, reposition the Cassiopeia, deal with things like the Neferi diving at you. That side of the kit, you see the wisdom in. It's a good pairing with the Aphelios from way back when he was releasing. The thing I need to see is, when you are stepping forward for those flays, for those death sentence threatens, if you don't make those land, don't make those work, Thresh can feel pretty anemic. He's not a very tanky champion. You don't have the mobility of something like a Thresh to go with it. Or not a Thresh, a Pike. Or the tankiness of a Leona or the raw CC of a Nautilus, all these things. Keep our eyes on it. Right, guys, I'm going to refill my coffee. I've got a pot upstairs and make sure I've got a tissue. Just so I'm ready to go as we do load onto the Rift here. There's our runes. I'm not seeing anything super spicy there. Conquer on the Cassiopeia is not a surprise. Spellbook on both our supports. Everything else, as expected, pretty much normal.
下路确实这个你也不好加强，你一加强那些乱七八糟一来，这常规辅助就玩不了了。
嗯，是的，就是你不能让那些什么法师去走到辅助位上面，因为他的技能机制本来就比普通的辅助要强。
敌军还有30秒到达战场。
这把这个阵容选下来以后，如果左边对线处理不好，有可能3路裂哦。
反正下路现在基本已经是要裂了，
因为单从英雄克制关系来说啊，魁苍期前面好打亚恒，蛇女前面好打瑞兹，下路就更不说了，组合绝对优势。
那 Hacker 说这不到哥们儿发挥了吗？
轮到嗨少出手了，
路路是机会，就喜欢打这种局。
可以，画面给到 Hacker， 但这把是个纳亚菲利。
全军出击。
纳亚菲利也还行吧，这英雄前面其实挺能做事的，比较灵活。 他总比魏前面厉害嘛。
嗯。下路先去抢草，点颗眼，找一下罗伊鱼的开野位置。
嗯，抓到了。
Oh, thank goodness, nothing spicy at the level 1, and I have my coffee. Life is good, guys. Life is good.
两边应该是镜像刷下去的。
嗯。
中路反正吃手法，看瑞兹手法。哎，试一试。
行。
Bit of a trade there at the level 1, and again you are into an Alistar who's not exactly the most incredible champion level, and you can afford to go Flay as the Thresh, get those empowered autos. which does feel very good at the level 1 if you can just trade with your longer range than standard melees. Thresh is strictly a range champion, if I remember correctly. Just not very long ranged. And Nymaera actually going to lose the rush to level 2, and now the Thresh Aphelios comes online between Death Sentence and Flay. And a couple abilities on the Aphelios, you can really start getting aggressive. Alistair going in's got to be aware that the Flay can just be used to knock him out of the combo. It can be very annoying. Keep your eyes on that. It needs to be a very well studied matchup. Topside K'Sante getting the shove into the Zahen. Jungler's pathing largely towards bot side, so I'd expect to see some action there at some point sooner. Xiaoxia on vision. Nice backstep there required, and good observing there. I appreciate the tracking on that. Cassiopeia is indeed a pink snack. Thank you for noting that one. Spirit Blossom. I don't know, it's Coven Cass, isn't it? Who's about to walk forwards. Unfortunately, into Hacker and Crying. Saber does a decent job of getting one back, though. Oh, no. What happened there? I think he flashed an overload. Possibly a Dark Daggers, too. If we get a replay, I want to see what that flash dodged. Because that was a 2v1. Also, Crying took minion aggro jumping forwards to get that Rune Prison, which did hurt in the long run there. But real credit to Saber for not going down without taking someone with him. So it'll end up being tier for tier. Neferi's the one who ends up coming away with that kill. I think she's the one that gets first blood, but I couldn't tell about you for the life of me. Miasma's down, and now Luyo, that's the one, is going to turn up and make sure that Saber gets a second. The flash was burned, and the jungler, who didn't take time out of his clear, gets to return on a better timer. Now Wink going to get hit by that onslaught into the Binding Eclipse combo. Nice 3-weapon switch. We'll want to clear out his moonshot next, I would assume. Moonshot just wide. Saber with 2 kills in a positive lane matchup might actually be able to hold Rise down for a while. Completely agree. Yeah, he's up 10 CS, 2 kills to the good. Can't ask for a much better start on the cast now, and at this point, the Vi can either keep playing around this flashless Rise and getting the Cassiopeia ungodly fed, or look to play around something like this bot lane. Your K'Sante, you could look to deal with the Zahen, but let's be real, I don't think the K'Sante is the win condition in this game, really. He's a decent defensive tool, as you can press W on someone coming forwards and try and mash the overdive. And again, FRK, decent target access with Realm Warps and Hound's Pursuits and Grim Deliverances, all these things. But your only really hard CC in an AoE sense is the Alistair. Rune Prisons are there. You've got a little bit of CC with the Q knock-up on Zahen, the slow on the R, but it's not exactly a vial, right? So does mean if the K'Sante's tracking the Alistair, the Thresh is flaying him out, it can be potentially quite hard to fully lock the team down, even if, of course, FRK can just keep running at them from wild angles. See where that's enough as the game goes on. Good start to the game here for Multiply by 1,000 gold. Flash, headbutt and pulverize using the minions as a taxi. Xiaoxia flashing up, Binding Eclipse, Lantern's there. Pull back towards Hacker, who will call the pack to immune some of the Duskwave. Xiaoxia flashes, but then uses that flash to reposition for the Lantern. Nicely done. Will cost the Summoner. Wink also down his flash, so a little bit harder for him to make that same play again. Headbutt, flash, pulverize using the minions as a taxi was nicely done. Not enough to really threaten our SMLZ. Be wary there about a potential Binding Eclipse Duskwave combo. Close to a weapon switch as well, which I think would have led to significantly higher DPS once the utility guns were down. But there's the value of the Thresh in the lane. Can help keep that Aphelios safer than he would be otherwise. We'll clear up the Infernum, move back towards Severn Crescendum, and just absolutely shred down this neutral objective. Will be a smite fight though, and it's won by the Neferi. Good contest. The Lantern gets them out to safety. Unfortunately, they do all the hard work, and Hacker just walks in and steals it away.
这样还行啊，对面帮忙打工了。
上路菲尔内斯这对线对的也没问题啊。
是的。
补刀也是持平的。
Here we come, TP behind actually. Xiaoxia on the thresh with the spellbook. Can look to catch out Cryan, who does not have the flash out yet. Hacker a little bit trickier. I actually think Hacker needs to body block here. Hit with the hook. Rune Prison comes on down. There'll be a flay. Pulls him back, and that means it's another kill for Saber. Wins out Grubs, 40 seconds. You can stick around for that Scuttle Crab. Probably pick up Raptors to come and make something else happen. Wave crashes bot side. SMLZ will pick it up, but Thalios feeling pretty happy here as well. Be up a bit of a wave as crashes that one in. Lanterned towards the play there by the Thresh, who just reset themselves after making that teleport play. To First Strikes Part 3 miss. Finesse will have his passive stacks drop off. The Cultivation of War. Saber is going to do a lot of work there. Gets the Conqueror stacks. I don't think Wink wanted that. Oof. He's trying to threaten with the headbutt pulverize. Immediate miasma drop. Oh no, can't move. This is a problem. Is level 6 now strictly. Hacker around, grubs her up. We might have a contest over there. Severin Crescendum, and SMOZ's just burned a lot of his cooldowns. Moonshot! Lads, it's a solo! Oh, he's got it! Chakrams for days! That is a very nice Aphelios combo. Get the Chakrams, use the Moonshot to get the extra auto and send them all flying from miles away. Oh, lovely! The Cassiopeia gets a petrifying craze and ensures that an additional Rise Kill comes on through. Cryan is just... he's weeping now. It's kind of just gone beyond mere crying. He's 0-4. Ever since he blew his flash to try and set up his jungler for a kill in mid lane, it's just gone from bad to worse. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Map is falling apart here for FRK. Lose the Grubs, now down 2,000 gold, and Ultra Prime have clearly decided the last game's Fiesta will not be happening in this game. Not on their watch. Baye had a very nice combo there, yeah. Someone clip that and show it well later, because that was very well done. SMLZ did not respect that one. Flash away from Saber on the headbutt pulverized. Realm Warp's coming as well. Miasma to prevent any additional follow-up. Saber down his flash. A little bit greedy there, looking for some wards, I think. Keep your eyes on that. The Cassiopeia, for all she's done very well this game, still vulnerable as a relatively immobile carry. I say relatively, she just is immobile. No additional qualifications required on that one. Infernum Gravitum, low ammo here, so Baye is probably going to want to try and use the abilities and switch to more DPS guns like this. There's the Duskwave, about to build towards Chakrams after. Flash away, Miasma comes on down as well. Wink down that, worth noting. Rune Prism down onto Xiaoxia, down about low. Wink can look to make the play, jumps on top of the Aphelios, but now he's in very deep with no real way to go. Tries to make his will unbreakable, the Arc of Ruin onto Saber, who will come along. Oh no, the call of the pack, Hacker, no, 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 no! Return to sender! Stop the train! It's going to Busan and you don't want to be there right now! Oh, everyone's a zombie. Everyone's a zombie! An Ultra Prime! Oh, the Necromancer's in this case. Oh no, Wink, you can't be there. Good vision toggle. Little Yu. Charge up the Q. Missed it. But stops the back. Baye is now going to be donating an additional kill. Onslaught required. Gets that one, and now your Aphelios to 202, getting plates. Nothing does defend that turret. It'll delay back timers. It's been a very clean game from Ultra Prime, guys. I don't know what to tell you. Here we go. Wait, like, I want... We're about to watch a very eager engage from Wink and Hacker. Wink says, I can go to Baye. There's no one here! Cryan's having to run away. SMLZ is only here now. And then the Lantern means that Hacker was not expecting the detour. He goes, oh, dear Lord, I have definitely taken the wrong bus. This was not my final destination. Or maybe perhaps it was if we're going by horror movie references. Either way, he had a very bad time Catching Wink out afterwards was just insult to injury. Now they get to go on to that Dragon. 4-1-1 on the Cassiopeia. 2-0-2 on the Aphelios. He's got the early Collector. Trinity Force on the Vi, by the way. So going a higher damage build here as well. Not going straight into a Sundered Sky or a Black Cleaver or whatever. So will be a very high burst damage Vi. Looking to try and hit someone and hit them hard with the full combo. And I can sort of see the thought process there. If you can combo that with the Cassiopeia and the Aphelios assaults. A little bit risky in the sense that you will be pretty easy food for other teams. Oh, there comes the Moonlight Vigil, SMLZ. Binding Eclipse comes on down, leaves him a half HP. Moonshot blocked by Wink. Needed to be. But SMLZ down at 20% HP. We'll get a replay here. What happened topside? Well, 1v1 versus Fearness, who got taken pretty low. Is it just an all-out angle? It is. Oh, Flash tries to Grim Visage, or Grim Descent, that's the one. Oh, my days, that death sentence. Tickled his bum hairs, that one. Squeaky bum time. He gets away with it. 9-1 in kills, by the way, guys. Up 5,500 gold. And Ultra Prime just came into this game and have locked in. There's no silliness to be found here. Luo Yiyu. Luo Yiyu, I'm assuming is what it is. The 0-1 at the end is a lie. I'm assuming. Luo Yiyu. Yeah, that's right.
然后厄菲琉斯也飞，
主要优势太大了，这才几分钟啊！
就所有的位置都领先特别多。
14分钟不到6500了。
你看这个装备的对比，右边是时光打。
Anyone got any thoughts on Luo Yiyu? Yep.
但 Crane 身上应该是有钱的。
Don't know him so well. Again, I've been a little bit out of the LDL loop for the last year or so. Really 2 at this point. Some rookie accounters with the 0-1. That makes sense. Well, his Kiana was sick against LNG. Oh, I mean, he's having a good time on the Vi as well. Feels like, I suspect he'll be another one of those junglers that's quite feast or famine. Give him a good AD fighter with a lead, and he'll do pretty nasty things. Looks like we're getting between that with the call, feels potentially a Black Cleaver second tier. So yeah, high damage build. It's the Wukong build, right? Although Sundered Sky, of course, always a possibility, those kind of builds as well. But it's not necessarily a sustain. It really is about all raw DPS / upfront burst there with that Triforce. We'll see how that goes. I never want to see his ambassador again, though, let me tell you. That bad, huh? How did FRK lose game 1? Saber did unreal things on a LeBlanc, basically, that should never have worked.
有点久了，确实太久了。主要 FRK 现在出不来，感觉现在出来就是。
If there was ever a game for the colorcaster to be here, it would have been this one. If there was ever a game for the play-by-play, it would have been last one. We've clearly chosen the wrong games for ourselves here. Topside, though, Cryan, again, will be living up to his namesake. There comes a cease and desist. And Saber will twin fang him a few times. There was more than 2 of those, though, so I feel like the twin fangs may have been more like 8 of them. I don't know what you call that, octuplet fangs. Thank you for the subs, Arif. Appreciate you looking after Amber there. Xiaoxia will put up the box and then leave to come and take the Herald. Hook just wide. Saber should just take this turret. This Aphelios is so accelerated, by the way. Saber now also gets accelerated by having that turret taken. Hacker will immune the Vault Breaker there with a well-timed call of the pack, but still going to have to retreat from the mid lane nonetheless. So him will go pick up this bot side wave. Fearness will get that one. I'm looking at a pretty dubious game state ahead. Buck comes on forwards. Doesn't really fully commit onto buy it. And the Aphelios Thresh worked out really well. Xiao just had a good Thresh game. Not the most souls, only 20 of them. But I'm not sure it's going to matter all that much as Cryan. He's 0-5. Oh. You know those solo queue games, guys, where you die a couple times early and it just doesn't get better? That's this game. That's 2 solo kills now for Lang Chen, by the way. Yang Chen, who's got one against the Fearness and now one against Cryan. One was easier than the other. Is he going to go for 2? He doesn't have all out to work with, so we'll Pathmaker run away. Wise. Herringdall, I'm not going to call the box erected pentagon. I just won't do that. I'm sorry. Feels like a very dubious parody of American Secret Service. Oh, hook! Death sentence play. Back onto the Nymaera. Cease and desist. Out come the Chakrams. Won't quite kill her, but it buys a lot of time. And Alistair can only do so much to buy some time. SMLZ still very low. Grim Descent trying to buy some time will not really, as the Aphelios gets another. SMLZ flash barrier ult. Just about survives, but gets to offer nothing to the team fight. And Ultra Prime go, cool, the Alistair's bought you space, but will die for the price of doing so. And now they face check. Luyu will get some cease and desist, some massive additional damage as the blast shields and... What's the name of the kind of wave that Vi does? I'm struggling to remember that. There comes the death sentence, the flash away, but the Moonlight Vigil still hits, and they'll go, cool, get exhausted, I'm out of here now, I'm not going to kill this, but we've done our work. And all the while, Cassiopeia is just hitting E after E after E on miasma targets. Fearness gets pulled back, having tried to escape, won't do so. Tough stuff. We've got Blast Shield, Vault Breaker, Cease and Desist, and there's the other one. Denting Blows. Denting Blows. That's the one. Uh-oh. Excessive force, thank you. Denting Blows is the passive. Oh, it's rather Blast Shield's passive, anyway. Oh! Flash is one, still gets hard. It's a 2v3 currently. Oh, no! Petrifying goes wide, but Hacker now can't go the other way. Should be able to kill for you. Really well-timed Vault Breaker. Hacker doesn't get it! The redemption stops the bleed kill! All the while, the Aphelios turns up and begins to unleash with the onslaught and gets another. Liang Chen now topside, trading out with Fearness, but that, I think, will be the end of the madness. Hacker has been so unlucky this game. From the moment that level 3 gank happened and he went 1-for-1 in the 2v1, the Fury just can't catch a break. Made a dog's dinner of it, you might say. Yeah, so to clarify, to be fair, Harrian, well, I see this dive now happen as SMLZ. We'll actually probably kill Xiaoxia here. Oh, boy. And then Lantern out. The moment we start talking well about Xiaoxia, that happens. Still get the kill on SMLZ. Get to attack the turret afterwards as well. It's not the end of the world. It's another kill for this Aphelios, who's 6-0 and 2 by the buy. Back to a full Phantom Dancer and an Infinity Edge to his name now. Very, very strong. But yeah, what we said about the Thresh, and to be fair, we did question it, but not in the sense of, oh, I'm not sure about this pick, this is bad. It was more like, Lantern value is very high here, but I need to see him hit those hooks. And it was more, and I guess the question was basically saying, all right, Xiaoxia, show us what you've got. And actually, I think he's made it work really well. The Lanterns have been good. It's what we asked for as a bare minimum. But the hooks and the threat of the death sentences has also been pretty solid as well. So I think on the whole, good Thresh game. Can't ask for too much more. But yeah, no, that's fair, Harry. Again, it's Twitch chat. Random sentence is a random sentence, and I'm not that bothered. But it's worth coming back to have that conversation nonetheless about that Thresh that we were calling out. It has worked. The Cassiopeia as well, something that has been the lane counter into the Rise, but has struggled sometimes outside of that, has also been fantastic. The 2 early kills to Saber have allowed him to really keep the pressure on. There is no one that deals with this Cassiopeia now who is fully stacked rower, Seraphs as well. Rise is nowhere near that. SMLZ is going to find Luo Yu. That is a 1v3 and he's still winning. Redemption keeps him alive. It's a 1v4 and he finally falls. Call of the pack, immune to the Moonlight Vigil. So Ultra Prime do lose their jungler. That one was a bit far there from the Vi. They might still keep going though, by the way. Yeah, Cryan's going to die. As I fear is Zahen. In they go with the Hound's Pursuit. Baye will flash, get the Severum and the Crescendum rolling. Dark and Daggers went wide because of that flash, I believe. Arc of Ruin comes on down, but SMLZ, look, you've cultivated your spirit, you've unleashed. But I fear that what you are unleashing is nothing compared to the onslaught that Baye can bring to the field. And indeed, the Nymaera falls as well. 22 kills to 3 in 21.5 minutes. Ultra Prime have decided to say, you know what? This is what an LPL team looks like. And it has been a bit murderous, hasn't it? The fact that Leo nearly won a 1v3, then 4, is slightly horrifying. Triforce Sundered Sky is a silly combination. I saw the Redemption coming and went, oh my god, if that does what I think it might. Death Cap for Cassiopeia and an arm guard, by the way. So much damage, so much safety. This Cassiopeia is horrifyingly strong. Xiao's walking up. Gonna look for the death sentence. Minion goes into it instead. Nice idea. Keep your eyes on Liu Yu, who is threatening on the other side. Death sentence just wide. Rune Prison comes on down, but Xiaoxia not really at that much threat right now because the Rise is still struggling for damage. But you could see how in a game where the Thresh was behind, that would sting a bit. Lost a third of his HP to an anemic Rise. In comes the Alistair immediately. Miasma's flashes over it. Saber goes golden, buys time. Xiaoxia gets the kill. Starting to turn it around. Flash for the Flame will dive for it, but ensures that there's no real way out for SMLZ. Worthy life trade. Out comes the moonshots. The Sentinel turret down as well. Miasma on top of Cryo means he can't phase rush out, and he dies as well. Thresh dies, but everyone else falls. It is Hacker alone. Hacker alone that survives for FRK. A messenger left to tell the world what happened here. Inhibitor turret will fall. Inhibitor after. The Nexus now in the eyes of Ultra Prime. They have an Aphelios. These turrets won't last all that long. Cassiopeia at this point with this amount of mana as well. Should be doing a fair amount of work. You've got some respawns coming on through, but I think Ultra Prime are done with this game. They're done with this series. It is domineering. Early leads for Saber. And FRK rather, did not know what hit them. When does regular season start? Middle of January, I believe. Probably buy MVP, though I'd love for it to be Saber. I could see it being Saber too. It was a very good Cassiopeia game. Xiao had a pretty solid game, but probably between Saber and Baye, probably. I think I'd give it to you. That solo kill was clean. Saber did a lot of damage. I think I'd probably go Saber still, you know. Though I wouldn't be unhappy with Baye getting it. Yeah, Liu Yu as well actually had a very good Vi game, though I think he went a little bit deep sometimes. Otherwise, I was like, you're a bit of a psychopath, and this worked out because your team was incredibly far ahead, not because it was a good play. Like he solo dive. It's true. In fairness, the fact that he was solo dive and still made it work was very impressive, which is partly why it looked quite psychopathic. However, that TP play to get Saber another kill. Very nice. Very nice. What is our next game, guys? I have to admit, I have not in fact looked. Don't tell anyone. I also probably ought to run some adverts, if I can. Mods, have you got ad doing powers, or do I need to do it on my end on Twitch? Let me know. Oh, thank you very much. Hello there, sir. The wild voice of Nymaera. That was a lovely hook. Very necessary flash mass LBZ. I mean, it keeps him alive, but it doesn't save the team fire, right? The damage is well and truly done by that point. Death sentence number 2. Tries to jump away immediately on Tofo strike back. Just a very good game from Ultra Prime. I don't really know what else to say. Flash. Yeah, actually Flash is late there. He still gets hit by the Dark and Dagger, so I actually don't think that Flash was necessary. I mean, he gets him out of auto range with the Neferi, I suppose.
MVP 依旧是 Saber 818啊，属于他的第2次 MVP 了。我还记得 Saber 在那个赛前的 宣传片的时候就说自己会有不一样的，就是这个赛季会有更多的提升。但是这样一看，下功夫了。
Saber gets it. In fairness, exceptional Cassiopeia game. You really can't ask for too much more, can you?
打 WE 怎么样了，对吧？下一场要来先研究一下明天的对手。
All right, chat. I've got you up. But I'm not going to lie, we may have a little bit of a break here until our next series. We often do. They've not really been doing rolling schedules particularly efficiently here, has to be said. Full votes for Saber. Fair. Though again, I will give a shout out to Bayo, who I think had a great game, as did Chaosha. Honestly, a solid game in general from Ultra Prime.
包括在可能上位圈等着的队伍来说，都是一个摸索的过程。
对，就强度还没上来。
对，强度确实没有到那么高。
I think it's one of those ones where people have gone, you know what? Saber probably was slightly better, but Bayo was still very good. I think it happens sometimes. See Claire Obscure at the Game Awards, right?
队都这样，不是说光打主播队，职业队对碰也会出现这样的画面。
对，但就是区别就是前2天可能就是拿到优势的话，就稳扎稳打直接就赢了。然后像今天的话，就是翻盘比较多。
是的，就是整体来说。 反正今天比赛打的还挺好看的吧？那同样有请我们的选手接受我们的赛后采访。Hello Saber， 听得见吗？给大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 UT 直男。
Oh Saber， hello。
恭喜
I'll shut up and let Saber talk。
比赛的胜利啊，想问一下 Saber 选手，第一个问题是，当初为什么起这个 ID？
起这个 ID 就是还是从小学。 第一次接触 Fate 这部动漫的时候，就比较喜欢 Saber 这个角色嘛。但是他本名不叫 Saber， 我为了方便就这样取。
没问题。那就是你觉得今天自己的表现怎么样？或者对目前的 UP 的这个阵容，你觉得磨合的情况如何？
今天表现还可以吧，就是一开始有点放不开，慢慢打，放开手脚就越打越好吧。 然后磨合程度的话，就是因为我们也磨合的比较少，就是看后面慢慢努力吧。
可以，而且就是我们经常看你在赛场上，其实比较青睐于去选一些刺客型的英雄啊。那你能不能说出自己最自信的2个刺客？
最自信的刺客的话，蓝刀和艾克吧。虽然说不是很容易选出来。
我记得艾克你是选过的。 对吧，艾克，你在比赛中
比较弱。
没问题。希望设计师以后加强刺客，好吧，让我们这种刺客小选手更多的用武之地。那也恭喜你们获得比赛胜利，下场比赛加油，好吧？感谢你接受我们赛后采访，拜拜。
好，拜拜。
那果然，跟我一样，对吧？就喜欢看那个 Fate， 确实好看。
而且艾克这英雄，我之前还刷到有那种什么，就是从刃。
是的，
一学个 E 上来敲3下，
那个敲那种传统法师还可以，
对，
就敲尤其是打辛德拉这种，其实前几集没那么厉害的英雄，其实学个 E 是挺来的。反正总体来说，也希望这些小选手接下来能够放松心态吧，因为 Saber 这个表达也感觉确实打的时候挺紧张的，对吧？不管面对任何的对手，放松心态是最重要的。那这场 BO3到这里告一段落，我们休息一下，等待今天的第3场吧。
It's going well. How are you doing, Alex?
Oh, I have a big package to unbox, Sam.
Oh, yeah. Go do that.
I gotta find one. Gas thing down there to open.
Hell yes.
I guess
hell yes.
That. Yeah.
Go do it.
Jume Palace.
Oh, you've got the new.
The Ari. It's the fake Ari.
Yes. Yes.
Let's hope I don't like randomly. Nice mythic. Oh, bloody hell, this thing's massive.
Do you want to go? Tell you what, I'll go to the bigger screen so we can see it a bit better.
It's alright. I think they can see it.
That's fine.
Oh. It's huge. The hell? I mean, it's this large. This? I didn't realize it required me to... I don't even know what... This got like a wax. So, I think it comes with gloves for handling it.
That's incredible. What? Hang on.
Okay, I just thought this was like going to be a statue. I didn't quite realize it was going to come with like this. This is... The hell?
That's cool.
Comes with gloves for handling. Sam, what have I spent my money on? I think this is a lot more fancy than I thought it would be.
Boy. Oh boy.
This is the special classic art, not defect. What? Got my logos on the back of them.
Excellent. Excellent. What logos you got on the back of them? Show me, show me, show me. Oh yeah. Where are the gloves, Al?
Sure. What? Ridiculous. It's got straps to keep the styrofoam stuff.
That's amazing.
What the hell? What have
I genuinely couldn't tell you, Al.
好，观众朋友们，欢迎回来，欢迎大家继续收看2025英雄联盟德玛西亚杯啊！今天是我们小组赛的第3天了，那同样马上开始今天的第3场比赛，待会儿这场的解说王茂。
大家好，我是王松。
好，同时在这里要特别感谢赛事主办方及独家直播平台虎牙直播，同时也要感谢西安 WE 主场对本次赛事的全程制作。那全新的神话幻想皮肤沉溺暗影卢锡安与娜美一同加入战场，幽魂双枪横扫敌人，海妖魔杖痛苦强化。在对局中同时登场还可以激活特殊彩蛋，现在前往客户端的盛唐系统即可获取，叫上你的好伙伴一起拿下这2款炫酷的皮肤。不过战场卡牌全新系列铸魂淬炼正式升级上线，每晚的
We got 20 minutes, Al.
火热抢购，
maybe not.
扫码开启卡牌竞技传奇。手游致敬传奇系列首款限定皮肤魔王盛凯杰将于12月15号正式上线，传奇选手 Faker 6星节联名皮肤来袭。6冠王的专属6星回声动画，细节诚意十足，还有更多的配套个性化道具同步上线，等你来解锁体验，玩家们千万不要错过。2025 LPL 官方授权选手卡杰作 Masterpiece 系列12月30号正式发售，简约
That's fine.
标志、烫金与压纹工艺融合，更有选手对付子弹等珍贵的物料卡，让你仿佛亲临赛场，感受电竞的激烈与荣耀。稀有签名极致收藏。小程序搜索不凡工坊了解更多细节。
I might actually do that off screen and then show you the film.
雪花飘飘，驯鹿摇摇。
I don't know if I'm gonna have
峡谷冰雪节
space.
事件开启，跟随圣诞修罗斯莫德的脚步。
You can, that's incredible, Al.
至臻星神、北极星神。
How big is this damn thing?
Bigger than any of the other ones I got.
Some of the other ones are huge.
算是那个比较激烈的对手。
悬念比较大的一。
Oh dear.
整个小组赛阶段，其实很多比赛就是没有太大悬念性，对吧？就尤其是主播队的比赛，就只能说就没那么激烈。
有趣的是，打到现在为止，我们只启用过2次盲选，就意味着只有2次打到过第3局，
打满的次数很少啊。
对，
这边 W 的首发 Cube、Monkey、Carries、About 以及瑶瑶。
目前来看 ，About 的发挥是不错的
啊。LNG 这里 Sheer、Croco、Bulldog、李秀男以及 Missy。
这个我也就再需要加油一下，因为毕竟上一轮他们对战到俱乐部也是游戏的时候情况不太理想。
主要其实我觉得啊，他们都别说别的，就是这个配合得拉高一点。
对，
我感觉他们的中野向性不是很好。那同样先听一下 Missy 要说什么。
来到新队伍的话，现在搭档李修男的话是一名很有实力的选手吧。觉得我们俩在队伍里的定位的话，可能是需要比较主动，然后去带动一下队伍的这种感觉。
那确实得，现在非常得。
主要我真感觉他们中野向心目前看上去不是很好，有点配合不到一块儿去，都在自己玩自己的。
是，
我真觉得 Bulldog 的对线能力还挺强的，但就是如何去激活它，就在对线之后的那种。
但这种就是除了中单自己要做好，也得队友配合了，因为打到边线之后，中单的任务不只是一个人做啊，就边线工程是一个至少是3个人及以上同时配合进行的工程，你得中野辅3位一体，甚至还得 AD 来帮你。
是。
得协同啊，
这还要看 WE 这边啊 ，Cube 也有一段话带给大家。
我们
Oh my lord！
惊喜嘛，然后这一次德杯的目标的话，也就是先走到线下，然后夺冠嘛。
That makes some sense.
可以，目标是定的对的呀，
快宝，
对吧？都得以夺冠为目标啊。
现在感觉快宝今年一整年，25年一整年心气都挺好。
我觉得他精气神好了很多，
好特别多。
对。 就其实有段时间 ，Cube 挺低迷的，就是你从他比赛还有他那个接受赛后采访的时候，看上去整体都挺低迷的。但后来随着那个第2赛段的一大波连胜，也不是说连胜吧，一大段时间成绩好转，然后大家有那股冲劲儿了，一下就不一样了。
Cube 的故事在我看来是那种比较。 怎么说呢？比较励志的故事吧，因为他曾经也选择错过，也有一些不太好的时刻，但现在他回来之后，并且重新算洗心革面了，浪子回头了，一切也变得好起来了。
但任何的选手他都会碰到自己的低谷期，对吧？
对
我觉得就是选手也好，包括就是大家观众也好，都会经历过自己人生的一段低谷。你把那个低谷熬过去了，那你又焕然一新了，对吧？就是你要熬过那段苦难的时期。
但今年回来之后，其实 Cube 的英雄池在今年一整年都是相当吃香的。
That was last game, so that was an affiliate set.
It was very dominant. Very dominant. Ultra Prime were very clean with it. Saber started going 1-for-1 and a 1v2 in Cassiopeia versus Rise, and then when Vive finished her clear, she returned and ganked the flash to Rise, and Saber started 2-0 or 2-1 on Cassiopeia. And then bot lane Aphelios Thresh into a team with very limited engage, so the stuff went well.
其实 Cube 什么都能玩，这个我其实私下有去了解过 ，Cube 的训练赛是什么都能玩的啊。
Indeed, we are into draft. We are indeed into draft.
Oriana Azir both open, Kiana open, Yunara, Rumble.
Big ones to keep open.
一选魁桑提吧，3班加1强。他这个朗姆一般就是1选魁桑提了呀，不然他这种班的就没意义。
So, questions now. With those double bans, it feels like almost guaranteed of things like the Aatrox and the Jace. Where's Kiana in this consideration? Our LNG or Kiana team right now. LNG, really rough day 1, much better day 2. Of course, we're looking at a couple players like 1xN in particular, who had been really good. And Croco's game 2 on that Aatrox, one of the more insane and intense jungle diffs we've seen in a very, very long time. Get to Flame Horizon in the jungle.
They have magnetized pieces. I
Oh
am putting
my
magnetized pieces of branches together onto this damn base.
Oh dear. Just keep your camera up. I want to see this. I can't see it.
No, I'll show you it after. It's complicated.
Well, Rumble gets first picked, as that was left up, and obviously a very big pick on the side of Sheer, who's always been a big Rumble player, even when he was back in LCP. Of course, over on the other side, Varus now a consideration. Actually, I say that. Am I misremembering? Sheer did play an LCP for it, or am I just misremembering horribly?
No, Sheer was
Yijing,
straight out of solo queue onto JDG.
That's the one it was. Thank you. So I know he was on JDG. I don't remember where he came from before that. I do apologize. I'm glad I double checked. I was spreading misinformation on the internet, which no one ever does. I'm the first to ever do that. As Cassante is then locked into the Rumble. It's a matchup that has been done over the couple years. You can manage it, but it's not exactly a fun time. You do tend to have a pretty rough time once Rumble gets a few levels in the Flame Spitter. Kiana, Orianna now locked in. I'm seeing the team fight from LNG, and I'm already pretty scared. You've got decent frontline and range right now from WE. They'll lock in the Akali for Karis, who is a big player of that Akali, and we're seeing that very regularly into the Orianna in particular. So you've got some potential ways of dealing with what is still a relatively squishy set of characters for the side of LNG. But I think on the whole, I still prefer the AoE upfront burst from LNG over what WE've got so far. Still round out the composition, of course. A bit more jack of all trades for them. Get rid of the misfortune from 1xN. We've already got a lot of AoE. You don't really want to add more to it, especially when in a composition like this, you're not obligated to have the best bullet time of all time for you to win a team fight. On the other side, I wonder whether something like a Yunar, we've already got the Varus ban, you might want to look at some of those choice pairings with the Varus, and the Nico's already gone. Pantheon would have been a consideration for Monkey, so they might just go that way instead again, because you've already locked in the Kiana, you've already got the jungle ban's gone. I think that's probably their decision-making right now, and of course Monkey, very, very good on that Pantheon. Maybe a consideration on something like the Neferi or the Zed, as Monkey is a big player of those, and Zed into Kiana is a playable matchup. You've got a very squishy comp right now. There's a lot of targets that the Zed could threaten here quite well. Not a lot of CC to stop him dancing around team fights, and just knowing who Monkey is, I could see that consideration. Lunara ban from WE. Would have been another one of those lane dominant options to set up the Kiana for success in the early game. That does make sense, and also one of the ones that can manage Varus at this point with the Misfortune and the Yunara gone. You don't have that many lane dominant options. You could Jhin, but it's less than about you playing through that bot lane and more about mitigating the Varus and looking towards the top side of the map. Jarvan, a consideration, is a big pick jungler, and it will be finalized as that last ban there. Yeah, we've already got the Akali and the Varus locking things up for the shooting gallery, and the perfect execution feels pretty good. Rakan, solid engaged champion, got a few mobile characters to battle dance to. I think that makes some sense. Nocturne, also a decent option. You've already got a dive buddy in the Akali and the Cassante to an extent as well. Varus able to follow up with the long range, so I think that's the way we'll be doing, is mid-jungle diving. Looking to get onto some squishy members of LNG who could probably use a little more CC. I feel like at this point an Alistar probably isn't unwise, or something like a Nautilus. A ball carrier of some capacity, basically. Sivir plus engage to just manage the Varus by saying, yeah, fine, you will just wave there and I will spell shield your arrow. Of course, Varus with his double range skill shots can take out the spell shield one, hit Sivir with the other. But still, there you go. The idea is basically saying, look, Varus is still going to get control of the lane, but he won't be able to do that much because I will just be able to press Q and W on the wave and it will disappear. Play towards other parts of the map. Your AoE team fight's very, very strong. Alistar is a ball carrier, Kiana CC, Rumble Equalizer, Shockwave, all very, very good. On the other side, pick and dive. Nocturne, Rakan, Akali, all diving onto a target. Varus following it with an arrow will be the name of the game. Dangerous skirmishes, dangerous access onto some squishy members. I think if it comes down to straight AoE team fights, the raw amount of AoE means that Karis in particular is going to have to kill someone fast and do it without eating 300,000 points of damage from the various members of LNG. And I fear for LNG's ability to get lane priority in at least 2 out of those 3 lanes, maybe even the bot lane if the Sivir just hard shoves. And Kiana with lane priority early on. We've seen what happens with that in the LPL in particular. And that could be a very scary thing to see, especially when it's Croco, who we just saw play like a psychopath with jungle priority just yesterday. It was very binary. We saw an awful game. We saw a very good game. And it's always been a little bit feast or famine.
然后你还得考虑就是给这个英雄做个保护，你把牛头给抢过来，那这样右边能很轻松的拿到落。
But we shall see.
这个阵容也就一个上线打不出来，就是这个梦魇一级入侵 F6，因为你中
I personally prefer LNG's draft here. I think.
但这把就是对线，对吧？主要看左边对线打的怎么。
线别出事才能太好打了。
Thing is, yeah, I mean, yes, I think if you're playing it at peak earned, I like LNG's draft more because you have a lot of counter engage. But if your carries ever step out of position, I mean, Karis kind of did this to SMLZ the other day. Yeah, if it gets to mid and late game, and one of your carries miss positions, Nocturne and Akali just kill off one of them. That could be a big problem. Actually, I will say though, WWE, the early game wasn't fantastic the other day, but they had to do that. So I'm interested to see if they do that again against like an LPL team.
And I'm glad you called up Karis, right? Because I actually think his Akali has always been an X factor. When it comes in, you know it's going to be one of those games that he is saying, I am going to be the main character in this game. And that's a big deal. He's paired up with Monkey, who for my money was WE's best player across the majority of this year. When he joined the team, it really was a bit of a revelation. And things like the Nocturne were always a good pick for him. So pairing that with Karis' Akali, that combo alone is pretty damn good. So I hear what Alex is saying and largely agree. That was always going to be the caveat, right? Like, look, I like what LNG's draft, but if it was going to go well for WE, Karis and Monkey have the tools to take down what is still a very squishy team on the whole of LNG. Ward goes down onto the Raptors. You're right, Al? I just heard the exclamation and I was like...
the tails are like 5 kilos.
Oh my... You... Oh my... You know, Alex, I don't really have a lot to say about this. Anyway. I'm going to focus on the game in front of me rather than the ever-increasing Ari shrine. Early shove actually from the Sivir. And interesting, it will be a Taeyun swap. Of course, WE were one of the ones who popularized this one last year. They really, well, this year, earlier in the year, the regular season. They were the guys who really showed the rest of the world how to do it. LCK picked it up. And the idea basically is you get around the lane swapping rules by moving your top laner, or you're moving your top laner bot to lane with your support. Move your AD carry top to basically get the advantage of a ranged top laner without having to, you know, draft a ranged top laner and deal with all the macro woes of that. You get all the power of the first few levels and early lane state and then still get your standard compositions later. So far, so good. The Rumble forced away from the wave fairly heavily. Karis eating a lot of damage there from Bulldog, who gets some good clockwork winds-ups. Does get hit with a Shuriken flip, but will not reactivate that one. Doran Shield and a pot will help keep Karis relatively topped up, but an immediate command attack dissonance undoes a lot of that work. Bot lane, as we said, because of Sivir not having the Varus to deal with, managed to get that shove on in. Another Shuriken flip lands, but Karis now has to be really wary about being run down. Another clockwork wind-up. Sure, landed the Shuriken flip, but not that much damage yet. Monkey top sides will be a known quantity. Oriana just playing with the midway, getting that shove. Karis gonna have to reset. Goes back for the refill and the Dark Seal. In goes missing. Headbutt. Pulverize him. Yeah. Trampled on the bird. Cows v birds. Monkey is still topside. Has spotted out that ward and will clear that out. Good use of the Scry's Bloom. All ye junglers who do go for invades on to those blooms post your Scuttle Crab takes. Do remember to go do that and clear out the wards if you get the chance. Good habits. Ori also goes for that reset, picks up the tier, so likely going to go for a Seraph's build. I think when you have got Nocturne, Akali diving for your head, that burst protection is probably wise, even if you don't tend to go for Roa builds these days on Ori. You can still justify a Seraph, so I feel does need to be a little bit wary about walking into this bush. Command distance buys some time, does get knocked up. Command protect, missing now over. Electrocute trade, gonna look to headbutt pulverize this one. Another Shuriken flip land, by the way. That is 3 for 3 I've seen onto Bulldog. Doesn't really lead to all that much, though, in the grand scheme of things. Not enough damage or threat yet. Missing there will ensure that the wave shove will still be there for Croco. Sivir comes back with a cult, with a longsword. Varus gone towards the tiers. Of course, because he's got the comment, we assumed it would be the poke variant, but that is indeed what it will be going. Hadn't covered that one earlier, it's worth noting. Croco and Sheer both going for first strike. I think that makes some sense. Obviously, didn't get that much value out of the early lane for first strike, did Sheer, because he was into the Varus. But now into the Cassandra, you can just use it basically to farm free gold. You're saying, look, I'm not going to win these trades per se, so I'll just get as much advantage out of this as I can by perma-stacking that extra bit of gold. Again, your 2-item spike here for LNG, your 1-item spike for LNG. Very, very high with Kiana, with Rumble. If you can get the Orianna, the 2 items on top of that, can really mash some of those early team fights around objectives. So looking at Herald, Dragon 2, that kind of break point often. Not really seen all that much from our junglers yet. Both of them wanting to get towards the level 6s. Understandable. Croco hasn't been a psychopath in his jungle clears this time around. But we'll take the opportunity to snag this early dragon with the priority gain. To one extent, a little early there with the shield, but still managed to immune one of the skill shots nonetheless. Again, one of the foibles of playing Sivir into Varus is for all you can block one of the piercing arrow or the hail of arrows, you will likely get hit by the other one. Karis, level 6, could maybe look to threaten here. Looking to get another electrocute trade. That was nicely done by Karis. Beginning to get a bit more threat now. He's got some amp tones to his name, and the level 6 and the perfect execution. I had to think about it. Shockwave trades back. Take the opportunity to go try and find some honey fruits with the wave shoved as well. Undoes a lot of Karis' hard work there. Quiet early game so far. Gold is pretty much even. Lanes are large even. Slight lead there for the Varus off the top lane swap. Slight lead for Orianna in the mid lane by a few CS here or there, courtesy of the ranged matchup. Otherwise, not really seeing too much discrepancy. The Sivir on that reset will be able to pick up most of this wave, and not leaving at that slight discrepancy there. Not too much more to see. Profane Hydra being built towards by the Kiana has been the build of choice of late. Really, really disgusting upfront burst when you get that item. Here we go. Nocturne hits level 6. Sivir was trying to get the shove. Flash beyond to prevent the breaking of the tether. And I think 1XM will know he's a dead man. We have got a brief pause here. And yeah, there we go. Slight observed delay. 1XM did burn the... Did he burn the flash? Did burn the flash. So did Monkey. The flash for flash. Didn't burn the barrier, though. Okay. Probably still better for the Nocturne, all things said and done. I will note, with On the Hunt probably coming up soon, Sivir will be able to break that tether a little bit more freely. Especially with that flash to keep it in range. So maybe, in the grand scheme of things, it'll be alright in terms of preventing some of those return ganks. But there you go. Nice gank. I don't think they quite expected Monkey to hit level 6 off that camp, and then Sivir was like, ah, that's really annoying. Oh, missing. Nearly low. Arrows came on forward. Sheer's going to try and turn onto a bout. Misses the Electro Harpoon. That might have been a kill otherwise. Monkey, Karis taking the grubs. Croco can't really threaten that right now. Does have supreme display of talent. The problem is the perfect execution and cube with the all-out available. Very scary. TP back in. Flash. Supreme display of talent across 3. That's nasty. Karis to the backside. Monkey needs to back away. Damage to the backside as he gets hard too. Croco trying to dash away. Looking to get back out. Gets a heal. Looking for the empowered autos and doesn't get it. Karis gets the kill. Croco can't quite have it. Missing. Goes in for the headbutt. Pulverize and will get flashed away from by Yao Yao. All the while, stun onto Cube. Bulldog low. Unfortunately for him, there's an Untopho strikes and Sheer doesn't have the flash to join. It is 3 kills to WE. Overall in the game, they get 2 in the play. LNG finally get 1 back, but Karis just about outplays Croco, who gets a massive supreme display of talent, but doesn't really have the follow-up at the time. I'm not sure about this rower build from the Ori this game, I'm not gonna lie. Makes you hard to kill by the burst and the dive, I suppose. You can find some value in the extended fights and the autos, that's all well and good, and I'll be proven wrong, and that's fine. Got enough damage in the team, I suppose. Makes it a little bit of a harder target for the Nocturne and the Akali, but I just think you might miss your mid-game window that you might otherwise been able to play around. Croco. W flash R nearly gets Monkey. Look how low he was. And Last can't quite finish off the duel with Karis either, and then Cube just wins the 2v1. Sheer can't join. Can't dodge that last Unturbo Strike. Wouldn't have changed anything anyway. Another auto would have done the job. Good work from Cube. Karis early kill on the Akali. That's great news.
是挺好的呀，就跟那个之前老地图那不是还有条巨龙吗？啊。
Early CS leader now as well. Very nice. Leandri's just picked up by Sheer. One item spike for WE. We're talking about a couple items spikes for LNG, and that's great. Akali with an alternator item. Varus at Ghostblade. Nocturne at Hexblade. Very, very, very strong spike. They can start cycling through those ultimates, finding those picks and isolated flashless targets. They could really snowball this in their favor. Keep your eyes on Monkey. He will have the Paranoia up and available. Where is that Nocturne going? I need to see them try and accelerate this. They got the lead from the Akali, who's now being able to get shoved and threaten the Orianna a lot more freely than she once was. Now looking for the dive bot side. Kiana could be at threat here if she walks in blindly. Lot of wards now across LNG's jungle. Look at that line. Raptors, Red, Krugs, and Bush out, all warded. Fantastic line of wards. Bulldog, don't overplay this. Doesn't. Try and check for some wards. Dragon spawning, Monkey spotted. Don't see any of the other wards. I think if Bulldog walks wrong here, he will get attacked. Won't decide to. Instead looking to force their way into the river, they want to play this nonetheless. Bulldog, I think, is going to be jumped on here. No, he's walking across the vision. Here we go. Monkey's going to press the Paranoia. Bulldog, you walked across vision 3 times. Shockwave, but there's nowhere to go. That was poor. That was poor. Very odd rotations there. On the vision game, and invades from WE play out. Can still try and play this nonetheless. In fairness to them, Paranoia down is fairly significant. Sheer is thinking of joining. Teleport in from the Cassante, and at that point they think, you know what, we got what we came for. Force the TP, so it's not longer a 4v4, and Sheer does get a charge into the mid lane. Well, crash, not a charge, there's no Herald involved. And secures a plate or so there. Rumble is doing pretty well isolated here. Got a kill. Got a 20 or so CS lead. Get some good work done as things go on. There's that rocket belt completed for the Akali. Sork Pen boots, Dark Seal stacks. Karis is in position to really start taking over this game now with the second kill secured. This was the worry, right? I said, look, I like LNG's draft if it's played right. Here's the way you can break it. It's the Nocturne and the Akali. For Karis and Monkey as well, who have so far delivered on their end of the bargain. Varus now at the first item, Force of Nature for the Cassante into the Orianna and into the Rumble. I think makes a lot of sense. Civ is a long way off being able to hurt you, and Kiana's straight up burst, not the best Cassante killer. She's going to run at Cube at this point. Leandri's into Force of Nature. Still got a decent amount of burn there. Spit some flames, my man. Spit them. Don't... Cube? I don't know about this. Does he need to go all out? He might do. He's burned his combo now. Yeah. Supreme Displayer Talent is immune. Still get the stun. Where's the Paranoia going? Down towards bot lane, trying to get some more value. In comes the Equalizer. It's not fantastic. Croco looks for Ice Blade won't land it. Topside. Karis now into the Twilight Shroud, looking to trade with Bulldog, who does land a command attack onto Karis. Won't find too much more. Ult's blown. Crocco's flash blown. In we go again. Looking to find the R2. Shockwave buys time. Bulldog likely dead. Phase Rush runs away, but there's still a perfect execution, and Bulldog, he is being put in the kennel. Karis 3-0, and the Akali into the Orianna is falling apart in favor of WE, as the ankles are being shattered in 3 different places.
打野加发烧一起去推这个线，
打野在下面抓 Q 不？
对，就这么说吧，这波你可以说是不到个替希尔死了一波，因为他俩今天一定会死一个。对
Gold is still somehow even, which is hilarious.
对，然后打野能救。
Trying to get this wave shoved, afraid of a potential all-in. There's the rocket belt into the R1. E tries to flash, has to, I think, or the 5-point strike kills him. On the R2. It's not a D2, it's a D3. 0 and 3 for the side of Bulldog right now, who has not had a fun time. Cull has just cashed in for 1xn. Going towards Zeal item second, as a lot of our civers do these days. PD potentially here to kite out some of the divers. Not an unreasonable decision, I think. Because it could be rapid fire, but not really a Sivir item. However, we come to potentially contest the Herald. Got those 1 items yourself. WE got about being chunked fairly low. Watch 1xn. Watch Shia. Karis on the flank angle being warded off by Bulldog and Crocco. Missing, stepping on forward, hit by that empowered arrow. In comes the Paranoia, looking to turn this around. Crocco now over into the grass blades. Does take the Herald as Monkey, but it's a big supreme display of talent. Good damage, but Crocco gets murdered anyway. Chains of Corruption go wide. Attempted steal, attempted contest, just goes wrong. Where was the equalizer? Where was the shockwave? I know the Paranoia was on, but if you're going that deep, surely you all pull the trigger. They don't. Crocco trades his life. They lose the Herald anyway. At the very least, I suppose it wasn't Safari. They went for the commit. Have some respect for that. This Akali Nocturne now are utterly terrifying. Second kill for Monkey. Another assist for the Akali. He's got 7 stacks on that Dark Seal now, building towards a Shadow Flame into a relatively squishy composition, which we did call out. Karis still off fishing because he has that Attack walled. Oh, I think Bulldog's dead now. Rocket Belt, R1, Q, auto, Shockwave buys some time. Bulldog gets the phase rush, and it just doesn't matter. Oh, Bulldog. This is not exactly what you call a shining display of talent, is it? 20 CS discrepancy, and Karis has said, yeah, just don't give me Akali. Here's White, 9 stacks down the Dark Seal. Cube looking at missing. She is going to try to come on over here, and Cube has just had a lot of his cooldowns. Karis will get this turret. Can they actually threaten any more? Not really, until Sheer gets a bit of penetration to his aim. Once he gets the Bloodletter's Curse, it'll hurt the K'Sante again. Right now, K'Sante's going to take too long to die, I fear, and Karis going to get the first turret of the game up in this top lane. So much more gold. He's 2,000 gold up, guys. 2,000! He's just very scary. Not exactly the most exciting game, is it? There's been some excellent solo kills from Karis, to be fair, but they have felt very textbook, right? There's not been a lot that Bulldog's been able to do to stop them, and you just have to sort of sit there and suffer. And the threat of a very short trip to a Shadow Flame likely not make things feel better. Slight spectator stutter there. Happened a couple times today. Dragon started. Must be second for WE. 1 Dragon was taken by Ellen, just through his worth noting. That Mountain Soul would be a bit of a disaster for a Rumble Kiana. Don't want to have to deal with that. You have still got the... What's the word? I'm blanking here. That's right. The insurance option of a Sivir, who of course went Essence 3 of a second, which makes a lot more sense. Not Essence 3 Navori Quick... it's Flicker Blades now, isn't it? Not Quick Blades. The Flicker Blades. Second, not the Phantom Dancer. Of course they did. Very good on Sivir. He wants her basic abilities up as often as possible. Works really well with her ult passive as well.
那 Cube 后后真有魁桑提玩哦。
对啊，就你搬成这样给我玩魁桑提，你自己还选个兰博，这个英雄就是 一耳望穿，就是不可能打穿葵桑体的英雄。你要是说为了让对面选个葵桑体，你自己去玩点别的，我还能理解。
你玩个青钢影都好啊。
你玩点什么剑姬青钢影，
我认可。
对啊，你去追上线的。
现在这个情况可以说 LNG 想破局。
Starix is picked up by Nocturne. Knows the aim of the game here. He's like, look, I'm not actually here to be a damage dealer. My job is to go in, survive, have tenacity so they can't stop me, and set up the Akali to murder whoever I'm going in with. Does mean, though, that there is a world here where W get to a point where say, aha, we killed someone. Where's that? Where's that damage? Ah. Of course, the Akali being so fed helps, because it suddenly means that her basic abilities are threatening kills against squishier members here. But it does mean that WE really want to get value out of this 2-item spike, continue the snowball. Kroko's just picked up his second item. Has actually done a decent job of staying up in farm at the very least. Umbral Glaive will help because they have struggled with the vision game this game. That's what's really hurt them more than anything. The fact that the Nocturne ults have all worked out, basically. And then, of course, Karis, with that early lead, has turned that into a very, very scary inventory. 4-0-1, Shadow Flame, Rocket Belt, Spell Slingers, and a stacked Dark Seal. That's about as strong as an Akali can get at this point in the game. I want to see the Medjais next, I really do. You know what the name of the game is, you know what the assignment is, and it is snowball through this mid-game. Set yourself up for success with that. Don't put late-game caveats in there, because if you're at that point, it's a bad time anyway. Not, of course, you can't do what you did the other day and just keep picking people off as a fed Akali. But I think there is something to playing to the game state you not only find yourself in, but are aspiring to as a team comp. But in this case, they're both aligned, so... My point, I fear, is doubled. Atakan consideration. Blue trinket thrown down. They know that's a consideration. Missing now also over here. Kroko around. Bulldog trading that one out. In comes the teleports. They are starting to threaten this one. Over the wall they go. That's pretty deep from Monkey. Supreme display of talent. Exhaust. Arrow comes on through. And over comes Cube looking to pull someone back. Kroko gets over the wall. Drags all out towards Karis. Oh, Cube. Wonderful angle with that teleport. Shia has nowhere to TP to that he feels comfortable to, so it'll have to be the tier 2. Jungle down, support down, WE looking just far more coordinated than LNG here. Textbook. Nocturne goes in. They get over the wall, and there's the Cassante waiting to drag him right back as Kroko, not even joking, jumped over the wall thinking he was safe, but unfortunately he'd already been tagged by the all-out mid-animation, and so he's just dragged Miles all the way over to Akali, who gets another one. So there's that TP that we called out. They're trying to get some vision down around the Atakan because they're afraid it's going to happen. And that's exactly what it was. They were being baited in. They knew what was going on. They tried to be safe. Kroko gets over the wall, and it still gets caught by the all-out. I feel for Kroko there. I really do. His 2 deaths before that were on very near things around objectives where he nearly gets Monkey and the objective. Not just random ints, right? Like that. They make sense. That one, I feel a bit aggrieved for him. I do. It's not been the best game for him, don't get me wrong, but I do somewhat sympathize with the deaths. On the other hand, for WE, they're laughing their way to the bank. There's that Medjais I was talking about. All subs in chat, buy the book. Buy the book. This game, I fear, at this point, is largely done. Soul point in 15 seconds. They're on vision again. Oh, the vision game from LNG has been so poor this game. And WE have pounced every time. Kroko feared, no way out. Shockwave comes on in, and it means nothing as Akali picks up a double. 16 pages to the book. Karis' Akali is always a thing of beauty. We sometimes have some questions about his wider champion pool, but you never doubt this. It's a great draft for it. And we did say, look, LNG's draft, phenomenal in the team fights. Assuming you can get there. Assuming the Nocturne and the Akali don't just murder someone on repeat. Especially considering who's playing them. LNG saying, look, we've got to try and make our play here. Karras down some summoners, get that shutdown, tear those page out. 700 gold going towards a Rumble would be really good. Oh my god! Oh my god! Flash away. Karras can now look at missing. You know what I said? That Karras can start threatening people with basic abilities. That's what I mean. Doesn't quite get the kill because the heal comes on in. And the on the hump from 1xN. Oh! Apologies for the mild blasphemy, but let's be real. Got to call to a higher power at this point for LNG, because I don't think basic abilities are going to do the trick at this point. Karras gets TP'd on. Burns his ult. Just says, you're not trapped in here. I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. I might have fumbled that phrase like twice in the same sentence. I can only apologize. Third item for Sivir in a Dream. Not an Infinity Edge, I'll note. But at least you've got some armor pen, some ways to deal with some of the HP stackers. Okay, actually I say that. Still prior to the reintroduction of Giant Slayer in its somewhat glorious return.
对线得压个40-50刀，你可能还得 solo 一次，压个1级才有机会玩。是的，不然这英雄象棋就你在边路看到阿卡丽跟在边路看到发条给的压力是不一样的。更何况还有梦魇，它无限放大了边线容易被 solo、容易被打的这个问题。这把打完就一句话，孩子们，我阵容没选好，对吧？下一把吧。对啊，下把重新 BP。俩教练下去就说不好意思，我们的这把我的了。太难玩了，肉眼可见的难玩啊。对啊，就你上帝视角都找不到解法呀。
Decent damage there onto Monkey. By decent, I mean like 5%. It's the best we can get at this point. Nearly a Cyrilda's 3-item Kiana, maybe. Problem is, the level discrepancy is getting so foul at this point. Level 17 Akali. Baron's going down, is a known quantity. Good ward there from LNG. But Sheer has TP, yet to burn it. Are they contesting? Thinking about it, Karras lands that Shuriken flip. Thinking about going back in. It's not the fastest Baron take of all time, has to be said. Here comes the turn. Missing finally makes his will unbreakable, but it's a little late. Monkey down at half. Does go in. Looking to get onto Croco, who can maybe go invisible. Flashes away. Forces Monkey back. Not the best Supreme display of talent. Monkey's still alive. They do kill him off. That's not awful. Cube goes all out and gets another couple as a result of about murdering 2. They lose Sheer and 1xN. And trade for the jungler, but where does Bulldog go? How is he there? Managed to back away at least. And does delay the Baron, does deny the Baron. At the very least, so you know what, LNG? You take what you can get. And hilariously, because of the shutdown that went over, Croco now has a gold lead over the Nocturne. Can possibly nab away a Gromp. Let's have a look at this again. Because obviously it's a Baron bait. They try to do what they did around the Atakan. LNG managed just about to get a bit more out of it than they did last time. Monkey at half HP goes in. Croco with the redemption on top of him. Flash is out. Flash is not quite right from Monkey. Supreme display of talent doesn't actually quite get Monkey into the wall, but hey, it's the way of it. Arrow actually claims 1xN's life mid all out. Not a lot you get to do there as the Civet. Still, Baron is not down. And that is a win for LNG as far as it goes. Cyrilda's now done for Croco. Soul a minute and a half. Baron's still up. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
主要我感觉这把阿卡丽的英雄他怕啥？他怕脱节，就进的太凶了，队友跟不上，然后一个人死了。但都是冲的。但这把他不可能脱节。全都在往里冲。
Sheer still has TP. Did burn it for that last one. Actually significant. Bulldog also still has that. Basically means that LNG can afford to respond to both sides of the map at the minute with those solo lanes as their kind of linchpin on that one. Means WE will have to be doing their due diligence in terms of forcing some of those cooldowns if they want. Ward's now put down. It's that same ward line, one in the middle lane, all the way straight down the jungle. Observers are noting them right now. LNG trying to clear out what they can. The vision game has been pretty stellar in this bot side of the jungle most of the game for WE. 22 stacks on the Medjais coming into this soul fight, by the way. 3-item Civet, 3-item Kiana. Maybe will have to be the dream. Broken arm guard turns into a Zhonya's in time for the fight for Sheer. Good news. Arm guard for Akali. 4 items for Varus. Serpent's Fang in particular. very good value into some of these shield stackers in the Orianna and the Rumble a little bit. Oh, missing. He will have a spellbook TP, I think. We'll be able to come back. Didn't burn the ult. Hope Varus does its work. Onto the dragon they go. This will need to be a fast reset. They're just giving it up, saying we can't fight it anymore. Is Crocker going to try and Hail Mary for it? Problem is you get a dragon. It doesn't change the state of the game much for WE. But I think this is just Mountain Soul being given up. They can't get in. Oh, Crocker. I think he's a dead man. Supreme display of talent's not bad. Overcomes Sheer into the grass blade. Over they go onto Sheer. Does a lot of damage. Karras goes onto a golden rumble. They're going to get the engage with the quickness of the grand entrance. And all the time being bought in the world is not enough to bring Karras down. Bulldog trying to defend the mid lane. It will not happen. Mountain Soul secured. Baron next on the card for WE. And ever since the early snowball from mid jungle, they have not let go. Multiple solo kills for Karras, and no one can manage the Akali, who will follow wherever the Nocturne starts things. Varus is strong, K'Sante is strong on top of it all. And LNG just never got to fight a fight on an even footing. The Baron will fall, and it will be a Hail Mary in the base. WE will be coming in with all the forces they can muster. Completed Zhonya's for Akali. Bulldog still at 2 items. Not exactly a pleasant scenario, is it? If you're going to go for a Zhonya's, it's like 3 defensive items in a row. He's got to do any damage. And I get it, I do. You're into a lot of dive. You're being murdered most of the game. But the frustration is you built all these defensive items and then haven't survived. You haven't gotten the value out of them that you were hoping for. Karras. Slippery at this point. They can try and bring him down. And in fairness, hunting for that shutdown is one of the better ways of finding some value in the game as it stands. The Nocturne being around there with the Hexblade means that there will be a responder. Especially with the Zhonya's and the Shroud and the Shuriken Flip and all of the usual tricks that an Akali can pull. There will be time ball. There will be. So WE, Maraud into the red side, jungle jumping onto Karras. Now that's really nice! Shockwave after, almost get the full kill. Karras will have an opportunity now to escape. Flashes into the Twilight Shroud, looking for more, flash for more, cannot find the Akali. They're standing both people out of now. Karras falls, shutdown goes on to Qiyana. Bulldog though, likely going to fall, and that means it's a 2-for-1 even after they get a hold of Karras. Take what you can get. Ironically, probably still goal positive for LNG. However, turret falls. Akali down in trade for both your mid and your support. Tough. It's about now 5-0 and 2. And you burn pretty much all your tools at this point. You will not be able to defend this wave, and they can keep marching in with 4 members. They're just far enough behind that the one shot didn't happen onto the Akali. That was an even game, that was a dead Akali. It's not. It is certainly not. Try and defend now, though. Got members back. Monkey going to try and get that unspeakable horror onto Sheer. Does so. Rumble with 3 items. Maybe there's enough pain to threaten people here, but the second inhibitor turret falls. Nexus turret falls. The inhibitor in mid will now follow afterwards. Croco, nearly at Supreme display of talent again, threatening on a side. Akali does have TP. Karras can rejoin. Keep your eyes on it. There's wards behind in the base that could cause some terrifying flank angles. Unfortunate. Vision spotted. Tries to hop away. Supreme display of talent is solid. Gonna dive under the turret regardless. Does about survive. But not before the arrow secures the kill. GA procced. Redemption coming on through. Sheer gonna try and get a hold of Monkey, who flashes over the wall. Does go down to the Rumble bed. Knocker comes on through. Cube quite low now as he's gone all out. Pulls back with the Antovo strikes. Battle Dance gives another shield. Karras is here. So the shockwave lands as Karras looks free. Perfect execution. Varus arrows, though, have been finishing off what the rest of the team has started. Valiant efforts to defend. Still, in the end, a 2-for-1 in favor of WE. And a flash force from LNG's bot lane at 1xN. Desperate to get away from Robin Hood on the other side. About his business. And that is namely hitting headshot after headshot. Quite an exceptional game from him. 7-0-2, very accurate. Qiyana nearly survived there, but again, the accuracy after read the attempted terror shape escape.
哦，想多吃一波线。
对，可能差点钱。
那就多摸一波线呗，
反正也没人会管他，
也没有人想管他。
也管不了他。只能说 LNG 确实守的还挺顽强的，对吧？这毕竟发条加西布尔守线还是不错的。
但他只能守。
对，就单纯的防守嘛。他除了等 WE 那种巨严重失误以外，没有任何翻盘的方式。
但目前哇
Chunk onto missing is pretty extreme.
但目前 W 好像没有什么巨严重失误。
对，因为 WE 玩的整体来说很规整啊。
就我见过巨严重失误，就是那种玩个肉想测试自己的坦度，然后直接顶进去。
这不是 TT 打 OMG 那把吗？
对啊，
就是很夸张啊，那个被翻的。
但这把感觉 Cube 没有这个事儿，就 Cube 没有这个想法。Cube 其实已经熟了，现在。
他打那么多年了，确实早就熟了。
各种事儿都经历过一遍了，要珍惜来之不易的机会啊！去个海闪，去哪儿？往下走。又要找卡。
Here we go.
找不到啊！
那现在 WE 破了2路高，他没选择去处理这个上路的高地啊，因为他想直接开 Cube 砸了个风过来。
Damage to the backline, looking to get some value down. As over comes an equalizer, but this surely looks like the end of the game. Thank you very much, Dad. I've got a little turn up from my father, having some fun here as we got some violence at the end of the game. And Karis is just, I mean, he's unstoppable. Disgusting. 5.1, 1,000 gold lead, fully stacked Magi's. The Kinko Assassin does her work. Do I? Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. I'm being delivered a cowbell, guys. Okay, only later. He thinks I'm joking. I want a cowbell.
对，就必须选出来，你除非对线大家爆肘，加上 WE 巨严重的前期可能小资源团失误，否则没有任何画面。
进攻压力太大了。
因为这个游戏你没法规避的，就是你一定会进入到边线，
对，一定会进中期，
至少有10分钟的时间你是必须有单人在挂线的那个画面的。但你一旦进入到那个画面，就是 WE 的绝对领域。
对，这个阵容的边线能力太权威了。
就都是边线又厉害，然后且还有个梦魇。
W 没那么忙啊，他的玩法就是很规整。 就我边线强我就打边，
这 MVP 阿卡丽啊，
卡丽萨。
That game is certainly one of all time. Basically, we're going to see Monkey and Karis highlight reels for the majority of the early game, and then it turns into a team job.
他是只用这个 KDA 智人皮肤
啊，阿卡丽用这个挺多的。
这就是边线瘫痪，谁来谁死。
I don't really have that much more to add to this one, guys. It'll be Karis MVP, and deservedly so. He was exceptional. Really, really was. Little reminder to Alex, if he's listening as well, they're listening rather, to stick on some ads if you get the chance, mate.
Oh, hi. Hello, hi. Hi.
Hello there.
I've had to
Dad's offering me a cowbell, by the way.
Oh, cool. I've had to perform surgery on the statue, Sam. One of the branches on the base was warped out of position and meant that the whole thing couldn't fit in. So I took a hairdryer to it and bent it back into position the old Warhammer way.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
Good
So
work.
I was like,
good work.
But I'm also like, this is like quite. I didn't quite realize how nice this thing is meant to be. I was like, oh, it's a statue. It'll be nice, I guess.
It's actually genuinely lovely.
Like,
yeah.
okay, why is it coming with like a wax seal and gloves and a brush for dusting?
Oh, fabulous. In fairness, you've got enough statues that the brush for dusting is probably worthwhile.
I might have one-tricked too far.
You've one-tricked too close to the funds.
So it's genuinely incredibly nice, but I'm like, what the hell?
I'm very excited to see this properly. Alex.
Hello.
As we suggested it might be in this game.
Yeah.
Karis Akali was an X factor. How are we going to manage this comp? Well, Karis Akali with a nocturne to help set things up.
Look, okay.
He is.
The thing is, I think
on his champions.
I think a lot of nuance got lost about W over this year because I think a lot of people like they're great, they're awful, and like there wasn't room for the discussion in between that. Karis was occasionally excellent. But still retain the weakness of being a poor solo like a side laner at times too. But it wasn't consistent, you know. Same thing with Cube. But Cube is actually pretty damn good on
tanks.
Frontline.
Yeah.
and occasionally had a good game on a Yorick or something like that.
Yeah, he's not a bad Rumble, not a bad Yorick, but yeah.
Same kind of thing. It's like Vampire was actually very good in lane, very good in team fights, but then it's like, well, okay, occasionally would have that flippy in play and couldn't play towards side lanes, and you could see there was a stylistic choice in the team where, and that applies to Monkey too, by the way, he also can play towards side lanes. It's more like a team they couldn't do that. And then you could see these kind of decisions the team would make in terms of, one of the solo laners is doing badly. We're not going to bail them out. We're going to just put resources into the AD carry instead. Vampire will just be attached to the hip at Taeyun, and we'll just hope that they'll be strong enough to, you know, make up for the difference in the solo lane. And occasionally that would work, because they'd roam around, and I don't think teams were very prepared for that. Eventually they did become that. But I think that they definitely benefited from teams not really preparing for them, because they did do a different style. If they played the other style of other teams, I think it would have been much less successful for them, of course. Yeah, a player like Karis is definitely someone who, he could become a lost condition just by playing poorly in solo lanes.
Yeah, I think when he's off the champions that he's like, he has his champions that are like the ones, you know, okay, Karis on Akali, it's going to be one of those games.
Taliyah was pretty good for a while, and then it fell off.
Yeah, and like, you have these, I feel like with Karis in particular, there is this element of, the like, you know, like when you do like charts of champions you're good at, or you know, your elite champion, you kind of go down the list, like I am S tier on this, A tier on this, B tier on this. There's like a group of S tier champions, and there's not really an A tier group, and then there's a B to C tier group, if you know what I mean. But like, functional but not particularly exciting to non-factor, and also excellent. I think the fact that he doesn't have that kind of A tier level of champion pool is I think what's holding him back a little bit.
Yeah, it sounds like your audio is a lot better, by the way. I did notice when you did the F sound there, it did start to break up a little bit when you like really pronounce the F. But besides that, audio
I think I need a pop shield is the honest answer out.
Yeah. Or I think maybe just in the meantime, just lean away from it when you're getting loud, I guess. But that was
so, not even joking, I was chatting with Dad a little bit as well, and really I should be staying roughly at 3 inches, because that's what we balance things around, and I pull back a little bit for proper big things.
Okay, well,
but, it stops things echoing. So we put, because that's the reason we've got the limiter in, is it means I can keep that volume consistent.
No, I understand that. It's just that, just being pragmatic, and like, I know in an ideal scenario that's what you need, but also, you need to make sure it doesn't get too crispy. I'm gonna have to try.
Is it largely not crispy though?
Yeah, no, it's largely been fine. I think it's much better on the SA, and this is why we do this, right? We're trying to zero in on the sound.
So yeah, we've stopped the compressor being compressor and turned it into a limiter, basically.
Maybe you could do, wait, so you can't have both active?
We can just need to have a second compressor, which we have. The issue is I was running those compressors from 6 AM till 8:30, and they crapped out at about 7 PM.
Really? Okay.
The one we were on that overheated. And this was the second time this has happened. So Dad's calling some people, because it's still under warranty stuff. So it's like, okay, this is the second time this happened. This needs solving.
Well, for sure.
So
well, the good thing is that we're actually using that stuff, so it's actually getting tested. That's actually, I mean, that's a good thing, right?
Big time. So that's basically what we said. And basically it was like, I think this is the same thing as last time. So basically let it cool down overnight. But it basically meant mid-cast, literally between games last night. So I was doing the other LPL, the European League one with Arshram last night.
LP LOL, you mean?
Yes, I was doing that one. So I had another 2 best of 3s last night. Because of course.
So you were casting Arshram, or
Yeah, so I was color casting, which was wild.
I didn't realize that was a thing still. Or rather, like, I didn't realize there was an English broadcast for it.
Yeah, well, there is now. So I went and did that, which was great. But I did the first series fine, and we came to get into the next one, and the mic just wasn't working. So why is it not working? I went, I bet the compressor's crapped out. Because I just looked down, I went, I'm actually not seeing anything coming into my audio interface, but I'm still getting power here on the mic. And we'd had this issue before. So, yep. Anyway, it shall hopefully get resolved.
Yeah. Cool. Lots of trial by fire, really.
Oh, yes.
欢迎回来啊！第一把比赛 ，W 也是轻取 LNG， 虽然比赛时长没有很快，但是你从内容。
Okay, I'm gonna get myself a coffee and I'm gonna go see if I can finish up the rest of this stat sheet thing.
Do it. I'm very excited.
Last series. Wait, is this the last series?
It is. Yes.
Yeah. It is. And tomorrow that'll be the last day of the group stage. Is there any implications for this game in particular? So, I mean, if WE win this, Ultra Prime are out, I believe.
Okay.
Is that true? Hang on, am I lying? I might be lying.
Are you lying on the internet, Alex?
So, hang on, let me check. So Ultra Prime, they won today. Ultra Prime
They did,
won.
yes.
They're currently at 1-1. If WE win, they go to +4. Does anyone know which way? Hang on, so if WE go to 2-1. Okay, no. Ultra Prime, I think, can go... No, but then Ultra Prime lost against LNG, so... How does head-to-head work? Is it game score, then head-to-head, anyone? Does anyone know if it's game score, then head-to-head? So if it's even game score, that's the tiebreaker? Or is it head-to-head and then it's... I guess it would have to be that, right? So I think the way that it works is... Okay, so if Ultra Prime... Because did they win 2-0? Did they lose a game? I don't remember if they lost a game or did they 2-0.
I genuinely don't remember.
I'm actually, my brain is going blank. They 2-0'd. That means they're currently on +1. So if they win their next game, they go to +3. If they go 2-0 in the next one, they go to +3. Go 2-1 +3 is the highest they can. LNG lose? Yeah, if LNG lose 2-0 and Ultra Prime 2-0 WE, they could get through. So everything's open until... I think everything's open until the WE Ultra Prime match. I'm gonna disable the social slide channel. Anyway, Interdraft, I'll leave you alone for a little bit more and I'll do your thing. Good job, Sim.
Thank you very much. Alright, I'll see you guys soon. Well, ready for our game 2 here. Heading on to the second game in this series as WE handled themselves with class in that last game. Saw what LNG were looking for with the big AoE team fights and skirmishes and said, bet. Took the Akali Nocturne combo and ran the game over after Karis got snowballed. The Jace, the Aatrox away from Croco makes sense. The Pantheon, the Trundle away from Monkey also makes sense. Those junglers are two of the big playmakers for their team. Sion away from Cube. It's a big tank option, especially with the Xante down. Zahen first pick. Cube might just malfight this, guys. Though I did see a Zahen last night go Black Cleaver first into it. And it managed the malfight a lot better than it might otherwise. Just go Ambessa into it. Could theoretically be a flex of the jungle. It is Monkey. Don't hate it. Do not hate it. Indeed, it will be the Ambessa, playing as much time as they can to make some conversations happen. Nymaera after. Lane dominance towards that bot site for about. Already locked the Varus last game. Then went for the Taeyun swap. Prevented Sheer from getting too much value. Turned up bot and then kept the Sivir largely in check. Croco will go towards the Shinzao. Bulldog debating a Talia. Also a bit of a takeaway from Karis, who has often defaulted to that. Shinzao Talia, good pairing. Roams well. Good CC chains. Shinzao and Aatrox, good brawler pair as a frontline disruptor options. Can deal with the Ambessa semi well as well. Nymaera and Ambessa can sometimes struggle a little bit with managing a lot of that knock-up options from the empowered Qs of Zahen and Aatrox and the minefield as well. But there's that potential flex we were talking about. Lock the Malphite top into the Zahen, which is a miserable time. And put that Ambessa into the jungle. Or maybe Karis is feeling funny and wants to play an Ambessa or a Malphite. Who knows? It is the Demacia Cup. Crazier things have happened. Kaiserban away from 1xM. Might be that in the Aphelios, honestly. Ezreal a consideration as well, actually. I think Ezreal possibly a wise choice as something with mobility that can use basic abilities to escape from the likes of public execution, or more importantly, the unstoppable force. Make someone burn flash at least when you press R on the Malphite. Azir ban.
搬的狠点，真搬了，这样就逼着李修南只能去玩点什么伊泽瑞尔。
哎，感觉 EZ 打石头人好痛苦啊，
就打不动啊。但是还好，就是家里。
I think this should be the Ezreal personally.
但是如果说李修南把 EZ 选下来，那么
Misfortune is a lane dominant option instead. Fair enough. I think with the Malphite you had ways to deal with that personally.
搬女枪还是要把李修南对线强势的摁掉。
Zero away from Karis. Oriana's already down. Take the rise. Talia's picked. Yeah, that's most of the control mages down.
他不会死，你往后面一缩，加个狙。
Could Silas here? Actually, both teams could Silas here, actually. Would have been, alright. Actually, I say, but I don't think you want to do a Talia bot or anything, so I somewhat take that back. But the moment you see a Malphite, always feels pretty good, unless you want to do something really weird with the Zahen. I know at one point he was being considered for support. Didn't really work out that way by the time his kit and what they wanted from it came together. But there's a Silas I was talking about. Syndra as well has kind of started rising in priority again. Feels like people are feeling more comfortable to deal with it. You can still rise, of course, because the Lulu was banned, not the Rise. I kind of took my eyes off that one for a second or two, and it will still be the Syndra. More pick. Land the Scout of the Week means that Unstoppable Force is point and click. Same deal with the Public Execution. You can go fishing for that a little bit. Less committal. Good follow-up as well on some of those big dive burst combos. One extent of being a Corki does, of course, have that Valkyrie to try and deal with some of those attempted skill shot dive options from the jungle and top laner as it stands. And with that Syndra lock-in as well, it really does solidify that Ambassador's jungle as we were expecting anyway. Corki Rel, double resist shred with the break the mold passive and the Gatling gun. Always very scary. Yunara is one of the better choices into Corki, though. The moment his Frost Bomb is down, she can basically press Q and abuse that cooldown window to really, really run at the Corki, who does not have a lot of fun. And when you've got the Kanmei step, you kind of get to catch up to him, even if he does Valkyrie. So you're level 1, level 2. You have very good options there into the Corki quite regularly, just in terms of how your abilities work out. Little issue with draft, though, by the looks of it, so we shall redo it, I suspect. Ugh.
他们的交流方面，我觉得存在很大的问题。他们的野辅是几乎没有联动的。
那 W 这边其实除了下路组剩了3兄弟都打了1整年了。
就 W 这边默契度肯定是比他们高很多的。现在 LNG 这里真得想想办法呀。就这个状态，或者说目前的这个磨合程度，你要往下一轮前进应该是够呛。
太难了。
对呀。
Assuming it's just a draft issue, guys, and we'll be back in shortly.
怎么办呢？主要这个EP 雅衡我们现在见的很少，没这么见哪个。
因为雅衡怕的东西太多了。
I think this office is clearly still getting set up. A lot of boxes on the ground.
后期数值很高，但它存在一个最大的问题是，你如果是比
10-gallon drum of water.
人头进账，你普通发育，你打大部分英雄又打不过，
对，
你很难发育到你强势的。
WE generally gone for a
对方阵容的要求，就比如说
lane priority from Yunara angle, and the idea is Malphite and Besta jump on whoever Syndra stuns or just jump in. Syndra presses R, Yunara presses R. You murder the following team fight on the back of your 2 divers. Is the idea. This side for LNG. Corki Rel with a Talia, with a Shinzao, with a Zahen. Lots of AoE, lots of good team fighting. Not necessarily the biggest frontline of all time, but lots of conditional frontline. Rel going in with the big circle to buy some resist and get a big engage. Shinzao getting the dive in, especially if you overdive as the Malphite and the Ambessa. Having the Shinzao dive beyond that with his audacious charge. I mean, Zahen follow as well. If you can survive the initial engage from WE. Your extended team fights with Xinzao, with Sehen, with the passive coming on forward. To the Chinese Mandarin speakers in chat, I'm assuming with the BP and they're saying ban pick, there were some issues, so they're redoing it. But if you've got a full translation somewhere, it would be appreciated.
可能没太听懂，这个是真实情况。
Bear in mind, if LNG lose here, they haven't won a single game against an LPL team. Very true. Does look like it was a slight ban pick issue, so we're just doing it all over again. Should be, I suspect, very similar bans to what we saw before. I don't think we'll be seeing different champions here, but we'll see.
如果说是你在 pick 以后，人家再出了中单英雄，那这种情况下一般就
Should just rush through this.
满足你重选的条件了。
So it'll be Zahen into Ambessa and Nymaera. Response on the other side of the Talia and
what
was it? Jungle Xinzao, of course. Xinzao. Talia, and everyone's just picking an order there for LNG. And then we saw the Malphite lock flexing that Ambessa. Suppose it could be Malphite jungle, but I'm suspecting the Malphite top.
然后石头人打野也请教过很多教练同仁，他们也是这个英雄刷野速度还行，但是笨，
就是太笨了，
就是6级前是完全超级兵，
就是没大招也是超级兵
啊，
这英雄纯吃大招。
而且这英雄刷野效果效率还可以啊，
是
W 的野怪有2倍的伤害，
他 W 加强很多，他是直接翻倍伤害了。
补位的时候尝试过，效果还行这英雄。
Double AD carry bans. Zerlulu on the other side. And then from the Corki route. You see what the last pick is? That's what we didn't get to catch. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be Syndra, it was supposed to be Rise. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, that changes things a bit. Better team fight. So basically, the thing with the Rise is you can deliver Ambessa and Malphite into really difficult angles. Ezreal, Braum on the other side. And that changes things because LNG saw the Syndra and went, okay, we can get away with the Corki, right? Rise, because of the amount of angles he can come at, the Ezreal's just so much safer. Braum as well, very annoying for the Rise, can block a lot of his bounces. And with those melee options as well, good value. So, yeah, I think that makes a bit more sense. Okay, slight shifts there. I wondered about the Ezreal. I called it out into a lot of the dive being what it is. So you have got 1 point and click CC bit with the Rise, but you've got Malphite and Bessa, very committal engaged, but it is nasty nonetheless. And of course the Bard looking for Tempered Fates, looking for good cosmic bindings. LNG, wonderful skirmishing, lots of mobility. If it does get to an extended fight, pretty good tools there from the 4 damage dealers, really, including the jungler. Not that WE have the worst options there either. I think, honestly, I quite like WE's draft, especially because of how proactive it can be. And that was really good for them last game. They need to be careful not to overdive. If you dive in and don't get who you're targeting, or it's into a Xinzao ult or a Zayn revive, it can still go very wrong because actually for all you've got a Nymaera and a Rise, and they are very good consistent DPS options. You've still got to deal with an Ezreal who's dancing away from you, outranging you. You've still got to deal with Zahen and Xinzao pairing up together with a Talia who's adding all this disruption. Can be very difficult if they do it wrong. Talia is probably the most valuable target, I suspect, for the Malphite and the Ambessa. No flash on her, so or rather no what is the word I'm looking for? Dash on her, so more vulnerable than most of the rest of the cast. And of course, Bulldog had a tough old time in game number 1. Phase rush into phase rush, lethal tempo into lethal tempo, spellbook into spellbook. It's match runes everywhere you care to look, basically. At least the keystone, slightly different choices inside. Absolute focus, bit of scorch. Yeah, it makes sense for Talia. Get some value out of the early lane before Rise fully comes online. Rotating banner.
然后 Monkey 这个玩法放在古代那个叫先锋部队，
行，
就是那种装备最精良、冲在最前面的那一批，一定是冲着。
那这边也在带着布隆进野区了。
对，1级常规处理。
Looking for some value, Winter's Bite lands, and in fairness, Braum could be very annoying for what is a very short-range composition. You dive in with the Malphite, with the Ambessa, get stunned up, have a bad time. Braum is a really good defensive tool here with the minefields. You've got some pretty good anti-dive tools, and the counter-engage is really nasty. They tried for that somewhat last game and couldn't quite make it work. Some... I don't know, like some slightly different attitudes going into some of the fights last game. Braum level 1 though, going to allow LNG to come in force. Everyone from W here as well. We've got a 5-man at level 1 in the jungle. Good cosmic binding at level 1. Cross the flash over the wall. He's in danger of the Ambassador, who lands the Sundering Slam and gets first blood. Oh dear. That binding from Yao Yao set everything up. A Monkey is going to start the game with an assist. Nymaera is going to start the game with first blood. Awful. And you've got a Braum level 1, Ezreal level 1. It's not a bad time to be fighting. That could not have gone worse. Clutch binding from what I felt was probably the better level 1 team from LNG. Malphite's not doing anything. Ryze doesn't have that much to offer. Nymaera needs to stack things up. Braum, Talia, Ezreal, Shinzao, all exceptional at that point in the game. Croco's always been feast or famine. He will take risks, and when they work out, it looks fantastic. But reminder, this happened last time as well. When he went for the Raptors at level 1, still died, came and did it all over again. So, you knew what you were getting with this man. Early on, of course, before Cube gets too many levels, before he has any armor, and still can be quite annoying with those Dread returns. Sorry, I keep saying Dread Retribution. It's not that. It's Dread Return. Cultivation of War, the Dark Enclave, Dread Return, Aureate Rush, which is a fun dash name, and Grim Deliverance. There's the knock-up on Dark Enclave Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. Darkin Boogaloo. That's what it is. Sheer stacking the passive. Nice combo there with the Aureate Rush into the Q. Croco's top side is down his buffs. But he's just saying, screw it, I need to be here to fight over this Scuttle Crab. Fair enough. Is Ambassador going to go and try and steal the red? Might well do. Problem is, Monkey got chunked out on his way over. We'll look for that Scuttle Crab instead. But I think Ezreal Braum going to come up here. I don't know whether Monkey can do this. He's going to have to smite this. Should be able to do that. Can they fight afterwards? I think they can. This looks good from LNG right now. Dash on forward, flash in from Bulldog. Monkey goes down. And they manage to punish Monkey, who goes across the mid lane looking to get a hold of that other Scuttle Crab and does not get it. Really good roam from 1XM and Missing, who take the opportunity with the lane prior to punish that greedy crab take. Custom flashes, Bulldogs, Missings. Kill secured, goes on to Bulldog, which is good after the last game. Karras, of course, blew his flash as well to survive the play. So 2 for 1 in that scenario there. Zayn's still going towards the Triforce first. I think I would have preferred a Black Cleaver. I'm not going to lie, it looked a lot more comfortable into the Malphite, who was going to stack a load of armor and you're going to have a horrible time. But hey, the decision has been made. Cleaver Sundered Sky would have been just fine, I think. Well, I grant you for the rest of the game, not as valuable, but for the laning phase alone, pretty good. And you've got Shinzao. In fairness, the Shinzao would be building Cleaver himself, so maybe just saying, look, actually, double Cleaver isn't that great. See the thought process, actually, the more I'm thinking about it, but hey. Here we are. Still a slight Goldie to about off that first blood, but 1XN and Missing doing a very good job of getting some lane dominance going. Ezreal Braum can be very obnoxious. You get hit by Braum passive. Ezreal can hop on forwards and really threaten you with it. And yes, you've got the Bard, but Still have to be a bit careful because no one enjoys getting hit by those Qs. For all the Bard is often one of the better pick and lane dominant champs out there. In a lot of ways, Bard has replaced what Thresh used to be, right? Incidental pick, lane dominance. But you get to do it from having ranged autos, which is always feeling really, really good. Ranged v melee champions feels very, very solid. You roam very well. Tempered Fate is great. Strong pairings. Level 1 is very strong. Safety and escape for the magical journeys. It's not quite the same as Thresh, right? But like in a lot of the scenarios where you would have picked a Thresh, you can do very similar with Bard and still have threat if you use your pick tool. Thread return forces the unstoppable force. Did not want to get caught by the Qs there. Which I think Sheer is perfectly happy about. 20 CS lead top, by the way. Bramble Vest for the Malphite. Again, Malphite, very low economy. Doesn't actually need that much gold to be useful. Especially the tank variant. Passive stacking. Dodging some of those ground slams and thunderous claps. Looking at Monkey, who's actually getting jumped on by Croco. Here we go. Public exchange by time, but Missing's now coming. Still got Mark. Realm Warp coming. Weaver's Wall as well. Everyone's here. Good Crescent Guard timing. Karis now trapped between a wall and a hard place. And Karis, with no flash, got nowhere to go. About comes on up, but will go down. And Croco continues his reign of violence on the invades. True Shot Barrage chunks out a couple as well. Monkey's ult. Karis ult. Now, actually, are they thinking about going for something more? I think rather they'd go for the dragon here. I think that's fair. Monkey without the flash and without a lot of HP bars. Not going to have a lot to say about this. So, yeah, good move from LNG, using that priority. Realm Warp happens. Weaver's Wall response. We've seen a lot of that before. It's part of the reason why you pick the Ryzen at the Talia. You can match the roams one way or another. But Braum was there faster. Xin Zhao still had ult, and they really regretted those choices. Nymaera just isn't as strong as the Xin Zhao until that one item mark, really. Xin Zhao always a very strong early duelist. With the tunneler in inventory was just getting the better of that one, especially when the Nymaera was a little lower HP than she would have liked. Again, she doesn't get her Omni Vamp till 6. Only just picked it up. Actually looking at a play here. That's Croco knocked up and going down, but then comes the Grim Deliverance. Go much healing. They finally bring down Croco, but I think Sheer's going to cause so much chaos on the other side. Karis has to run. Braum taken low. That's a kill for Zehen on the other side, missing just about alive. The Ignite is enough fine to bring him down as a belt unleashes the spirit of cultivation. But now Sheer is here. Double seismic shove. Massive damage from Sheer, but about gets another. More healing, more damage. We'll get the revive, but it's going to be a 4v1 for Zehen, who doesn't die till too late. Overcomes the True Shot Barrage. Track it, track it, track it. It's going to grab across 3! Oh my god! It's murderous! A bombing run from the bot lane. One Exent doesn't turn up and comes away with 2! What? I cannot believe that. WE had done all the hard work. And what Exen laughs his way to the bank. Still going to be about with 3 kills at the end of the play. Got 1 earlier on in the invade, gets 2 more there. But LNG spare the blushes. Zehen gets a kill. And what Exen murders a couple extra ones. Oh, no way. Oh, what an angle. Observers knew what was possible. Blast coned into it as well. I genuinely thought Monkey might fall there as Croco and Sheer started to get through the paces there with the Conquerors stacking, but couldn't quite bring him down before falling. And then that split fight with Missing getting chunked on the other side. The flash forward from about to secure it. He tried to get over the wall. Just got a bit messy. Bulldog with the double seismic shove. You saw how close those margins were. But WE had ended up coming up ahead, especially because the Yunara got to free fire that entire fight. And then 1xN said no. Really keeps the game largely in a bit of homeostasis. 2 grubs went the way of LNG as an additional prize there. Of course, about getting those kills means that 1xN's not accelerated either. Oh, look at this replay, because basically Cube jumps onto the Shinzo, who still doesn't have the Crescent Guard, but in comes that Grim Deliverance. You thought, you know what, that could get a bit scary, especially as Monkey's just used a lot of his abilities, but still goes down, and Sheer just takes a little while to get a hold of. Monkey does so. Problem is, on the other side, it's a 2v3, because actually they had made the roam up and Ezreal hadn't come. Just about to secure that extra one. Sheer just gets kited out, basically. Can't quite get in range or buy time for the E. But then 1xN, he's on the striker skin. And it's a wonder goal. 1, 2, 3 hit, 2 dead. That is just brutal. So the 0-1s at the end of the name, by the way, guys, is effectively the tournament realm accounts, because they're new accounts for the new players. They've not had a chance to adjust them properly yet. And players sometimes have multiple accounts to help keep things secure, basically. Flash away from Bulldog as the Cosmic Binding was very close to hitting. Sheer. She done pretty well into the Malphite in a way I thought was not going to be quite so easy. A little bit of a spectator stutter there, but we're all right. Winterspite lands. Dragon in a minute. Let's look for those resets. 1 item for the Ezreal. Sundered Sky in for the Shinzao. Largely similar on the other side. The Eclipse being done for the Ambessa makes her a lot scarier. Kraken Slayer scary as well for about. Quite there for Cube, who's actually split his items a bit, so he's on components and will be there for a little while. Potentially a very potent fight here as LNG have won the early 2 objectives. Would get them, actually, feats of strength as well, so do keep your eyes on that one. Fighting over Vision, much better from them on the Vision game this time around. Realm Warp, but no TPs up for LNG. 1 ward just beyond the tri-brush between Krugs and bot side turrets, what they've got for the bot side river control. No TP for Sheer either, worth noting. Cube going to go proxy farm. Reset from Karis, who picks up the Archangel Staff, not quite the Seraphs as yet. Similarly, Karis has done the same to pick up the Rower. On Vision right now, RWE and Monkey walking down into the river. Get ready for another one of those big fights. All ults should be up and available. Malphite's there first. Sheer spent time shoving the wave. It is known that he's coming down, but won't be here for another 20 seconds. That gives the man advantage right now to WE, who are going to be able to take this dragon because of that slower move. Can they now look to keep people out of the mid lane wave or catch someone over the wall? Monkey now in danger, caught on the wrong side, forced to flash out of the seismic shove. Does so. Win becomes slightly just shy. Monkey's flash, the only thing they buy for themselves. So Croco went flashing forwards there as well. Can maybe look to catch people on the retreat. Malphite's gone top. Yunara caught him mid. More members from LNG bot side. They want something from the play. Here comes a potential dive. Watch for the Tempered Fate angle. Door comes on up. Grim Deliverance. Monkey in danger. Shields come on down. The Repudiation. The public execution will not be enough. 2 dead for Zahin. Bulldog survives. Sheer has still got his passive stacked. It's going to be 3. Dive secured just for the price of Croco's life. And LNG don't get the dragon. But they end the Safari by turning it into a bit of a slaughter. 3 kills now on the board for Bulldog. 3 kills on the board for Sheer. That felt very nice. And again, they took the dragon, tried to retreat, but they sent Malphite back towards top lane. About to go deal with mid lane 1xN there, and the rest of LNG go, well, great, we've already got the wave shove bot. Malphite's got to go catch this wave that Sheer spent shoving before the fight to get down to the dragon fight earlier, and then they didn't fight. So they get that free dive, they get that free play. Yes, it's a 4v3. Yes, it should still be theoretically scary, but you've got a Braum. You've got a Zahin who can just tank his way through once that passive stacks, and he was given the time to do so. Monkey already blew the flash, was down a fair amount of HP. Easy work in the end. Onto the Herald they go. Got first turret as well, bot side. That was what got them feats of strength. We'll get that Herald, can look to drop that mid in a couple minutes, perhaps around that dragon. Bulldog's going to get a nice chunk top side instead. In fact, actually, here comes the Shinzao now. Might look to really fast play this and drop a Herald. Overcon's missing as well. They can really aggressively do. Remember, they got 2 grubs. They can just attack this. They don't necessarily need to drop the Herald. Monkey's there. Decent chunk. Tempered Fate does not catch either member of LNG. Croco taking turret shots. Oh! Oh, missing with the Unbreakable. And the use of the stand behind me keeps people alive. Redemption 2 comes through. Public execution now onto Bulldog, but they're going to turn this around. Crescent Guard is a bit of a mistake from Croco, who should not have gone that deep. Going to try and weave his wall out. Gets pulled off it. And LNG played for the turret. Croco took aggro and really regretted his choices. Onyxen can't find another spike. They're going to lose 3 themselves. That was a mistake. And Monkey's right back in the game, having picked up a triple. Oh, how did that happen? I mean, they set multiple members up. Zahem wasn't there. Shia did have TP. About can just run at this. About can just run at this. Oh, nice hop. Turret shot. Not quite enough. Oh, hang on. What was that? Red buff. The red buff. Oh, man alive. Just about gets away with it. That was knife fight ranges. Single-digit HP. I thought it was going to be both surviving by the end of it, but the red buff burn was just enough. So they try to just take the turret. They dodge the Tempered Fate. What happens? Oh! The minions. The minions are in stasis, so they don't take turret aggro. And at this point, Monkey gets low, but they don't quite kill him. And then they try to kill Monkey, and it's just too far. Croco can't go in there. Karis has come on up with the Realm Warp. Man advantage is there. Poor mistake. Slight miscalculation on the minions for sure, but after that, you can't afford to go in. Give up far too much than they needed to. And then this one, 1xn's taken quite low. He's already burned his True Shot Barrage, so he's down that ultimate. Whereas, of course, About still has his. Goes to look forward and then tries to dodge the E. Can't quite. Oh, burn is enough, just about. And that Triumph heal actually means that the minion aggro is not enough to kill off About. Very, very close run margins. The Dragon fight we go. At least this one's a lot more competitive. But some solid proactive plays and some mistaken ones as well. Pause. That is Karis on screen.
找 LNG 这段时间有点诡异，让我想起了布道哥之前的队伍。哎，也是前15分钟，非常的理想。
哦，但是我们这边接到的消息是掉线了。哎，布道哥自己掉线了。嗯，弹射。
This feels like this guitar background music just reminds me of like side quest music from Yakuza. Nani? Tech comes across your screen. It's been a fun game. Competitive, which is nice to see. Some slip-ups from both teams, some solid proactive plays from both teams. That turret play topside is going to be really haunting. And again, part of that is, wait, what do you mean the minions went golden? Oh, that's so annoying. But I think they just had to give the play up for lost or teleport in earlier. Gets Monkey back in the game, and Monkey, we know what he's like once he gets some gold to his name. Good recovery from being 1 and 3. Will now absolutely be a threat in the game. Nymaera as well, right? Great solo kill. Brings her to 4 kills. Hopefully this won't be a long pause, but hey, here we are for now.
哎，之前我看亚洲之星这一系列比赛的时候，对他印象就还挺深的。
还可以啊。
对，
他虽然比不上说隔壁 Diablo 那种感觉，
当然就是对他来说，他有很多的成长空间嘛。是啊。
Still no idea what the pause is about. We'll find out at some point soon. Cat is my goat. My goat. Streamer core. Hop on Discord, hop on Discord kitten vibes, and we know it. Why are we waiting? I am suffocating.
但这把如果刚才那个边路的这次击杀成立，往后再推演的话，应该可以说 W 又要大油了。
哦，
还是跟上把一样的情况，因为边路出不去，李宁的边路只能进入防守状态了。然后就出现打资源团的时候呢，W 先把线处理完，他5个人先落位，然后李宁就只能想办法挤那个隘口下河。
那个石子往上一杵，怎么挤啊？那个隘口，
你抱团一起挤就被一块石头收了，
只能先打那个石子儿。
哎，那下路太快了，
叫先锋了。
Here we go. Herald charge into mid, back to live. Looking to undo some of the damage here. Should be able to get a hold of that. That'll also get them a shove prior to Dragon, which I think they'll want to look and get a hold of.
小龙还有20秒。这波是靠这个先锋 LNG 有了一波先落位先下河的这个画面。
No idea what the issue was, but either way seems to have been resolved. We're back to live. True Shot Barrage tags out about. That's valuable. That is valuable. That probably earns them a start on this Dragon without that Fed AD carry being around.
还是技能轮次的问题。小龙
Dragon started.
AD 被打回家了呀。
There's a little stutter in the spectator, not too much more to see. Missing, going to be following the Talia top just in case of potential cross map. That's the thought process here. We'll now curve towards the blue side jungle. Get some wards down. Just shield things out. Nice reset into shielding play there, especially because they've done the work there with that true shot barrage to prevent any real contest. Monkey does get his second item as a result of all those kills. He's 1,500 gold ahead. That's a big deal. Big deal. Shojin on Ambessa, such a significant breakpoint. 10 HP, that percent damage. Very, very lovely. Ability haste, all the good stuff.
边路就会有野雀的尸体，
可以干货教学。
Game remains relatively close. Minor gold lead to WE. Feature strength and minor objective lead, or significant objective lead actually, really. Over to LNG, you've got 2 dragons, Grubs, and Herald. So, at this point, where are we thinking of going? Over we go. Ooh, Bulldog with the flash out from the Unstoppable Force. Not going to lead to too much. That does, however, mean that mid lane's going to get shoved for free, especially with no turret there. Have to retreat through their jungle to get involved. One of the things with having about roam around with the team is that he's just not getting access to as many waves as he would like. Not as safe to do so now with all those outer turrets down, though. Be a bit careful about being in range of some of this other stuff. They're going to start up this Atacon, especially without the Malphite ult. Malphite's value is really minimal without that ult at this point. Sheer looking to come across the wall here. Can look to dive on forward. The Aureate Rush. Winter's Bite just wide. Monkey, Yao Yao being warded away. I think this Atacon is just gone. They're two-manning it, while Sheer and Missing say absolutely not. And because Bulldog flashed the ult, he just didn't have that tool. Monkey now looking for a potential catch on the retreat here, throwing down the Redemption. The minefield comes down, unraveling the earth. Karis, potentially looking for an angle. Into the backline they go. That's still pretty deep from Monkey. He's not back here, gets knocked up. That's big damage. True Shot Barrage claims the life. Bulldog does go down. It's the Bard that picks it up, but Zahen delivers people grimly. Grim Reaper as a Dark Glaive does some work. 1xN hitting the members who are not frozen as Yao Yao tries to buy time, but there's a magical journey, and Yao Yao will flash out to safety. Blast Cone available. Karis, where are you running, my friend? Because I don't think there's any way you're realistically going to escape. No phase rush to work with. Hit by the Winter's Bite on top of the cone. Croco will look for a wind becomes lightning into the audacious charge, and Shears Zahen is donated another kill. Very nicely done from the side of LNG.
但刚才可以说 Monkey 这个朗姆的画面不对，就朗姆这个英雄他不是开团英雄，他最好是等到团打起来的时候。
We'll have a look at this replay again, because again, Cube doesn't have the ultimate. They tried to Realm Warp in. Immediate shove. Very well timed from Bulldog there. And they get onto 1xN, but the Weaver's Wall keeps about out of the play. He doesn't have Flash. He doesn't have the untouchable Shadow to get over the wall, and Sheer just gets to run at that Nymaera, who gets knocked up, knocks down. And at this point, the Tempered Fate delays 3 members, sure, but 1xN is more than strong enough to finish stuff up on his own. Now he's 4-1. LNG right back in command of the game. get the Atakan, they get the fight, and they punish that attempted exit play from WE. They were ready and waiting for it. And I think we might well be going to game 3 here, folks.
因为我们说是，如果说右边的伤害能把雅恒打残的话，他摸不到瑞兹，也摸不到朗姆。但如果说他的坦度能够，就吃右边第一套伤害，他是能玩，就石头人能摸。
Monkey wiping his mouse sensor down. Maybe he spilled some tea on it or something. Possible. Thank you for noting that one, Amber. I didn't catch that. Horizon focused on for the Talir. Muramana transformation in for the Ezreal, who's got a Tunneler. Will be going Shojin next, I imagine. Chain-laced Crushers in for Zehen, so actually increasingly difficult to manage with that Sundered Sky. Black Cleaver done for Shinzao. Second items are also largely in for W, but there's just that kind of extra bit of utility in those upgraded boots that could be very annoying for people like the Rise and crew to manage. If you do have win conditions, it's good Malphite ult. With good Rise flank and just letting Nymaera free hit if you can make it happen. You do need that kind of dive combo to pay off. Theoretically blowing up someone like the Ezreal before they get to do anything. Preferably Bulldog as well. Cube's going to have to ult away. And again, Malphite without ult is not really a champion. Not really seen a lot of success from Cube on that one. Gets out alive at least. But the problem is, Dragon spawning in 2 seconds. Your Malphite doesn't have ult for it. That is a big deal. Dragon started soul point for LNG. W just saying, yeah, better part of Valor. His discretion in this particular instance, and I don't blame them. Pause. Oh no! On LNG's side this time. Toilet break, for sure. For sure. For sure. Stop the game, he needs a wee.
反正从比赛内容来看的话，目前 LNG 2波聪明的选择是帮他们把局势打回来了，对吧？然后龙也已经听牌了，
局面不错。
就是他在输了一波大团以后，他并没有慌张，再加上边线又被抓死一次，没有乱了自己的阵脚。这里 LNG 的中单选手网络波动。
上位也是不豆哥那边掉线了
波动起来了啊。
波波又动动，毛，希望不要再一下演化成那种
地区问题。
地区问题，
我只能说地区问题，小心地区问题，
小心。
Pause gaming.
但这把从团战角度
Hopefully won't take too long, guys.
如果是
Hopefully
技能里能一战，就团前不能再出现那种有人被打到打个大什么的东西了。
是的。
而且因为龙是被 LNG 给捏到了，所以 W 这把不好开展边路攻势。
他这把边路也给不了压力啊！他这个边路2个英雄，瑞兹这把不够肥，然后石头人这条线又不可能去帮，就已经错过了打岩雀没闪，然后帮石头人这条线去击杀岩雀的时间了。
我们说边线期的结束，就是当一边拿到 team 牌龙之后，边线期就彻底结束了。
就左边他就拿到 team 牌龙那方有太多选择了，他边线甚至可以就是直守塔前线，他不用推出去了。
我觉得甚至拿2塔来换龙魂都是完全能接受的。
But still.
高地换个龙魂都能接受。
Still waiting. Not a lot to be seen here. I feel like at this point, WE have got one more roll of the dice at Soul, or maybe Baron. Where in fairness, people will be grouped up for a potential Malphite ult. After that, I think it's probably lights out. It's already looking pretty good for LNG because of all the objectives they've been stacking. Even the gold lead's not that extreme. I think the Zahen is going to be an issue. I think the Ezreal now at 3 items. Yes, Nymaera is good, but in some ways, her point of real power has passed. It's trickier for her to navigate some of these fights than it was earlier. Especially because actually, credit to Bulldog, those Weaver's walls have kept the Nymaera out of a lot of plays recently. Nymaera doesn't like dealing with the Braum Shield, doesn't like dealing with the minefield. Crescent Guard's annoying. Zehen Revive actually can be annoying because it times out her Cultivation of Spirit. Lots.
就这2个技能得考量了。偶尔啊，如果这赵信要是玩的精，你还得防3枪。他要是卡3等你进来，你也不能进。
是的，主要 Croco 打法也是很激进，他跟 Monkey 的打法其实很像。
是的，
都是见面不管3七21，先上去弄了再说。
Here we go. Sheer flashes, Rune Prison looking for him. This should be pretty good work, but here comes the redemption as well. Sheer taken low, looking to get towards his redemption angle. Won't quite get his revive. And dies. Nice angle. Realm Warp blown. Brings Monkey over. Shutdown does go on over. 2 monkeys now, 2.2k ahead individually. This Ambessa, another light in the darkness now. Couldn't quite get enough autos down.
有了上路线就可以有上河道的视野。
这波还给 Monkey 补了一大口经济啊！
等4-5出来，朗姆也不好死。
Cube 现在甚至兵线推过河，直接靠，直接找正面去啊！他也不用在边线待。
Dragon 3 minutes doesn't actually lead to all that much, right? There's no dragon to take, no counter take, no Baron start, so it's just a kill, which is nice enough. You do get Sheer's flash, which is not the worst thing ever, especially considering how valuable that can be to get the Zahen into the midst of things.
OK， 先推完了 B 了。
Black Cleaver now done for this Ambessa, big one.
两边都在大龙附近，得做好视野，然后静静等待龙魂的刷新。
Ability haste, ramping armor pen, all the good stuff. Stacking armor pen, actually is the way to put it. Sorry.
做15的也有，
像他那种打先手的，做复活甲都行。
对，但做黑棋就是朗姆技能冷却很快。
I think LNG are happy to play this one out slow till Dragon spawns. Doesn't look like they're interested particularly in starting up the Baron as yet. They are, of course, in a position to threaten both.
不 A 人是绝对放不出技能的。
就基本上你以穿插平 A 来讲的话 ，W 接 E 接 Q N 完。
Gold is pretty much dead even.
应该是如果你 Q 几手的话 ，Q E W N 完，下个 Q 又好了。
我有人说玩那个海丝大乱斗拿到那个全
Majority of the gold for WE to be found in Ambessa's pocket in terms of discrepancy. Similarly for LNG in the top lane.
回归基本功是无敌的。
是的，然后你拿多了以后，有些时候 A 不过来，打着打着就干了。
Trying to potentially threaten Baron themselves now. Wave shoved. Dragon a minute and a half. Looking potentially at Croco. Tempered Fate does catch him. Missing's now looking to dive across. Weaver's Wall coming on up. They land the Winter Spout onto Monkey, who needs to get towards the magical journey and does. It's going to cost a Weaver's Wall. And cost a Tempered Fate. True Shot Barrage clears the wave a little. Still more burned there by LNG than by WE. Cube on a flank angle looking to catch someone out. They are just thinking Dragon is the way here. Not a wise decision, I fear. Burn flash, no, not really. We may well be having a fight where the Malphite gets to come in with ultimate, which will be a bit of a change of pace. Group red buff. Secured. I just saw the Bard around and thought, not smiting. Could theoretically, actually, if they can catch the Bard there, that would be a bad time. It's going to be a late reset from the Bard. Late reset indeed. Malphite has got TP. We'll need to blow it. Clearing out a lot of those good flank options for the Malphite. Can potentially TP to the wave bot lane. In fact, that's what I would do right now. TP to the wave and come in from behind. Instead, coming a little bit deeper into the play. Oh, LNG. Get a good chunk onto Yao Yao. He will redemption early before the fight. TP to the mid lane wave instead. Dragon 13 seconds.
他有点想骗石头人大，玩的巨装。对他这个就是骗石头人大的。你说如果闪现撞我的话，我也闪。
Fate catch 1xN. Watch for the Malphite. Oh, this needs to be a really good flash timer. It's really good. 1xN survives it, and they go in and don't get what they came for. Bulldog down to half, has got the shield. Into the backline they go with Croco audaciously charging, and the Grim Deliverance as well. About being run out. Ambessa falls. Cannot win the 1v3 is Croco with all of the HP to work with. Gets another one. As LNG will come out on top in the team fight. True Shot Barrage will not interrupt the back. It looked good, but it was a blind fire. Still should get the reset. Inhibitor turrets will fall, but I don't think they'll be able to end the game now. Malphite, actually, though, will need to run it this way because they don't have any carries up. There's still 30 seconds on anyone with solid wave clear. Malphite needs to walk at the wave and clap real loud. Watch the HP bar on Sheer. It's not fantastic. Gets a heal there from the grass. Gonna blow up the Malphite with all of the armor pen. They'll get another kill, and they are surely going to game 3. LNG, one last fight to decide it. It's back and forth. Both teams getting good leads, making good plays, and simultaneously overstepping their bounds. but it is a much better showing from LNG and enough to bring us to a deciding third game.
右边塞恩加杰斯，我感觉像这种差不多。对啊，就是 WE 应该是塞恩加杰斯，然后中路
1xN managing to buffer out of the Cosmic, of the Tempered Fate as the Malphite ult was coming on in with that amazing E. Still had the Braum shield up in front of him as well. That is why it can be so annoying and why I was like, just ban the Ezreal! Ban the Ezreal! Who gets MVP this game? 1xN had that really cool True Shot Barrage, but actually, across a lot of those fights, I feel like Sheer did a lot of work on the Zihen. I feel like Bulldog actually had a pretty clean game on the Talia as well. Really good Weaver's walls. Good punishes on a lot of those Realm Warps. Yeah, probably Sheer or Bulldog for me, actually. Bit of an LPL gold graph there, though. Good grief. There we go. All right, folks. Alex, if you're listening, some ants would be great. I'm going to run and get myself a cup of tea. Or some honey water to survive my voice. We'll get ready for our next game.
但其实我们可能也是看多太多那种 carry 的巴德了，界面就是那种在你脸上 A， 然后侧角度 Q 闪，然后界面就是扔个大招，进驻线试一套。
那种是大家要谨记2025世界全球总决赛，他的巴德是基本没下过班位的。
不可能放，那个 K 杯放过，然后放出来以后直接一个巴德把对面暴打了，就是巨夸张的那种一个人领队暴打。
哇哟，这个大招
价值千金
，10环。
这不就亚恒来了呀？石头人回去了，但亚恒没走。
哇哟，这伤害
！2号这团打挺好，
没问题。这波比较戏剧，
这有点
惊到了小兵
啊。可能他们当时拆塔的时候没想那么多，
哎，
就想赶紧把这个塔给速拆。
接下来，其实这把是两边有来有回的。中路的一波 solo， 就升 A 呀、
胖子，
红 buff 神力。这波团就是朗姆冲太极了，所以我们常说为什么朗姆家里要会朗姆很大的提升，就他可以无条件的往人队里面冲，不会被惩罚。
进去以后，对面得先跑。
对，但这波就是你进去之后直接吃集火，死在里边了。是。今日进到了，咱看这波李修南的反应。
E 出来了。
E 控制李潇。我感觉就是 EZ 打手人太优了，他哪怕 E 的稍微慢一点，就他的那个反应真比别人长，
能交出来就行。
对。啊 ，EZ 这个 E 也霸道啊。
他打机器人、泰坦、石头人都是同理啊，他优先级太高了，只要你能放出来就可以。
来吧，这 MVP 最后给到李修南的 EZ，
就那个大招吧，对吧？就那波大招够了，
拯救了。
那波大招直接把局势给完全握在手中了。
对，拯救。
本来是对面要起势的一波。
啊，现在来了，我们德杯打到第3场的第4个 BO 赛，啊，第4个打满的局。
看一下到时候决胜局咱们这个盲选啊，会选出什么英雄吧？
反正上一轮 OMG 的决胜局是选出来对面全康的阵容。
那你这盲选，你也不知道对面选啥。
但其实有限的预期
啊，
就是对面如果奔着那个版本强势的板子选，我大概率搓个反制的板子。
我只能搓一个 Cube 的英雄。
啊，
我只能搓出来 Cube 的英雄，好吧？下把 W 也主动选择蓝色方，我们一会儿见。
好。
Oh, 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes. I'll come back. I've got myself some honey water to keep my voice alive. I'll get ready for this one. It's all right, same guys. My voice is a little bit tight, so I'm just gonna ensure that I don't kill it. That would be nice.
我曾经也和你一样，塞纳，游荡于世界之间，害怕迷失在自己过往的汪洋。
竭力祝你择日快乐。
You till forever and the stars collide. There ain't nobody with a body that steals my mind. Now and forever or whenever I want you. Say what you mean, say what you mean. Know what I want, know what I want.
好，欢迎回来，马上要开始这个 WE 与 LNG 的决胜局了。你看我们这德玛西亚杯每天陪您到深夜
启动，
我们这3点钟开始，陪您到12点。
有这么晚吗？我看一眼时间啊
，11点吧，11点，差不多嘛。那不挺
现在10点了，
陪您一天，没玩。我们主打陪伴，比赛拉满，内容跌宕起伏
啊！你绝对想不到下一步发生什么？
量大管饱，质量先不聊，对吧？确实，咱们这个小组赛阶段
Back to casters, hopefully into draft soon.
质量这一块的先不聊。好啊。
And our final game of the day.
Bulldog 兑现真不错，但打到目前还是兑现真不错。
边线凑合，团战得多平平。
一打团姿态附体，现在的姿态，大老师直接附体。
想了想，
怎么说？你跟大老师也交过手的，
感觉大老师对线确实味儿没那么猛，团还行。
大老师是团比他打得好
啊。
行。
然后大老师那个玩法，他跟打野的相性很好，这一块
没问题。
There is draft.
塞恩
There is draft.
我是不是说就塞恩
Get ourselves ready for it.
你看，对的吧？也是杰斯。
And the first couple bans and stuff already coming on through. And of course, it's blind pick. I have my first blind pick example. So we're going to get the double Jace. Akali and Galio. Rumble v Sion. Cube is a massive Sion player. Double Varus. Double Varus. Lots of priority bot lane.
几个招牌。
是啊。
And Nautilus and Alistair being the consideration. All right, so double Jace jungle with the Varus. You've got double poke core. Karras gets back on his Akali, but he's now doing it to Galio, which can be a pretty unfun matchup if you mess it up. Sheer should get shoved into the Scion. Interesting, interesting. So, slightly more range in AoE from the side of LNG. Karras has got his X Factor again, though. The front line of having the Scion v Galio probably means the Scion wins that largely, but will lose lane.
那个时候摇摆的价值真的是很高的。你要知道，尤其那种上单位的对弈，当
Alistair probably more valuable than the Nautilus into
你换血是完全换不了的。
有没有人体验？我就出门42魔抗，但对面上士瑞文。
some of the burst damage and press R and make it a lot harder for you to just die. And missing has always been a big enjoyer of the Alistair. So yeah, it's basically game 3 of the best of 3 is blind pick. It's Fearless before that. Double Jace. You've got double poke in the Jace Varus in both sides. The Rumble adds to that in a way that is not really true on the other side. Alistair, Galio make for a very good defensive core. Also not a bad beacon for the Galio to ult too. Scion frontline on the other side. Pretty solid. Can soak up some of that Jace poke theoretically. Eyes on the junglers. We've seen what Jaces can do in this game. And of course, you've got the Galio to come on down as the semi-global in a way you don't really have quite the same on WE. Yes, of course, Scion can do that, but it is slower and more conditional. So keep our eyes on it. I think these mid-jungles are probably where it's going to be decided. I suspect level 1, because you've got the Nautilus, WE should be able to play a little bit more aggressively bot side. Sheer should be able to respond in kind top, though. Whose draft do I like? I think I like both. I think Sheer on the Rumble is going to be low-key very dangerous, but Karras' Akali is so good. He went absolutely off the last time we saw it. So, on weight of Karras' Akali being very, very scary, I think probably just about Karras and WE. But we shall see. And there is a world where the Akali goes diving in with the Nautilus and the Scion and ends up getting caught up by Galio and having a really bad time. So I think it's relatively even. So don't take that word as like absolute gospel, very playable on both sides. But if there's a champion Karras knows how to pilot, it is Akali. Looking for the ground pound, or at least the Winds of War, does get some. Worth noting as well, Monkey has cleared quicker, though it is blue to red side rather than red to blue side, which can change things a little bit. You don't quite have the same ability haste. And of course, as the Jace, you do quite a lot of work to the Gromp. It can take a little bit longer to kill things like the Krugs, which have a lot more armor. Jace's going to go to the Gromp next. Seen a lot of Jaces do that, actually. When you're clearing to blue buff last, you do the Gromp before you do the blue. Either way, both jungles be more than done before Scuttle Crab spawns. Karras eating some Winds of War trades. Lila. I hear it. Here comes the Scuttle Crab spawns. Nice scrap shield to deny the decimating smash damage. Shove secured by Sheer. And the Jace is going to reset and look to go topside. Shuriken flip lands, won't retake it. Bulldog trades with the Shield of Durand and a Justice Punch. Jace back for the double longsword, not happened on the other side for the side of Monkey. Maybe look mid, but the Justice Punch away. This could get a bit interesting in the river towards the bot side. Yes, there's a trade there. But remember, Croco's Jace has got the long swords where WE's does not. Decides against it, looking for that reset. I actually wonder now whether you can get a ward down somewhere else. But instead, it's going to go back to clearing. And can be fairly happy about it. Of course, it's double longsword versus Dirk because you didn't back on Dirk Gold, and also you bought a control ward. So probably going to go for another clear into the Dirk would be my assumption. Nicely done with the Justice Punch. We have seen just a lot of trading in both lanes. Nice junk onto missing. Higher level, though, actually, for LNG, who have been, interestingly, winning out in the XP trades down here, which was not what I was expecting. There's the level 4 across for both. Karis hit by the Winds of War. Crocco's now mid. Nice dodge back on the Justice Punch, and Crocco's around. Looking for that. Shock Blast does land it onto Karis, which will chunk this Akali out. Doesn't get the ground slam onto Karis through the AoE on the minions, who backstepped well in the Twilight Shroud.
上路就不行，上路你一挂就真的就挂了。
哇，这希尔就是真的是好恨自己带的不是仙宫，
后回踩。
Sheer going to look for his first reset of the game. He's got about 42 stats. Should be Haunting Guys at the very least. Might also look for Fated Ash, but I feel like Haunting Guys is the better first item for lane anyway. Nice spot out there. I'm checking summoners, but like runes here as well. Pretty much matched where the champions are matched. Spellbooks for both supports. Comet for Sheer versus the Grasp, I'm sure, for Scion. Electrocute versus Phase Rush mid. Can be valuable when people are trying to run for your skull as the Galio. Nice. Scrap shield again from Sheer. And it was indeed that Haunting Guys we were talking about. Shove continues. Monkey to be found on that bot side of the river, potentially looking to get some poke down. And look for a potential dive, interrupt some backs. That's going to leave the Varus alone. Sheer equalizes the wave. Should get that cleared up just fine. Now looking for a turret plate potentially here. Scrap shields the turret shot. 1xN now in danger. Overcomes Crocco. And actually now Monkey's in danger. Oh, Monkey! Oh, that was too far. And missing TP's back in. 1xN loses a bit of the wave, but is happy enough with surviving there. So yeah, he'll drop, what, 5 CS? Not the end of the world there. Really not. And Monkey just goes way too deep trying to punish 1xN. Also about flashed, by the way. Not quite sure when that happened, assuming towards that bot side play, looking to get a hold of 1xN. Here we go, Karis goes in. Shielded around just shy. Can maybe look for something more, but she is coming on over. Karis needs to R2 away, doesn't quite get over the wall. Hook on the other side is buffered with the Pulverize. Missing left a little low. No ult available for Karis. Bulldog, of course, still holding on to his. Karis also just flashed. LNG with the early lead here. Courtesy of fumbles. Also, Monkey, I saw the attempt there to double team the Gromp and the blue buff and failed it. Oops. Powered autos. Auto hypercharger into the shock blast jump combo. Especially if you're waiting on cooldowns, do it that way. Otherwise, you EQ, auto W, R form change Q, auto E. In melee form. Slight lead in the jungle in the mirror match for Crocco versus Monkey. Early Spectre's Cowl for Bulldog. 1xN with the early assist, slight lead there for himself as well. Got the Rectrix rather than the Dirk, so slightly less upfront power, slightly more attack speed. Monkey goes for the Shock Blast, missing goes in, Headbutt pulverized, and a Shock Blast of their own. And Yao Yao is dead to Crocco. Second kill for him. Oh boy, the Jace is getting accelerated. And Nautilus just don't have that tankiness. He's not going to be fun face checking. You got the Scion for that, but he's not there. He's on the bot side of the map. And the punish from Missing and crew was rather abrupt. Wait, 2 Jaces too? Oh yeah. Jace jungle is pretty disgusting right now. Sheer just checking that Monkey wasn't looking to cross map there. Could have been done, I'm sure. Crocco's like, hey, can you just check? There's a world where Monkey is over here. That's going to be a full Ghost Blade now for this Jace. That's significant. That is significant. Some nice numbers for both of the tiers. In the moment I speak about it, stops being so nice. Yes, I made that joke. No, I'm not apologizing for it. Okay then. Wait.
野区对位差了700块，这是橙装跟散剑的差距。
Charge towards the bot side, trying to jump onto Sheer, who does actually get some damage back. Monkey now in danger himself, though. Didn't get a chance to do all that much work, so it is just a pickup. Nicely done. Was not expecting the sign on the bush. Gets charged on, doesn't get a chance to flash. Gets mashed for it. Bulldog now potentially in danger. Depth charge, but the turnaround onto Monkey is nasty. Second acceleration get. I wonder whether that is. There's a flash on forwards. Thundering smash back. Smite slow. Trying to get some damage back. The decimating smash. Croco low. Gets it. Just about with the additional auto. Missing now. Trading out. Overcomes Bulldog. TP flying. Good taunt onto Croco looking for a shot. But lands it onto Yao Yao, but overcomes the AD carry. Croco needs to accelerate his way out as they about can look for the Chains of Corruption. Missing. Survives for a second or two longer, but the teleport in means that is a one play for WE. Karis gets a kill. And in trying to punish Monkey going too deep, they get teleported on themselves. Of course, Sheer, TP top side. Does Karis need to leave now and give some free time over to Bulldog, perhaps? Let's have a look at that again. So it starts with Sheer getting caught, not expecting Cube and Monkey on the lane gank, tries to run away towards his teammates. Nearly gets out, but doesn't quite. Shot blast comes on through, last auto. And they don't have the damage for Cube. And they retreat, and they think, maybe we can jump on Bulldog. Yaya goes, aha! And then they go, that was a bit too deep, as Croco just absolutely full sends at Monkey, who flashes away. Almost gets that last auto, but the smite slow comes on through. Gets that kill, and you're thinking, you know what? Playable. 3v2, and then the issue comes in as Croco has to backstep because that decimating smash, there's a TP coming, and you go, oh boy, and everyone collapses. One extend's not joining, Sheer's not joining. Ends up being extra kill. 2 kills over, so 3 for 1 in the extended play for the side of WE, and that evens up the gold. Both teams been known to make an overplay here or there. Dragon secured by LNG nonetheless, they got the 3 grubs earlier as well. Shock blast, out, stings, missing, goes forwards, headbutt, pulverize. In comes the Galio, forces the flash from Yao Yao. Now About, potentially in danger, taunt onto About, into the piercing arrow, just shy. Overcomes Sion, now in danger, missing, will body block that one. Now it makes himself unbreakable for a second or two. Watch for the potential equalizer coming on forwards. Punches his punch away, equalizer is good. Turns around, makes it the 1-for-1. Karis now coming on over, could look to perfectly execute, but Sheer is brought up to Flash, jumps on forward, R1. Croco needs to find some damage back and look to miss it. As Karis misses the public execution damage, but could still manage to pick one extra up with the empowered auto. Karis in danger. Watch for the scrap shield. Overheats coming on forwards. Gets the shield. Looking for the electro harpoon. One extend. Knocked up. Decimating smash. Flash piercing arrow. Gets at least one more. It's a mess. It's a mess. But LNG come out with 3. WE only claim 2. Let's have a look at that replay. So it starts with Croco landing a wonderful double shock blast and missing going, fine, we're going in. Chains of Corruption for Chains of Corruption. Yao Yao has to flash to not get caught up. About is caught by that taunt, but the piercing arrow is just shy. Missing though, body block Sheer, immediately ults, and then overcomes Sheer himself and really punishes it. Missing dies, of course, but then they get an additional 2. Which is nice, and Karis goes very deep to try and get a hold of Croco here. Misses that perfect execution part 2. And they sort of just run at Karis. Flash for that last auto secure. Will go down. Actually missing dying earlier makes that 3 for 3. I do apologize. That does make more sense yet. Even just took a while for the scoreboard to update, and I'd forgotten about missing, dying, and respawning. So check the timers. Still too early in the game to rely on that one. Either way, let's see who picked up those kills. Karis, of course, now 2-1. Scary. Sion 2-0. You know, annoying. Perhaps not the end of the world into this game where you've got a fair amount of damage. Jace being 3-2. Definitely scary now for the side of Croco, but getting some of those assists, getting some farm, has allowed Monkey to catch back up at least a little bit. Gold remains, as said, relatively even. Execution, the name of the game. Breakpoint's looking very similar here. There is a world here where the equalizers become very problematic for the Varus, the Nautilus, even the Akali, if she goes too deep. That additional threat proving a bit problematic, but we'll see. Nice shot blast landing. Croco's definitely felt slightly more accurate than Monkey so far this game with those shot blasts. And you can just do this as the Jace just turn up, look to throw a shot blast out as this lethality Jace. Be a menace, get some first strike gold. Missed that one, but nice idea. Monkey missing his own. Was an own quantity. Is actually up that level courtesy of basically getting another 2 odd camps after Croco's death from that last play. Not exactly game-breaking, but worth noting. Half a level or so, nothing to sniff at. Herald spawned. Sheer does have TP, so does Karis. Are we fighting this? It's on vision. Jace. Here for both teams. The only thing is Croco doesn't have the upgraded smite. That would make things really tricky. He didn't get those extra camps, might look for it anyway. Here we go. Didn't take it, did Croco. And it'll be Monkey's Jace that secures it. In comes the hero's entrance. Good damage onto the backline. Redemption buys some time. Where is Karis against Sheer and Croco? Buying some time is Bulldog, but will likely die. Oh, the equalizer taunt combo is brutal. Oh no! Sheer murders a couple. Croco now looking to go forward to the Ghostblade. Jumps on forward and insects him by hammering one back. Varus takes him with him, but it is going to be a one-team fight for LNG. Herald sure. But the team fight's another matter. Bulldog and Croco trade their life for a full 4. Let's have a look at this one again, because Missing goes in. On to Monkey. Shock Blast is flashed away from Monkey, but the hero's entrance already come on down. Chains of Corruption put Yao Yao in an awful spot. Then Karis goes in and realizes, actually, I don't win this right now. So tries to get out, but it's into the shielded round, into the equalizer. They're left burning alive. Sure, they take Bulldog, but Bulldog does more than enough work to cause some chaos. Croco goes in, loads of damage with it to the sky, hammers Monkey right back into the team with the flash. Thundering Blade. Back to life we go, and Missing is dead. Picked up by Monkey. That's a big one. Just ahead of this dragon as well, which would have been a second one for the side of LNG. Didn't see how that one happened, but looks like kind of face check to Nautilus, perhaps. I'll actually give a second objective over to WE for them. Problem is it's going to cost them first turret topside, and feature strength go the way of LNG. TP in. Oh, don't know about that TP. Piercing arrow, chains of corruption. Oh, the phase rush. Speed up, sorry, Nimbus Cloak speed up and crew. There's the replay. No, form change and acceleration gate. No Nimbus Cloak. That's the one. Finally got it right. Either way, we saw what happened there. A little bit of a pick off in the blue side jungle of LNG before that play. One extent could be a bit annoyed about blowing that flash and not getting Monkey. Close, but Ghostblade, speed ups. Always tricky to get that judgment right. Still important summoner to be down versus a lot of poke and the likes of an Akali aiming for your head. Still, first turret secured. Feels pretty good for LNG, and I will ask you to cast your eyes up towards that Rumble, who is nearly at that second item. Second item for both Jaces. But I feel like this Rumble in particular is not making the lives of the Scion and the Akali very easy from this point when they're trying to go for those executes. The Flame Spitter is roasting them alive right now. Trying to navigate that and the Alistair and the Galio. It's a little tricky. Extend though, of course, having blown the flash. Ends up on the worst end of the trades versus his opposite number at the moment. Does he get to stick around? No, not really. Jace goes in to help ward off About, who does end up taking pretty low himself, actually. Nice shot blast causing some trouble. Monkey doesn't catch. One extend looking to return the favor. All right, all you Jace junglers, that's how you do it. Bit of a lane gank into a shot blast from downtown. Could be pretty nasty with an opportunity. Keep it in mind. Cube will even up the tower score, bring the goal back to a lot closer than it was.
但问题就是上单杰斯，你要是不出魔签，你放2个 QE 没蓝了。杰斯是那种他有2套技能，但2套技能都要耗蓝的英雄。你像豹女，她其实变豹形态是不耗蓝的。
然后杰斯是为数不多所有技能全是打伤害的。
对。所以就是蓝量这一块儿，
伤害大王英雄。这眼也看到杰斯的入侵了，早点先攻，瞄准射击 ，OK。
Here we go. Bit of a fight over the Gromp. 2.5 missile dragon. Atakan is 5 seconds off and is on the bot side of the map. CS lead actually continue to grow a little bit now for Monkey. Being a little bit more efficient than Croco so far this game, even if Croco's probably landed a few more shock blasts, been a bit more proactive in that sense. Shock blast in turn not hit.
要不就两边直接1人1炮开始对射，就找个河道。
Just come off a reset, did lose his Gromp.
以那个 C 字草为边界线，或者那个阻断线，两边就隔着那个 C 字草开始对射，比谁射的准。主要这个阵容打到后面就会长成这样啊。
那高桌杀手
Shock blast doesn't interrupt that
已
one.
经开始互相开炮了。
Minute and a half till Dragon, clearing out some of these wards. Watch Monkey and Cube on a good flank angle here. Double control wards, making sure that this bot side lane tricky to walk into. Caused them some trouble last time. LNG not knowing where things are. Missing is going to face check. Found one. They're in there. Missing might end up taking a fair amount of damage. Found them both. So here comes the equalizer. Gets onto Cube, but not Monkey. Headbutt, pulverize. Getting in front of the Scion, preventing his easy escape. Flashes into an ult to try and escape, but it's into a wall. Cube down. Unfortunate. That is not great. They went to look for the flank angle, and LNG went hunting and did it well. Nice play from Missing. Flash and ult and dead still. Bulldog, of course, able to join with the ultimate. Shit. Just threatening here. Karras is in that bush. Shock blast didn't land onto anyone. Shock blast to Croco's own. Potential to fire here at Karras. Lands it. Nice accuracy. 30% of Karras' health bar just disappears. Dragon, 40 seconds. Cube will be up before that. Very tight game again, actually.
维罗斯又罩子了，
右边也在补罩子，
装备都一样，
找维鲁斯装备还是固定的，
一边是先罩子再魔切，一边是先魔切再罩子。
20秒的小龙要来了，激情对射环节 ，FPS 游戏，
准备架炮，
大炮已部署。
Monkey topside, continue to clear very aggressively. Atakan up, Dragon up. One probably leads to the other here.
先来一下
啊，打到 Cube 发现不痛不痒，
得找别人。
OK， 另一边 W 的大炮也来了，先来一炮。
Shot blast goes wide onto 1xn. The piercing arrow does not. Shot blast from Croco does not. Ward cleared with the hypercharger.
但其实两边火力情
Control ward now in.
看谁打得准。 空了一箭，
射箭，
Won't take. Oh! Oh! Shot blasted. He stole that. Sorry about the sudden yell. That was my jungle brain going, oh no. I panic when I see shot blasts like that coming towards my Gromps.
啊，埋住 C 字草了，把 C 字草视野清空，又来了，再一次集合。
Croco now in the pit. Gets Karras. That's an important chunk. Sheer also chunked.
然后李秀男箭中了。
That wall behind causing some trouble. Slight stutter in the observer. Is resolved. Mid lane turret under siege. About really shoving that one. No, the good 1xn arrow. Redemption buys some time. Croco looking for a shot blast. Lands it onto Cube. Not the best target, but hey, it'll do. Ward's still better from LNG, but their poke's not landing quite as well so far. Mid lane turret stands. Neither team willing to pull the trigger on this.
嘎对射，也做不了下一步的动作。
打来打去，只发现先锋加了一点。
就你得 poke 出那种血量巨大的差距，你才能进攻。
但其实两边的开团都不硬，就会导致你打完大不了残了跑了。
但是杰斯两边的第三件出现了差异，一边是大川，一边是星石。
Karras definitely hasn't had quite the same impact on the Akali this time around, has he? Got 2 items now at least. So is Bulldog. Keep your eyes on this Galio. Potentially a very good answer. Or start of a fight combined with Missing. I do think the Alistair's tankiness has proven a bit annoying in terms of the ability to get in and make plays. Looking to jump onto Cube, who has struggled to stay alive, forced to ult away. One extend sidesteps to Shock Blast. Yao Yao, TP's in. Don't know about that one. Gets away with it. Karras on the flank. He's known. He's known. He's known. Doesn't get caught that time. Backsteps well. Another redemption forced. That one goes wide from Monkey. Croco jumps onto Karras. Lots of damage. That's some decent damage. Ward fights continue. Poke fights continue. Watch the Shot Blast. Only onto Cube. Scuttle Crab secured. There's the win for WE, I suppose, but it has just been back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and no one is really moving. In goes Yao Yao. Decent chunk onto Croco, who flashes away, but on Blurder, the Mortalist for it. Chains of Corruption onto Cube. Doesn't have his ult yet still. Potentially looking to jump on him. The Electro Harpoon just shy. Down a member, 5v4. Well, they're going to look for that mid turret instead, probably. Eyes on the Atakan, though. Teleport for Yao Yao. Don't want to give that turret up. Croco's being sent for it, but he's the jungler. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. Fine. Didn't have smite by the looks of it. Used it partway through the play, clearly. LNG just about win that war of attrition. Not easy, but done. Have a look again. Basically, Yao Yao sees Croco, lands a hook. And the problem is, sure, the Shot Blast there, but where's the follow-up? There's no Akali immediately. Chains of Corruption into a Shot Blast of their own. They have to run away. Flash on Croco at the very least, I suppose, if they get to abuse that around Atakan or something. Am I getting some of the Chinese casters? Possibly. It's true. Into the jungle we look. Monkey. Oh, man. We'll miss his Shot Blast. Monkey has missed like every Shot Blast I've seen from him. Oh, boy. And he's now down to like no HP. This will be Atakan off that. There's no camps around here either. Oh, dear. Blind pick sometimes just because, again, Monkey has chosen to farm very well. But he's gone for the Eclipse for a bit more dueling. He does not have the Cyrildas, and that means the poke right now from Croco, which is landing regularly, has been stinging really hard. It's also just giving you a lot of first strike gold. Cube, Yao Yao, they do finally get that mid lane tier 1 missing. Taken low, yet to burn ult. Oh, he's too late with that. Flash available, burns it. Gone quite deep. Sheer flashes the other way. This is messy. Hang on. Monkey can look for a Shot Blast call. Bulldog in the front line. Chains of Corruption. Redemption comes on forwards. Equalizer down. Cube taken low. Cube also having to flash away. Piercing arrow not enough. They get one onto Bulldog. Karras looking to get behind here. Won't be able to quite catch 1xn. W at least gets something on the exit play. Couple flashes. And a kill. Cost my flash on Cube, but still. Interesting game state. 1,000 gold actually up to WE because they got themselves all the outer turrets now. Still got that turret bot side, still got that turret mid to get for LNG, and that actually just making sure this game stays very evenly poised. Monkey's still up a level, by the by. There you go, that's what you're supposed to do, try and get both. Drag the Gromp over for that second to the skies proc. That's a lot more first strike gold. A lot more first strike gold. Monkey at least now ends up 600 gold ahead because he got a couple kills. There's that. Changes the grand scheme of things tier too much. Oh. Why did Croco miss a shot? I guess he was checking that bush just in case, because if he jumps over and there's someone waiting, it would have been a bad time. Burned all his cooldowns on the Krugs. Cube doesn't get the interrupt with the Roar of the Slayer. Shot Blast lands onto Cube, who has got a Soul Furnace to work with. Karras v Bulldog at this point in the game. I don't know. Missing the Justice Punch sucks. Is he going to refollow that? No. Shit, nearly level 16. That's a big break point as well. Building towards, I think, will be a death cap. Good Scrap shield. Piercing arrow gets rid of the edge of knight.
到这个时间点，人均的护甲都是近100的。
但这把明显能感觉到，就是他没有什么敲上去的机会。
Another shot blast miss from Monkey.
干炮啊！
Really hasn't had the accuracy with those. And another. Good grief.
但是我听过一个
Monkey.
那个教学啊
What's going on?
厉害的那些选手
Get the accuracy in. I would love if someone wants to count the shot blast in this game hit by either Jace. That would be very interesting to see.
就你把鼠标放在你要打的人身上，
就是你先放炮，再考虑放不放门儿，就是你瞄准完了再考虑放门儿的问题，而不是你的 QE 一定绑定。
对，就是他得鼠标放在人
Nice
身上，
first strike
然后
gold.
把鼠标往自己人身上拖，然后拖的过程中先把 Q 摁了再放 E。 所以你鼠标拖得好的话，那个门会杠在你脚底下。
这东西狼星跟957也教过我，因为大乱斗我也追求那数。
Dark seal stacks in for Sheer actually, sort of causing some slight strife. Zonya's done.
它是个3点一线，就是
For Bulldog, trying to take a hold of this Scuttle Crab, should be able to, and that'll also clear out a lot of these wards. All the hard work undone. Hail of Arrows will claim the Edge of Night. Ghostblade to run away. Oh, missing. Definitely got hit by that shot blast. Youch. Cyrilda's picked up, by the way.
这个门放的华丽，它的鼠标就是由近及远，就是从自己身上往远地方拖。
哎，比如说我就是这样放的，那就你刚好讲到我的痛点了，所以我基本上命中率极低。
Oh no, Missing's got interrupted. That's big. He's not going to be here for the dragon. That will be dragon now for WE. Really good poke. Really good poke.
不肉又没远程手段，
这被poke 4了呀。
Monkey hits the shot blast that matters.
小龙粘住了，
好黏啊，这把
大黏特黏。
直中极年，
那过年了，
还有点远，反正今年过年挺晚的。
比比谁是年王，对吧
I feel like Croco probably going to be not far off his own 4th item on this reset. We'll see what he gets. Got a Dirk in inventory, few options for him. Edge of Night, not a bad idea. Serpent's Fang, valid.
OK， 这把阿卡丽的
Yeah, Serpent's Fang at this point I think is probably pretty good. Nautilus has shield, Sion has the shields.
都在对轰。
又来中路轰了，这俩维鲁斯，他俩皮肤不一样还好，就怕那两个一模一样。
Especially if you are hitting those front lines, finding some ways to deal some meaningful damage to them, I think I see the value. Especially 4th item.
然后这样的话，两边阵容打大龙也都不快啊，都
Yeah.
很慢啊，也不是说很慢吧，反正不快。
啊，现在有个问题是谁先落位打到龙谁
Cube potentially going to face check into
你吃那个
the rumble there.
然后再吃
Baron a consideration now though.
然后大龙吧也是可以叠减抗的。
Monkey scouting. Doesn't find anyone to hit with that shot blast. Crocker does the same. Ward's better for WE right now, missing. Definitely ran into some issues last time, getting chunked out before that fight multiple times, had his backs interrupted. Tricky. Ooh, shot blast just shy that time. Good dodge from Croco. Lila! This is the one objectives. I agree, Chinese casters. It has been such a standoff. Everyone just throwing poke after poke after poke. It's been a while since I've seen mirror matches like this.
这时候啊，给谁发个100
Pick up that Grom. 2 dragons apiece, so we might well be waiting on the next dragon before any real action happens. Now we went to the question of like who scales better.
如果那个数真加进来，
AD carries, junglers are matching. I think Sion will hit a point where he's going to take a very long time for this team to kill. I think Akali will still struggle, but if she does get access, will be very, very dangerous. I think it will depend on how good if the equalizers are still very good, she will be fine. But I do think in a battle of being able to tank poke, having the shields on the Nautilus versus missing having to press R is a little bit problematic. Though if you do need to all in, I think missing's got the better angle. And you got Sion as well to tank poke. And we have really seen this devolve into just shooting galleries. Nice chunk.
舒服，蒙给你能不能舒服呀？准备瞄准。
我可以感觉很久没有舒服过了。
那就是难受。
I don't know whether you can go that way, Yao. Yeah, ow.
有点痛了。
Yep.
瞄一下。
主要没视野啊，他只能猜啊。
炮者打墙里去了。这冲击波。
I think Galio could be the difference maker. Agreed. I think there is a very real world where they do finally go for the all-in and get Galio. And we have seen that a few times, that the Sion has gone in, the Nautilus has gone in, and been instantly CC chained into death. O-Cube, O-Cube, O-Cube. This is not looking good. Flash on forwards. Croco gets it. That's a big kill. Can turn towards the Baron now. Monkey needs to land good poke here. Misses. That's unfortunate. Baron will be started now, surely. Missing needs to be a bit wary about getting picked off himself. Does take a bit of poke. A lot of poke. A lot of poke. There's the poke that's needed. This was the worry of the Alistair at this late game into the poke. Needs to reset. Needs a locket. The problem with the redemption build. Oh, he's dead! He was resetting on a ward! We'll get the mid-turret. Karras is in danger, though. Karras is in danger. Support for Karras would be worthwhile every day of the week. Doesn't have flash, does have R2. Does get out that way. Bulldog can still look. I don't know about that one. Chain to corruption. Shield of Durand. Yao gets a stun. Karras goes golden. Sorry, Bulldog goes golden. Karras can't go golden. Yao is dead. Bulldog flashes on out. About trying to get the kill. The Shield of Durand again. And Bulldog is the difference maker. And we worried about Karras' ability to play out some of the fights. He had to run for the hills. Bulldog stands and delivers somehow. Shock blast onto Monkey. TP back in. 1 second on missing. Monkey needs to land a really good shot blast here. Needs to catch 1xn. Does. They know he's there now. The wards are still there for Monkey. He can use this as a shooting gallery. Reminder, you lose the resist in it. I don't think 1xn can stand there. He will get shot blasted. He will get shot blasted. Flash away. Important. Sion goes looking. They back away. Chains of corruption onto Cube. Turning onto him. Massive damage onto the side. Redemption comes on down. Missing now here as well. Reminder, he still has the ult to work with. Zombie Cube will do some work. 1xn has got teleport. If he can reset, they can come right back on out. About still dead for 10 seconds. Cube dead for another 44. 10 seconds on Infernal Dragon. Maybe you look that way instead. Reset from 1xn. Will look to come back with refilled life. Maybe another item. Serpent's Fang for him now. Ways to manage the Sion, who actually isn't that tanky into all of the damage at this point. There is a max shelf life to tankiness post a certain point. Dragon started. Bulldog's going to find a couple. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't know about this one. Ooh, 1 for 1. About surviving, missing. In danger as he steps on forwards. Shot blast goes wide. Big damage the other way. They're splitting their damage a little bit here, but Yao goes down. They lose the Alistair as well. 1 for 1 again. Both AD carries picking up an additional one. Bulldog trading with Monkey as well. Don't really know how that one works out the way it does, but hey, here we are. All the while. You're going to get this turret down towards the spot side for its sole point. I think in the end of it all, LNG end up slightly favoured. Are they going to donate? They're just going to try to let the minions take the turret. Don't want to risk it. So Bulldog just says, like, I'm going to face check it, make sure Monkey never gets over here. Shield of Durand taunt, headbutt pulverized, goes down. Redemption comes on down and actually ends up finishing the kill there. They try to jump onto About. Equalizer comes down, doesn't really tag About for that much. Sheer tries to get on over, but the depth charge prevents Sheer from really getting involved. And then support gets traded at the end. Locket done for both supports. It's a big deal into the poke. No Serpent's Fang for About. I don't know about that. He's got the Cyrildas, I suppose, which actually is a big deal. 1xn still got himself a Edge of Night, Chains of Corruption back the other way. Headbutt, Pulverize, interrupts the decimating smash. Missing goes forward, gets onto About. That's pretty good value. Cube now in danger. Locket comes on down, trying to pick up Cube. The Hail of Arrow comes on down as Karras has killed off Rumble. But all the while, Bulldog murders the rest of them alongside Croco. To the skies goes Justice, and down go WE. LNG come away. 4 men to the good. Karras is alive, will reset, but the Akali must pull off some heroics. I just don't know what's left in there. You've got a Shadow Flame, you've got a Sorcerer's Elixir if you can pick it up now, and a Dream. 10 seconds on ult. Karras will need to get value on that, surely. 10 seconds also on Yao. Perhaps then, if you can clear the wave with your ult, you can try. But getting through the CC will be tricky. There's R1. Goes in. Immediate golden moment. Tries to R out. Does so. Doesn't really clear the wave. Back in. Still yet to execute. But here comes the hero's entrance. Interrupted by the flash depth charge. Looking everybody up. 14 seconds on About. 12 on Monkey. It won't matter as Karras goes down. Yao goes down. The Nexus go down. WE go down. LNG, 2 very, very close games back to back. Break WE. It is a close run thing. It is a blind pick mirror match. Jace and the Varus as well. Well, that was fun. Enjoyed that one. See who the MVP is, and I'll try and get Alex to come along and ensure that the stream is ended. I enjoyed that series, and I am glad that LNG were able to turn up against WE. Yeah, the gold graph is not all that extensive, right? 1,300 gold lead at one point, that's about it. The difference I want to point out here is absolutely in the jungle. Croco landed over double the shot blast, and it shows in the damage numbers. He's what? 1,500 damage higher than his opposite number, despite being down a significant amount of CS. That's big. That's big.
但这把 MVP 有点想给 Croco
呀，
我说实话，
因为这把杰斯对位打出 gap 了，
就是这个杰斯对位太严重了，你知道吗？那个命中率差距有点大。
Oh, dear me. Yeah, this was a good moment, actually, because LNG were in danger of snowballing ahead here, and then they managed to get a bit of a pick. Yeah, clearly Croco, very comfortable with his shot blast this game. The Aatrox and the Jace are pretty much regularly banned away from him, and I can sort of see why this combo here with the Shield of Durand on the Akali who just hopped into the Equalizer. Captive audience on that red carpet. This one was interesting. Yao Yalan's looked like, aha! Oh no! Missing actually was doing a really good job of keeping Karis away there, who was looking to get on top of it by just headbutting away and saying absolutely not. In the end, it was LNG who just had the slight extra edges. This was one of those big fights again as well. Equalizer splits off Karis and Monkey. Sheer goes in, goes golden, takes a lot of health bars with him. Bulldog tries to go looking for that kill, about flashes over the Winds of War, can't blame him, but immediately gets fried for it. This is the sole point fight. Bulldog and Missing go, you're coming nowhere near this dragon. Trade 1 for 1. And then 1 for 1 again, go both supports. MVP is probably Croco, I imagine. Difficult for it not to be with the amount of shot blasts he was landing. But I could see it being Bulldog, who I actually think also had a fantastic Galio game. Not bad from Sheer. 1XM was the quietest member of the team, realistically, but he was just kind of doing his job right, landing some Chains of Corruption, firing up piercing arrows. Yep, Croco being the MVP makes sense, 939. Hell of a lot of damage. It's what you want to see. He's very feast or famine, and this time he was on the feast end of it all. Let me give Alex a call. Alex, are you there? Are you there? Give me a sign by ringing a bell.
Oh, how's it going? Hello.
Very well, thank you. We are WE end up winning. Sorry, LNG ended up winning.
Yeah, no, I did have it on in the background. Sorry, I was busy with other things.
That's absolutely fine. How's the Ari statue looking?
Yeah, it's I think I might need to sort out 1 or 2 of the other pieces as well a little bit. I've got to go get a photo thingy. Well, Sam, thank you so much for covering today. Appreciate it an awful lot, and I hope everyone that was watching enjoyed it as well. If you have enjoyed the content, please drop some likes, comments, subscribe thingies. You know, the things that you do when you're watching videos that you like. And yeah, if you can drop into our Discords, our socials, to keep yourselves updated. We are always there, always attentive. And yeah, hope you've had a good time with things. I think we'll end things there. Thank you, Sam, for covering.
Appreciate it.
Congratulations to LNG for keeping themselves alive. This group gets really... sorry, it's... yeah, LNG keep themselves... I think they qualify straight up now, actually. And now it's a battle between WE and Ultra Prime for the last spot. And that'll take place tomorrow. Cool stuff. Any last words, Sam?
I'm pretty happy. My voice is fried, yeah.
Oh, good. Well, thank you, Sam, for that. I know there's an interview with Sheer, but I actually have to turn the stream on because I've got to head out and I can't keep it running for too long, folks. See you in a bit, folks. Thank you everyone for tuning in.